Even though the Etri family is one of the most prestigious noble houses, a dark rumor surrounds them. They will supposedly exile their own flesh and blood if they lack talent. It all started 1 month ago. The young master fell unconscious from mana shock. After muttering nonsense and suffering a prolonged fever, he suddenly opened his eyes and bolted straight out of the mansion. He didn't run off to some terrifying place, but instead threw himself into the pouring rain just to reach the edge of the forest. After frantically digging through the dirt until his hands bled, the thing resting in his fingertips was, surprisingly enough, a simple weed. And from that day on, for an entire month without missing a single day, Leon did nothing but pull weeds. The Atari House is a renowned magical lineage with incredibly strict rules. They will cast out any member who lacks natural talent, regardless of their bloodline. However, some troubling rumors have recently begun to spread within the family. The maid, Colette, carefully lowered her voice as she gossiped with the others. "Did you guys hear? It seems the eldest young master failed his awakening again this time." Helen quickly covered her mouth to muffle a gasp. "Really? This is his third time suffering from mana shock. If this keeps up, won't the second young master become the heir to the family?" One of them frantically shushed Helen. "Watch your mouth! What if someone hears us?" Colette quickly chimed in. "That's right, nothing has been officially decided yet." They were so engrossed in their gossip that they didn't realize Sylvia had been eavesdropping the whole time. But failing the awakening ritual 3 times in a row, it makes sense that the eldest young master would lose his mind. Sabin agreed with Helen. "Exactly. He was already eccentric to begin with, but I heard it's much worse this time." Suddenly, Erwin spoke up with a hoarse voice. "What are you all talking about?" Colette and Helen cried out in unison. "You really don't know?" Colette's face was filled with horror as she recounted the story. It all started 1 month ago. After surviving his third mana shock, the eldest young master was bedridden for a long time. Then one day he suddenly woke up. But the moment he opened his eyes, he started muttering a bunch of things nobody could understand. And then he just bolted straight out of the mansion. It looked like he spotted something in the back garden. I heard he even dropped to his knees and dug through the dirt with his bare hands, until his hands were scraped and bleeding. And after all that frantic digging, what did he end up holding? Recalling Leon's twisted expression at that moment, he looked like he had just unearthed a treasure, even though it was just a piece of trash in the eyes of others. A single weed. Both Mr. Irwin and Sylvia were stunned to hear such bizarre news. A weed? Irwin quickly wiped the beads of sweat from his face with a handkerchief. "Why make such a fuss over a clump of grass?" The other 3 cried out in unison. "That's not the point." One of them whispered, "Ever since that day for an entire month, the eldest young master has done nothing but pull weeds." They had no idea that Leon was actually completing a system quest to gather blue cassia grass. He kept yanking up one patch after another until they formed a satisfying pile right in front of him. "That's a solid harvest for today." Leon's hands were completely caked in mud. Besides, he was quite bewildered by the people lurking around him. "Why are so many people staring at me today? Being the eldest son of the prestigious Atri magic family really isn't fun at all." His name is Leon Atri. No, to be exact, he was originally Park Ji-hoon, a Korean man. In his past life, Leon was a team leader at an ordinary mid-sized company. Unable to stand being bullied by the company and his bosses, he furiously slammed down his resignation letter. After quitting, the only thing he had in abundance was time. So he returned to the game he used to grind relentlessly while job hunting. When he logged back in, he was horrified to discover a cruel reality. "Which bastard did this? They deleted all my characters and wiped out all my premium currency? What kind of psycho does that?" All the characters Leon had worked so hard to build were completely gone. Honestly, it was a huge shame since he had a ton of max level characters, but because he had already cleared all the endgame content, he didn't feel too attached. So Leon created a new character and instantly bought the crafting profession packs. He used 5 profession packs all at once to get right into it. Returner's luck is real. I hit the jackpot. Leon whistled happily. "Alright, I've got plenty of free time anyway. This time I'll try living a peaceful life and focus on production classes to heal my soul." That was his last memory as Park Ji-hoon, because after waking up, he had become Leon Atri inside the world of the game chronicle. Furthermore, the current timeline was 50 years after the end of the main storyline. Now, Leon was focused on gathering sea rosemary while recalling his painful past. Thank goodness this body still retained the memories of its original owner, or else trying to adapt at the beginning would have driven me insane. The system stated that sea rosemary was an herb with a salty, bitter taste like seawater. By gathering it, he completed the apprentice herbalist quest and received 1,000 shillings. Then the exclusive shop would unlock once he had enough money. Leon was quite surprised. That was fast. I even get a private shop? He made a quick mental calculation. It would probably take about 100,000 shillings to unlock it. If I grind hard enough, maybe I can get out of this mess soon. Leon swiftly uprooted the cluster of blue cassia grass and sea rosemary right in front of him. Thank goodness the system windows are still popping up normally, and the skills I bought in the game have been preserved. Come to think of it, this body had just failed its third awakening ritual. The Addery House valued absolute strength above all else. For someone like Leon, who had failed the mana awakening ritual, it wouldn't be strange to be immediately banished from the family. If he wanted to live independently, he needed money first. How could he make some money and safely get out of here? A crazy idea suddenly flashed through Leon's mind. Should I bribe the patriarch? The moment the thought crossed his mind, he felt the urge to sweep up every herb in sight. Then I need to level up fast and find something top tier to offer him. Wait, what's with this blue glowing effect? Leon dashed toward the bushes like a flash of lightning. It's definitely a rare drop. Just as Lion predicted, it really was the Crimson Sun herb. He yanked it out of the ground without a second thought. Got it! Instantly, a system prompt popped up, displaying the traits and effects of the newly discovered Crimson Sun herb. Lion was absolutely thrilled. Another new achievement! He was on cloud 9, completely deaf to the voice calling out to him, "Young master!" His eyes lit up with pure joy. And it's a 3-star achievement too! But the more he ignored the world around him, the more insistent the newcomer became. "Young master!" Finally, Lion snapped out of it and heard the head maid Sylvia. She was glaring at him like she wanted to eat him alive. "You seem quite obsessed with pulling weeds lately, young master." He shrugged it off honestly. "I have my reasons." Lion suddenly jumped up and shoved the Crimson Sun herb toward her. "Oh right, Sylvia, can you see this?" She examined it for a brief moment before replying flatly, "It appears to be a high-grade herb." But that wasn't the answer he was looking for. "No, not that. Can't you see it's glowing?" He stared at her, completely baffled. "You really can't see it? Seriously?" She looked back at him like he had lost his mind. It seemed the servant's rumors were true after all. She replied coldly, "No, I do not see anything." Lion shrank back a little under her intense gaze. He stared down at the Crimson Sun herb in his hand, which was radiating a faint blue light, and muttered to himself, "So, I'm the only one who can see it?" He was just trying to confirm if the aura around the plant was exclusive to his vision. Sylvia couldn't stand seeing the young master acting like a crazy person anymore. "Please return to the estate, young master. It has been quite a while since you woke up, yet you still haven't paid your respects to the patriarch. He has sent men to look for you." Lion flinched in panic. "Grandfather is looking for me?" House Asteria was an absolute meritocracy. Even within the family, it was a dog-eat-dog world. Only the strong survived, and the most exceptional claimed everything. The patriarch of House Asteria was Patrick. He was the very first person Lion needed to win over before he could safely run away. Lion broke into a cold sweat over his bleak future. "I thought he wouldn't even care about me since I'm supposedly useless. Why is he calling for me so soon? What do I do? I haven't even prepared a bribe yet." But then a clever idea seemed to pop into his head on how to deal with Patrick. Lion turned to the head maid. "Sylvia, could you please tell grandfather that I'll come see him a little later? Oh, and there's one more thing I need your help with." Sylvia did exactly as he asked and relayed the message to Patrick. "Is that so?" The patriarch calmly toyed with the crimson magical flame in his hand. "Has that brat still not regained his senses?" John Doe quickly replied, "Unfortunately not, sir. Ever since the eldest young master woke up, he has spent every single day pulling weeds." Patrick pressed on. "Is there anything else?" John Doe bowed his head respectfully. "He still cannot feel mana, my lord. However, his physical health is perfectly normal and his memory seems intact." Patrick scowled so hard that the wrinkles on his face deepened. "Leave us!" Knowing this was his cue to escape the patriarch's wrath, John Doe quickly bowed and hurried out of the room. Patrick's voice dropped to a freezing tone. "Sylvia, what on earth is that brat doing right now?" She replied smoothly, "He is still pulling weeds, sir. The entire estate staff is aware of it." Obviously, this wasn't what Patrick wanted to hear, and Sylvia only added fuel to the fire. "My lord, the eldest young master's weed pulling has recently expanded all the way into the forest outside the estate." Patrick was practically fuming. "That's not what I asked." It seemed Sylvia wouldn't be satisfied until she made Patrick completely blow his top. "Oh, that's right. The eldest young master also asked me to tell you that he will come to see you a bit later." Just as expected, Patrick completely lost his temper. "What? Later? Did he just say later? He has the absolute nerve to tell me he'll come later? He shot up from his seat and roared, "Unacceptable, tell him right now. If he doesn't drag his ass over here this instant, I will level that entire forest." Sylvia, completely unfazed and used to the family's dramatic outbursts, bowed respectfully. "Understood. I will pass along your exact words, my lord." Only after she left the room did Patrick finally take a deep breath to calm his racing heart. He stared into his magic crystal ball to scry on Lion's location. "Good grief, that insolent little brat," Patrick grumbled, acting like a sulky grandfather. Lion finally woke up. The first thing he should have done was come running to his poor old grandpa and say, "Grandpa, I'm fully recovered." But no, instead he spent weeks with his head buried in the dirt pulling weeds. Meanwhile, back in his own room, Lion stared in utter shock. "No way!" His table was covered with a vast array of alchemical flasks that looked straight out of a chemistry lab. There were even ingots of aluminum and other precious metals. He cheered with sheer delight. Where did all this top-tier equipment come from? Just because his grandson wanted to try a bit of alchemy, he brings out absolute treasures like this? Being born into a noble house really is on another level. Lion eagerly opened his system interface to check his skill attributes. All right then. If my guess is right, the quest to level up my alchemy profession is probably just a repetitive grind, exactly like the gathering profession. The proficiency levels are divided into 3 tiers, with the highest being Master, a rank that only 1% of players ever achieve. He tossed a sprig of herbs into a clay crucible. The higher the proficiency, the more refined the technique, which means the quality of the final product will be vastly superior. He stirred the potion, grinning like an absolute idiot. "So, how about I just whip up 100 stamina potions and chug them all myself?" With that thought in mind, Lion immediately placed his hand over the smoking cauldron. He shouted, "Extract!" A split second later, a thick crimson liquid bubbled up from inside the cauldron. Guided by Lion's magic, the liquid flowed straight into the vials on the table. The system chimed, announcing the successful crafting of a stamina recovery potion. Lion gazed at the stamina potion in front of him with pure satisfaction. It worked! He didn't even bother checking for poison before downing a whole bottle. Having top-tier gear really was a lifesaver. Right on cue, the system notified him that upon consuming the potion, he had officially become an apprentice alchemist. Lion chuckled like a madman. "Just as I thought. Oh, grandfather." The room, and even his own mind, felt completely consumed by darkness in that moment. Just you wait for me. The more potions he chugged, the higher his system progress bar climbed. Lion kept downing them, completely disregarding his own life. By the end, he was running on fumes. I can't take another drop." The table was littered with dozens of empty vials. "My stamina is already at 100%. Forcing down more recovery potions is absolute torture." He groaned. "Just one last gulp. Come on, push through it." Shuddering, Lion forced himself to swallow the very last drop. His entire body was trembling so violently he could barely control it. But the sweet reward of 1,000 shillings was finally his. At long last, he had successfully unlocked a brand new recipe. Lion muttered to himself, "Perfect! Let's just skim through the detail and get straight to work." He frantically tossed the massive pile of herbs he had gathered right into the cauldron. While he was out foraging for ingredients, he had been racking his brain. What kind of gift would actually suit him? Grandfather already has a monstrous amount of mana, so a mana potion is completely pointless. And as for stamina, the family always has an archmage healer on standby, so that'd just be awkward. Then, it hit him, a potion designed to wipe out mental fatigue. Now, Lion was pouring all his focus into brewing it. After all, the old man had to deal with a mountain of paperwork every single day. Rumor had it that archmages could use their mana to constantly sustain their physical bodies, letting them overwork themselves without a hitch. But mental exhaustion? That was a whole different story. Lion was pouring his heart and soul into crafting this meaningful gift. The concoction in the cauldron began to shimmer, exactly as the recipe described, releasing an incredibly fresh and soothing aroma. He quickly bottled it up. "I've got a really good feeling about this." Back in the game, this was just junk loot, but here in reality, it felt completely different. Lion placed his hand over the freshly brewed potion once more. He shouted, "Extract!" Guided by his magic, every sparkling drop began to shift and transform, infused with all the beautiful memories Lion held dear from his past life as Park Ji-hoon. The system chimed, announcing the activation of his alchemy specialization trait. Lion had successfully crafted a mental recovery potion. He hadn't expected the results to absolutely shatter his expectations. 2 stars? You need at least level 8 proficiency just to make something like this? This is insane. With a potion like this, I'm definitely qualified to bribe the old man. I was dead on my feet a second ago, but just getting a whiff of this cleared my head instantly. I haven't even taken a sip and the effects are already this strong. He had successfully crafted a potion that far exceeded his current skill level. The system alerted Lion that his mana circle had been formed, successfully activating his mana manipulation. Now he could control his mana with incredible precision. Lion waited in silence for his new skill to stabilize, his grip tight on the freshly brewed vial. At long last, Lion had successfully awakened his mana. Filled with sheer euphoria, he murmured, "So, this is mana?" Lion couldn't help but start laughing, but that grin was slowly becoming downright unhinged. He had no idea that someone had been waiting outside this whole time. I finally did it. So John Doe had been secretly watching him through the crack in the door. He didn't show a single ounce of emotion, ultimately turning on his heel and walking away. John Doe quickly stepped away from the room. For Leon, everything today had gone incredibly smoothly. This body couldn't even sense mana before, but now I've got magic and I'm making money. This is awesome. Looks like my plan to leave the family is going to be a breeze. Harsh sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the room. He closed his eyes, soaking in the sweet satisfaction of his success. But a second later, his smug smile completely vanished. Wait, did I forget something important? After pondering for a good while, Leon suddenly blurted out, "Grandfather!" Patrick furrowed his brow and asked, "Why isn't Leon here yet?" He shook his head with a weary sigh. "He's just brewing a few simple potions. Why does he have to push himself so hard?" Patrick's voice was slow and commanding. "Do you know who I am? I am Patrick Arteri." He continued with absolute pride, a core pillar of the hero's party. Patrick's gaze darkened, his tone fierce. The patriarch of House Artery, a man who could establish an independent kingdom on a whim if he so desired. Those are the titles that define me. He thought helplessly of his only grandson. If the boy would just sit still, I could guarantee him a lifetime of wealth and luxury. He wouldn't have to lift a finger. I have no idea what he's trying to achieve with that frail body of his. Patrick scoffed coldly. Are we short on money or lacking in power? Sylvia smiled and replied in a gentle tone, "It's only natural for you to be so worried, my lord." She hesitated for a moment before continuing. A soft smile graced Sylvia's lips, her eyes warming. But when the young master was brewing those potions, he looked truly happy. He immediately snapped back, his voice heavy. "What good is happiness if it kills him?" Patrick gripped his armrest tightly, his expression fraught with pain. "This is his third mana shock. You know as well as I do, surviving even one is a miracle." His tone grew impossibly heavy. "I can't keep praying for another miracle to save his life." Meanwhile, outside the room, John Doe spoke as he walked. "Eldest young master, the patriarch has been waiting for quite some time." Leon smiled faintly. "I figured as much." Back inside, Patrick fell silent, a flash of sorrow in his eyes. "I just want the boy to live a healthier, more peaceful life." He bowed respectfully. "Excuse me, my lord." John Doe looked up and calmly announced, "The eldest young master has arrived." Leon stepped into the room and bowed his head in apology. "Please forgive me for being late, grandfather." He stared at him intently before offering a gentle scolding. "You've been out of bed for quite some time now, so why are you only coming to see me today?" Hearing Patrick's words, Leon let out a quiet, anxious sigh. He stayed quiet for a moment before speaking up. "After my recent mana shock, I've had a lot of time to think." Leon calmly laid out the truth. "Everyone in the family knows that I have zero talent for magic." Sylvia stepped forward anxiously. "Young master!" He offered her a soft, reassuring smile. "It's okay, Sylvia. I'm well aware of my own limits." Leon lowered his gaze, his tone calm and honest. "I couldn't accept the fact that I couldn't control mana. No, it's more accurate to say I simply refuse to accept it." He clenched his hand slightly, his voice dropping lower. "Because the moment I accepted that reality, I felt like I would no longer have a place in House Artery." Leon raised his head, his gaze turning resolute. "But things are different now. This is the fruit of my relentless studying and hard work." A confident smile spread across his face. "I can finally accept myself and become a young master worthy of the Artery name." Leon's tone shifted, suddenly sounding deeply sincere. "Besides, I know you must have been utterly exhausted lately, grandfather." Patrick froze for a brief moment. "Excuse me?" He quietly observed the boy standing before him, his mind racing. There's something completely different about him. Is it his expression? His aura? No, it's something much deeper than that. Patrick remained silent, his eyes falling on the item placed on the table in front of him. He felt a sudden wave of emotion, wondering to himself, Has he been trying to make this for me all this time? Patrick gave a slow nod, a silent swell of pride in his chest. Highly commendable. He let out a soft sigh, thinking to himself, sadly, I surpassed the limits of mere mortals a long time ago. Patrick shook his head imperceptibly. Even lethal poisons have no effect on me anymore, let alone a simple potion like this. Oblivious, Leon smiled brightly and said, I kept you in my thoughts the entire time I was brewing it, grandfather. He gently pushed the gift toward him. When you have a moment, you absolutely have to try it. Patrick offered a faint smile, an undeniable warmth blooming in his chest. He stayed quiet for a moment before speaking. Are you finished? Leon bowed his head respectfully. Yes, sir. Patrick gave a curt nod, his voice calm and steady. I understand. You may leave now. He gave a slight bow and turned to leave the room. Sylvia smiled and remarked softly, You say that, but you seem quite pleased, my lord. Patrick cleared his throat, trying to play it cool. All right, it's nothing special. He lowered his gaze to the potion bottle in front of him. But this potion? Patrick narrowed his eyes, trying to recall. I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. She carefully examined the potion and spoke up. If it's just a mana recovery potion, there should be some mana fluctuation. Should I take it to be analyzed? He immediately shook his head and refused. No need. Patrick looked at the potion in his hand, his voice softening. I want to feel my grandson's sincerity for myself. Sylvia smiled, letting out a soft sigh as she looked at him. She gave a respectful bow and replied, I understand. I shall take my leave then. Patrick gently stroked the bottle, a faint smile on his lips. How long has it been since Lion gave me a gift? He quietly admired the gift, marveling softly. Looking closely, the boy's craftsmanship is actually quite impressive. Even with top-tier equipment, if one isn't fully versed in pharmacology and alchemy, they couldn't possibly brew this overnight. This kid, honestly... Patrick let out a soft chuckle and muttered, Even though this won't have any effect on me, it'd be a waste to let a gift from my grandson spoil. Let's see how it tastes. He slowly popped the cork and took a sip of the potion. Patrick leaned back in his chair, half closing his tired eyes. He froze for a moment, silently taking in the feeling. My mind, it suddenly becomes so peaceful. How relaxing. Memories unexpectedly surfaced in his mind, flashes of the past drifting by like scattered fragments. Patrick found himself reminiscing about days long gone. Drifting off, he quietly embraced the sensation. Soon after, he fell into a deep slumber, just a brief afternoon nap, perhaps too fleeting to even be called sleep. In his sleep, Patrick offered a faint smile. That day's dream was unusually sweet and serene. A while later, he slowly opened his eyes and stared ahead. Patrick looked a bit dazed, his heart full of nostalgia. A dream about the days I've always longed for. He blinked, surprise coloring his voice. Did I fall asleep? Patrick quietly assessed the changes in his body. But I don't feel any discomfort, nor do I feel empty. He clenched his fist, a look of pure astonishment on his face. How strange. My mind feels so much lighter. The headache I thought would haunt me forever has completely vanished. Patrick sat in quiet contemplation at his desk, his gaze distant. He let out a helpless chuckle, muttering, He's every bit as stubborn as he's always been. Resting his chin on his hand, Patrick's gaze grew resolute. That's right, I can't keep locking him up in a cage just because his body is weak. I just need to find a way to prevent his mana shock, and that'll be enough. He gently stroked the potion bottle, his heart full of hope. Stay healthy and stay by your grandfather's side for a very long time, Lion. In a corner of the courtyard, Colette's eyes widened in shock. What? The young master, Lion Arthur, is dying? Helen leaned in and replied in a hushed tone, It's true. I heard he even gave the patriarch a parting gift. She lowered her voice further, acting like a know-it-all. That's why he's been out pulling weeds every single day lately. Edgar crossed his arms, letting out a mocking sneer. What else would he be doing? He's probably just picking out his own burial spot. A sudden loud crash rang out behind him, making him shriek and jump out of his skin. She clumsily scrambled for an excuse to leave. Right. Someone asked me to help gather the laundry. Edgar frantically waved his hands to disperse the group. Come on now, everyone, get back to work. Rudo looked at her and asked softly, Hannah, are you okay? She gently shook her head and sighed. I'm fine. I just heard the young master's personal attendant quit again. His eyes widened, unable to hide his surprise. What? Again? Hannah clenched her fists in frustration. Exactly! Those people are unbelievable. They used to say serving the young master was the easiest job in the estate. So happy they landed such a sweet gig. The more she spoke, the angrier she got. Now, just because of some stupid rumors, they dare to walk off the job without a word of notice. Once you accept a position in this household, You should stick through thick and thin. They have absolutely no loyalty. Hannah scoffed, her voice dripping with indignation. After all the kindness the young master has shown them over the years, they threw it all away over some baseless gossip. Rudo suddenly went pale, quickly trying to warn her. Hannah, behind you! A calm voice suddenly chimed in from right behind Hannah. She spun around in a panic, stammering, Head steward! Sylvia smiled gracefully and asked, Would you mind telling me what these rumors are about? Keeping her gentle smile, she continued slowly, I'm quite curious myself. Sylvia gave a slight bow and spoke. My apologies for being late. He waved his hand dismissively, replying calmly, It's fine. Was there an emergency? She smiled, gently shaking her head. Nothing too serious. Sylvia took a few unhurried steps forward and continued. Just organizing some household matters. Anyway, calling for me this early in the morning. Did you need something? Patrick looked at her quietly, a flicker of anxiety in his eyes. He pushed the potion bottle forward, his voice grave. With your witch's eyes, could you take a look at this potion for me? Sylvia lowered her gaze, intently observing the potion on the desk. She furrowed her brow, her voice laced with doubt. This is not something the young master could have brewed. Sylvia froze, a sudden tremble in her eyes. This is... She opened her eyes wide, unable to hide her astonishment. Isn't this a hero's potion? Sylvia slowly reminisced about the past. The hero, the savior of the world, the one who ended the war with the demons 50 years ago and suddenly vanished. She spoke with deep reverence. No labyrinth in this world could ever hold him captive. Sylvia gently clenched her hands, her voice dropping a notch. Legendary artifacts that even the gods would fear. A sudden spark of hope swelled in her heart. Perhaps he is the only one who can find the contract hidden within this mansion's labyrinth and set me free, the only one. Sylvia took a soft breath and declared, This is something only the hero could possess. Patrick remained calm and spoke slowly. Let us not jump to conclusions. If this truly were the hero's potion, its effects would be far more potent than this. He fell into deep thought. There was still one more thing troubling his mind. Sylvia gently shook her head in silent denial. There is no way Lion could be the hero. He looked at her and slowly expressed, Regardless, I still plan to ask the boy to brew a better potion. I want you to feel the same relief I did, sister. Sylvia asked in surprise. For me? Patrick smiled calmly and explained, That is right. Have you not been living in a state of lethargy for hundreds of years? If this potion works on an 8-circle archmage like me, I believe it will help you too, even just a little. Hearing this, she only gave a faint, helpless smile. Right after, Sylvia burst into laughter, her voice echoing throughout the room. She gently shook her head and spoke. Do you know what the most useless thing in this world is? It is worrying about a witch. We are born with a lifespan of 1,000 years, our bodies immune to all diseases along with supreme magic and skills. Sylvia gradually faded her smile and continued softly, So there is no need to bother our lovely grandson. He stayed silent for a moment before smiling. However, Sylvia looked at Patrick with tender eyes. I truly appreciate your kindness. He fell silent. In his heart, he softly called out, Sister. A moment later, Lion walked in from outside and asked, You look like you have something on your mind. Patrick slightly raised an eyebrow and replied immediately, What would I have on my mind? Observing his face, the boy continued asking, Then did you not sleep well last night? Patrick shook his head in denial. No. Lion rested his chin in thought. Lack of exercise? He answered firmly, No. He tilted his head, guessing seriously, Or is it because of your age that you cannot handle greasy food anymore? Patrick glared at him. You little brat, you have got some nerve. Lion calmly continued, If it is not for those reasons. He glanced at the potion bottle on the table. So it is because of the potion I gave you? He slightly froze, silently confirming, That is right. Patrick dropped his joking demeanor and got serious. All right, no need to waste time. I will get straight to the point. Can you brew a higher quality potion than the one you gave me? Lion gently frowned, silently calculating. With my current situation, brewing a 2-star potion is already hard enough. He gently frowned, silently calculating, I cannot find any more 1-star herbs. Lion gently sighed, continuing his thoughts. Last time was just pure luck, mostly thanks to my equipment. But he gently clenched his fist, his eyes full of determination. I cannot miss this chance when my golden sponsor is showing interest. I have to seize this opportunity at all cost. Lion looked up and calmly replied, It will take some time, but I can do it. May I ask what you plan to use it for? Patrick replied immediately, his voice composed. I plan to give it to the steward. He opened his eyes wide in shock, his face unable to hide his surprise. Lion blinked, a speculation immediately popping into his head. I can feel it. They are clearly flirting with each other. In his imagination, the old man casually said, I just randomly picked this up. Sylvia blushed gently, softly replying, My lord. A voice suddenly rang out, interrupting his train of thought. It is not like that. The more he thought about it, the more he believed his speculation. That is right, of course he wants to give his beloved something better than what he has. He must have been so lonely for a long time since Grandma passed away. The denying voice rang out again helplessly. I told you it is not like that. Lion took a deep breath and spoke seriously. Grandpa, please give me 2 weeks. I will brew a higher grade potion by then. Patrick instantly widened his eyes in shock. What, 2 weeks? Facing his reaction, he paused for a brief moment. Lion instantly changed his mind and spoke decisively. I will finish it within 1 week. Just wait for it, Grandpa. He silently cheered himself on. This is my chance to grind affection points. I absolutely have to succeed. He could only stare in stunned silence as Lion hurriedly left the room. Once out in the garden, he scratched his head in frustration. But how am I supposed to brew a 3-star potion? Lion walked while racking his brain. There is not enough time to mindlessly grind levels just to create a good potion. Even if I buy high-grade herbs, I would not be able to use them properly. It would be better to spend that money on a ready-made potion instead. He suddenly remembered something and snapped his fingers. Speaking of which, maybe I should check the shilling shop. There must be some useful materials there. A notification panel appeared before Lion's eyes. Unlocking potion preview, you can view the item list and item descriptions. He froze, gently frowning. What, so I still cannot buy them yet? Lion scrolled through each item, his mouth twitching slightly. Wait a minute, why is everything here so expensive? Is this key gold-plated or something? It is so rusty it should be sold for cheap. He continued browsing the catalog, his face stiff with disbelief. The other categories are just like this too. Lion looked helplessly at the price list in front of him. 10,000 shillings just for spices? There is still nothing I can buy here. He sighed gently and told himself, if this way does not work, my only remaining option is the conventional way. Lion silently weighed his remaining option. Foraging high-grade herbs barehanded has its limits. He quickly set his goal for gathering high-grade herbs. What I need right now are high-quality tools. Lion nodded gently to himself. At the nearby forge, the ringing of hammers striking iron echoed endlessly. Sun peeked inside and hollered, Boss, come out here! From deep in the workshop, Mudu yelled back, completely irritated. No, I'm drowning in work over here. What the hell are you yelling for? Sun urged him impatiently. Just hurry up! Sun pointed to the front door, grinning from ear to ear. We got a big spender here. Come out quick. The man stopped his hammering, instantly changing his tune. A big spender? Mudu scoffed, not stopping his work. If it's a big spender, just fleece him and sell him everything we've got. Why are you bossing me around? Lion walked up to the counter and politely spoke up. Are you the owner of this forge? He calmly stated his purpose. Could I possibly borrow a spot to try forging a few things myself? Mudu silently sized up the customer in front of him. He was clearly a rich young master wearing obviously expensive clothes. Mudu stared blankly at him, blurting out, What? Lion smiled confidently. Of course, I won't take no for an answer. He calmly laid out his terms. I will pay you handsomely. What do you say? Wandering around the shop, Lion stopped in front of a counter displaying various tools. He picked up each piece to inspect, silently evaluating. The quality is pretty poor. These won't last long. Is it because master blacksmiths don't bother with these trivial tools? Either way, they're way too overpriced. I'd rather just make one myself. Lion crossed his arms slightly, continuing to calculate. Even if I reveal that I'm the eldest son of the Arturdi family to commission a blacksmith, they wouldn't be able to finish crafting high-tier equipment in a single day. If that's the case, he walked up to the workshop area and politely spoke up. Could I borrow a spot to try forging a few things myself? Mudu looked up, a surprised expression on his face. Forge it yourself? Lion calmly made his offer. I will pay you handsomely. The coin pouch opened, and glittering gold coins spilled out before everyone's eyes. Mudu frowned, grumbling in annoyance. The forge fire is already acting up, and now I have to babysit some noble's little game of pretend. Sun turned pale and quickly pulled his arm. Brother, please watch your mouth. Sun turned to Lion, explaining politely. Young master, you grew up in the lap of luxury, so you might not know how things work. But this amount of money is more than enough to buy a shovel. Please take the pouch back. He smiled awkwardly and advised, There are always scammers out there waiting to prey on fat sheep like you. You have to be careful. Lion blinked, secretly not knowing whether to laugh or cry. But I intentionally gave you extra money. He gave a slight nod, replying helplessly, All right. Mudu crossed his arms, looking at him full of suspicion. So, he raised an eyebrow, asking in disbelief, a soft noble like you wants to forge a shovel with your own hands? Hearing those words, Lion instinctively recalled the records he had read about the dwarves. He slowly recalled in his mind a race that could touch fire without getting burned. Lion continued to remember the rest of the description, possessing extraordinary physical strength, yet capable of meticulous precision. He looked at them, secretly amazed. I heard only their descendants remain now. I didn't expect to run into them here. Mudu stared intently at the guest in front of him and asked, What is your name? Lion replied calmly, Lion Arturdi. Mudu froze for a moment, blurting out, The notorious madman of the Arturdi family? Mudu turned his head and shouted back, Hey, prep a spot for this eccentric guest. Sun pinched the bridge of his nose with a sigh, frantically trying to rein him in. Good heavens, brother, please just zip your lips. The man pointed to the corner of the workshop and said, You can use the forge over there, just boss this kid around and do whatever you want. Lion gave a slight nod in thanks. Thank you. Suddenly remembering something, he asked, By the way, what is your name? Lion glanced around and paused. He's already gone. Sun smiled, stepping forward to explain. My brother's name is Million Mudu. You can just call him Mudu, and I'm Sun. Please follow me first. He politely bowed to lead the way. I will give you a tour of the forge. Sun smiled as he walked and introduced the place. Please take your time looking around. He led him on a loop around the workshop, eagerly introducing every area. He pointed to the display area in front and continued, And after the products are finished, they are displayed outside. Lion silently observed his surroundings. The equipment was excellent and their process was extremely meticulous. But he frowned slightly, filled with doubt. Why is the quality of the finished product so low? Lion suddenly turned his head toward the forge. What was that just now? The system's voice immediately chimed in. Low-tier fire spirit. It is much quieter than usual. He looked at the flames and asked, Son, is the forge fire normally this weak? He replied hesitantly, Well, it's not exactly weak right now, but Sun sighed softly and explained, The firepower has definitely decreased compared to before, but how did you know that? Lion smiled, replying calmly, The flames told me. Sun continued, Then let me show you how to make a shovel. Mudu's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Hold on, stop! He looked at his younger brother and decisively ordered, Son, go do your work. I have something to discuss privately with him. Stepping outside, Mudu slowly spoke up. You... He looked straight at Lion, his voice dead serious. You saw it, didn't you? He gave a slight nod of confirmation. That's right. The older man stared intently. He looked at him and asked in a low voice, Can you fix it, my lord? Lion calmly replied, I probably can. Hearing that, he hesitated for a moment, then clenched his fists tightly. He took a deep breath and offered his terms. If you can really fix this thing, I will personally teach you blacksmithing. Mudu looked at him with absolute seriousness. And I will give you priority on any crafting request. Lion was tempted by that offer. The forge in this Addery territory was so renowned that they even received orders from other domains. He instantly realized the value of this condition. And I get priority on my orders? Lion smiled confidently. All right, leave it to me. Inside the forge, a faint firelight flickered in the room. Lion slowly walked up to the dying flame. Mudu watched him silently with a heavy heart. I worked my bones off to make this the biggest forge in the territory, but the fire spirit is completely out of energy. He clenched his fists helplessly, thinking to himself, Without a spirit, relying only on artificial fire will ruin the quality of our goods. I'm already reaching my limit trying to make up for it with my skills. I'm a dwarf, so I don't even understand what the spirit is saying. At this rate, we're totally doomed. Lion looked at the flame and calmly asked, So what if we just leave it there? Mudu secretly evaluated the person in front of him. He looked scrawny and unreliable, but what if he could actually see spirits? He listened for a moment, then spoke up. It says it's thirsty. His eyes went wide. Surprised? Thirsty? A fire spirit gets thirsty? Mudu scratched his head, thinking seriously, Should I pour some water on it? Lion immediately turned and objected. Pouring water on fire? Are you crazy? He threw his hands up, feeling completely wronged. Hey, you're the one who said it was thirsty. What do you expect me to do? He took a breath and calmly explained. Calm down, Mudu. We have to give it something that a fire spirit can actually drink. Mudu looked at him with deep expectation. If you can solve this, my lord, I'll give you my masterpiece or anything else you want. He double-checked. Are you serious? He nodded without hesitation. Yes, I mean it. The corner of his mouth curled up in a confident smirk. Lion smiled and stated firmly, "Great, I'll get to work tonight." Night fell. The light in his room was still flickering. Lion rubbed his forehead, sighing softly. "I can't believe I still have to work overtime even after coming here." The system suddenly chimed in. "Low-tier spirit is crying out. Spirit essence is depleting. Please quench its thirst." He chuckled softly and replied, all right, I'll help you right now." Lion checked the information while analyzing it in his head. Right now, the low-tier fire spirit is severely dehydrated. Normally, it wouldn't get to the point of total exhaustion. But the problem is, this is the biggest forge in the territory, dying from overwork or dehydration. Doesn't that sound completely ridiculous for a spirit? He quickly figured out the solution. "Now I know what the problem is. What I need is..." "Exactly. Sea rosemary." A recipe panel popped up in front of Lion. "The recipe for sea rosemary oil," he mumbled as he read. "Normally it's just a salty herb, but after a few processing steps, it becomes an oil that fire spirits can absorb." The system immediately confirmed the finished product, sea rosemary oil crafted by Atari. Lion looked at the finished product and nodded slightly. "Done." He carefully brought the bottle of oil close to the flame. "Here, drink up!" The system's voice rang out again. "Thirst has been quenched. The spirit's attributes and the fragrant oil are in harmony." The next notification quickly appeared. "The thirst has not yet been satisfied." Lion let out a breath and rolled up his sleeves. "All right, I'll make more." For it, he began processing more ingredients. Lion swiftly finished each step without any delay. The system issued another notification. "Thirst has been quenched. Essence has been restored." Another line of text popped up. "The spirit is grateful. Communion experience increased." He smiled softly at the flame. "Thanks." Mudu stood in stunned silence for a long while before blurting out, "You eccentric kid! You actually did it, my lord!" He looked at him with eyes full of admiration. "You are truly amazing, my lord." Mudu suddenly turned pale when he saw Lion. He stumbled. "Are you okay, my lord?" He waved his hand and forced a smile. I'm fine." Lion maintained his calm demeanor and explained, "It's just because I stayed up all night, it's nothing." He immediately shook his head and cried out in panic, "No!" Mudu hurriedly caught him and frantically said, "You can't die like this, young man." The adorable Thorn and Leaf curiously leaned close to the dining table and asked, "Big brother, what's your name?" Before the young man could answer, the two kids scrambled to speak. "Big brother, I'm Thorn, made of gold, and I'm Leaf, made of jade." The cuteness of this duo made anyone watching burst into laughter. "You two are so close." Seeing how close they were, he suddenly felt a pang of sadness thinking about his own younger sibling. "Come to think of it, do I have any siblings? What did they look like? If I remember correctly, they had a pretty prickly personality, and more importantly, I don't think they liked me very much." After thinking for a long while, he quickly brushed it off to comfort himself. "Well, as long as we don't cross paths, it should be fine. I have absolutely zero interest in the position of family head anyway." A loud shout from behind suddenly startled Lion, making him turn around. "Good heavens, you kids!" The butler rushed over to scold the mischievous children. "Go play over there, the young master is having his meal." "So his name is Young Master?" He gave a gentle chuckle before reintroducing himself. "My name is Lion. Lion." The little boy bounced with excitement, clearly preferring the title. "But calling you Young Master sounds way cooler, so I'm gonna call you Young Master." "All right, that works for me." Shooed away by their mother, the two children ran off, giggling mischievously. "You two honestly, stop bothering the young master while he's eating." "Young Master! Young Master!" Lion sat down to enjoy breakfast with Mudu's wife. "I am so sorry, young master. They're still just little kids." "Oh, it's completely fine. Seeing them so full of energy actually brings a smile to my face. By the way, this soup is absolutely delicious. I'm so glad it suits your taste, my lord." She couldn't hide her lingering anxiety as she recalled the incident. "You have no idea how terrified I was this morning when my husband carried you in." She expressed her deepest gratitude for his help. "I heard you went through so much trouble because of him, and on top of that, you even took it upon yourself to solve our problem. I don't know how we'll ever repay this debt." "Oh, please, it's nothing. You gave me a place to sleep and a wonderful meal. Let's just call it even, all right?" Right at that moment, Mudu pushed open the door and stepped inside. "Sleep well, kid." The children's voices immediately rang out. "Papa's home!" They rushed over, thrilled to welcome their father back. "Papa, did the young master heal the spirits yet? Your face is all covered in soot again." "Ah, you little rascals!" Lion smiled gently as they got ready to head out. If you're done eating, my lord, let's get going. Mudu flashed a bright, confident grin. I've got everything all set up and ready for you. Lion stared in utter amazement at the sight before him. He was completely caught off guard by an elegant, gold-rimmed wooden board, set right next to a freshly forged batch of sharp farming tools. Wait, what is this? I told you, didn't I? Whatever you ask for, I'll always make it my top priority. If we're both busy, just write down what you need on here. I'll forge it and deliver it right to your door. Mudu eagerly marched ahead to lead the way for the young master. Anyway, that's not the main event. Hurry up, get in here! Lion gasped in astonishment as he laid eyes on the massive blocks of pure iron in front of him. Mudu proudly explained his thoughtful preparations. Is this iron? Judging by your stamina, I figured you'd pass out if we started all the way from smelting the raw ore. So I went ahead and prepped the materials for you. Pure iron, crafted by a true descendant of the dwarves. Lion quickly realized just how seriously the dwarf took his role as a teacher. You're taking this lesson a lot more seriously than I expected. What was that? Don't tell me you were just planning to slack off and rush through this. Lion was practically vibrating with excitement to begin his very first blacksmithing lesson. Of course not, I want to dive right in. What should I do first? The dwarf decided to demonstrate the process for him. That's the spirit. All right, step back. I'll show you how it's done first. The very first lesson was mastering the temperature of the metal. First off, the most fundamental rule of blacksmithing is controlling the iron's heat. You've got to gauge the temperature perfectly, not too cold and definitely not too hot. It's not just about getting it glowing red. If you overheat it, the whole thing just melts down into liquid slag. A fire spirit suddenly materialized. Once the iron glowed with the perfect vibrant red, the moment to strike had arrived. Right now! The ringing of the hammer echoed through the room. The force of each strike dictated the weapon's shape. The force of your swing is crucial. You hammer the blade edge thin, but leave the core thick so it stays sturdy. The final step was refining and sharpening the piece to perfection. Once you've nailed down the basic shape, you refine the edges. Then you take a whetstone to it until it's razor sharp. He carefully put the finishing touches on the farming hoe. And finally, just fit the handle onto the head and you're done. The freshly crafted hoe literally radiated a brilliant, blinding light. There, one perfect hoe. See? Piece of cake, right? Mudu confidently puffed out his chest, proud of his masterful craftsmanship. That's how it's done. For a normal person, this wouldn't be easy in the slightest. But hey, you've got Grandmaster Mudu right here to guide you, so don't sweat it. Can I go ahead and use all of this iron? He was completely taken aback by the young master's next move. Of course, knock yourself out. Really? All right, I've got it. Lion instantly chucked the entire pile of iron straight into the roaring furnace, sending the dwarf into a total panic. Got it? What do you mean you've got it? He stood completely unfazed in front of the blazing inferno. I'm just going to give it a shot. The heavy rhythmic clang of forging iron rang out, powerful and unyielding. He wiped the sweat from his brow, already exhausted after just the first few strikes. I knew this would be tough, but it's way harder than I imagined. A barrage of daunting system notifications suddenly flooded his vision. Hoe incomplete. Status. Unrecoverable. Oh man, I'm gonna have to melt this whole thing down and start over. Hoe incomplete. Completion rate. 15%. It was highly debatable whether this chunk of metal would ever actually become a hoe. But Lion refused to let it break his spirit. He gritted his teeth and kept hammering. This is brutally hard, but I can't back down now. If I just keep at it, I'll figure it out eventually. And so his grueling training began, paved with one miserable failure after another. Slowly but surely he began to grasp the secret to maintaining the perfect temperature. That's it! Overflowing with confidence, Lion brought his hammer crashing down onto the glowing iron with devastating force. Just keep it exactly like that. A blinding shockwave of light burst outward with every single decisive strike. The system suddenly announced that he had awakened a brand new talent. This crazy brat! The dwarf's jaw dropped as he stared at the searing hot iron bar in the boy's grip. That feeling just now? Try using that energy to forge it. Mudu's eyes went wide with sheer disbelief as he sensed a completely alien aura radiating from the anvil. This energy, it's completely different from before. Sweat poured down Lion's face as he poured every ounce of his absolute focus into the searing metal. The heavy thud of the hammer echoed endlessly as the crucial phase of shaping the base form officially began. He let out a triumphant shout of pure joy as he finally finished his very first hoe. It's done! Handcrafted farming hoe increases the chance to gather high-tier items. Mudu absolutely showered him with praise, completely blown away. You're actually pretty damn good, you little freak of nature. You've got real talent. Does it look alright to you? Alright, kid, it goes way beyond just alright. He gently urged the boy to take a breather after successfully finishing the piece. This right here, this is raw, genuine talent. You should be damn proud of yourself. Now, you finished one, so why don't you take a break and rest those hands of yours? Really? So what should I do next? Leon eagerly asked to learn how to craft new tools. Teach me how to make a sickle! The sudden request completely caught the blacksmith off guard. He let out a hearty laugh at the young man's sheer stubbornness. When it comes to being relentless, you really are an absolute madman. Mudu happily agreed to pass down all his secrets. All right then, I'll teach you everything. I'll teach you everything. He made a silent promise to his family as night began to fall. Just wait a little longer, grandfather. I'll definitely finish your love story. He swung the hoe hard into the ground, marking the start of a brand new journey. A detailed prompt appeared for the precious herb he just harvested. Finger ginseng, a plant with similar effects to normal wild ginseng but shaped like a human finger. It requires an extremely meticulous gathering method. When properly brewed and consumed, it permanently increases stamina. He was completely blown away by the incredible performance of his newly forged hoe. Just upgrading to a better tool makes this much of a difference? But he quickly realized that this was just the beginning. There was much more to come. The mystical, shimmering forest stretched out before him, hiding countless precious herbs waiting to be found. Having this hoe and sickle equipped means I can gather so many different kinds of herbs. Leon flashed a confident smile as he thought about leveling up his skills. If my digging proficiency goes up just a bit more, crafting a 3-star potion will be an absolute breeze. He eagerly threw himself right back into the work to grind his skills. Alright then, let's keep digging and get the hang of this. New item notifications kept popping up as he harvested. Banana sweet potato leaf, banana sweet potato stem. Spotting the root exposed at the bottom of the deep hole, he cheered with excitement. Just as I thought, with a shape like this it has to be a sweet potato, which means right underneath this dirt? The moment he struck the hoe down, a brilliant burst of flame suddenly flared up, making him jump back in shock. A perfectly roasted, mouth-watering sweet potato appeared, accompanied by an unexpected blessing notification. The blessing of the low-tier spirit hidden within the hoe has been activated. You have obtained a perfect roasted banana sweet potato thanks to the fire spirit's blessing. Wait, a roasted sweet potato? Leon carefully read the description and pieced it together. The fire spirit's blessing gives a certain percentage chance to obtain a perfectly roasted item. I'm guessing this works on absolutely anything edible. That's incredible. I only swung my shovel once and I already got a perfectly roasted sweet potato. The golden, incredibly fragrant roasted banana sweet potato in his hands made his mouth water. Without wasting another second, Leon decided to devour it right on the spot. Time to eat. With that said, he took a massive bite. The very first bite sent him straight to heaven. Ah, it's so hot, but that just makes it taste even better. Sweet potatoes are always best when they're hot enough to burn your mouth. It was perfectly sweet with a rich, creamy flavor. It felt exactly like eating a regular sweet potato mixed with milk. In Leon's eyes right now, this roasted banana sweet potato was an absolute delicacy. This is so freaking good! The mouth-watering aroma of the sweet potato even attracted a little bird to flutter down nearby. Seeing its sparkling, pleading eyes, he immediately understood. What's wrong? Do you want a bite too? He broke off a tiny piece and held it out. Here you go. Evody curiously leaned in for a nibble. Instantly, the little bird's eyes lit up and sparkled exactly like Leon's just had. Seeing its expression, he let out a laugh. Delicious, isn't it? Go on, eat up. Evody fluttered around in pure excitement over the delicious food, making Leon feel a wave of nostalgia. I used to have a little buddy just like you back when I played this game. I wonder how they're doing now. Finishing his meal, he gently stood up as the morning sun began to rise behind him. Now that I've got my energy back, should I start gathering materials for crafting potions? Actually, I should probably dig up a few more sweet potatoes first. Meanwhile, a heavy, miserable sigh echoed through the palace halls. It was none other than Chando. He leaned one hand against a tree, his face completely frantic. It's already been 3 days since young Master Leon left. Why on earth did he have to go to the blacksmith's workshop? This is driving me absolutely insane. Should I just go look for him right now? Behind him stood Sylvia, looking completely unbothered. It seems the eldest young master still hasn't returned. Having no idea how long they had been standing there, Chando spun around in shock. Steward Sylvia? Yes, and I'm worried sick. There are even bizarre rumors spreading all over the territory. People are whispering that the eldest young master is either going to die or that he's going to get kicked out of the house entirely. His frantic rambling was suddenly cut off by a very cheerful voice. It was Leon Ateri carrying his brand new little friend on his back. "Is everyone waiting out here for me?" Seeing the very person he had been stressing over finally return, Chondo screamed, "Young master!" Kondo sprinted over to him in an absolute panic. "Young master! Good heavens, just look at the state of you!" Leon gently reassured him. "Relax, I'm perfectly fine. It's really no big deal." But his casual head scratch completely failed to impress Sylvia, who gave a slight frown. How on earth can the eldest son of the Atiri family walk around looking like a complete mess? Kondo curiously pointed over at Evodi. "By the way, what exactly is that bird?" Only then did Leon finally realize there was something perched on his shoulder. "Wait, what? Since when have you been following me?" Suddenly Sylvia stepped closer and cut in. "Young master! You don't need to do that anymore." He instantly caught her meaning. "Grandfather told you, didn't he?" He let out a helpless sigh. He really has no tact at all. Her jaw dropped in absolute shock. Meanwhile, he just kept going. "Anyway, the 1-week extension I asked for isn't up yet, so just hold on a little longer. Gathering the ingredients took some time, but I finally got everything." She stared in disbelief. "You gathered the ingredients yourself?" Lion called back over his shoulder as he dashed inside. "So just give me a little more time. I'll brew it as fast as I can." "Rondo, I'm perfectly fine, so just go back to your duties." But the boy just gave him a pitiful look, stammering, But young master, you should at least put some ointment on those scratches." Rondo chased after him, calling out, "Young master!" The two of them rushed off, leaving a deeply conflicted Sylvia behind. She thought to herself, "As a witch, practically no existing potion has any effect on me. I have no idea what Patrick told the boy, but out of every member of the Otori family I've ever seen, Lion is the weakest and the one whose suffering breaks my heart the most. Yet seeing that foolish child push himself all night just to gather some herbs." But deep down, a tiny, flickering spark of hope began to ignite. The lingering image of him as a fragile little boy made it so hard for her to believe. Could Lion really pull off the impossible? Could that boy actually brew such a potion? A few days later, Sylvia went to see Patrick in person. He welcomed her in. "Ah, you're here. Judging by the look on your face, I take it the potion actually worked." The anxious, heavy look that once plagued Sylvia was completely gone. She spoke with undeniable pride. "My mind and emotions, things that had withered and faded over the decades, have suddenly become crystal clear. I knew the boy was working hard, but I never expected him to brew a potion that actually affects me in such a short amount of time. This should have been absolutely impossible unless you interfered, Patriarch." But he immediately shook his head. "Sylvia, I didn't lift a finger. I was already up to my neck trying to sort out Lion's coming-of-age ceremony, which had to be cancelled after his mana shock." And indeed behind him sat a literal mountain of towering paperwork. Sylvia's expression turned dead serious as she voiced her concern. "If Lion really brewed a potion of this caliber all by himself, then we have an entirely different problem on our hands. This is exactly like a hero's potion. By definition, a hero is an entity born into this world at the exact same time as the monsters, destined to save the world right before it gets entirely swallowed by darkness. But a hero's personal life has never once been a happy one. They are condemned to fight countless bloody battles to save a chaotic world, constantly tasting absolute despair and crushing emptiness with every single choice they make. And the moment peace is finally restored, they just vanish, tossed aside like a disposable tool whose only purpose was to save the world." Patrick's gaze darkened in agreement. "Exactly. They vanish without a single trace, as if they simply evaporated into thin air. The surviving comrades and their descendants have spent years desperately searching for that hero, but to this day we haven't found so much as a shadow. If, by some twisted miracle, Lion actually is a hero, what on earth are we supposed to do? Losing the comrade who fought by my side on the battlefield was already agonizing enough. I refuse to go through that hell all over again, especially not with my own grandson." Sylvia froze for a brief moment, but a second later a warm smile spread across her face. "Then I suppose it's time we hide our precious child away, perfectly out of sight. And as for this old woman, Sylvia, I am officially declaring my retirement." Patrick's eyes went wide in pure shock. "What? You can't do that. That's completely absurd. You're telling me you'd willingly throw away your own freedom just to hide Lion? You never wanted to be chained to this house for the rest of your life. If it were up to me, I'd track down that hidden contract right now and finally let you rest." In stark contrast to Patrick's frantic protests, She just calmly called his name, Patrick! Worrying about a witch is the single most useless thing in this entire world. I've already memorized every single clause in that contract. The witch Sylvia cannot leave the Atori territory, and the witch Sylvia may live as a human within the Atori territory. At that exact moment, a figure materialized by the window and chimed in. And since our precious child has finally helped me feel a little more human, it was another version of Sylvia herself. She let out an amused laugh. I will be more than happy to stay right by his side and protect him. Time quietly slipped by until the magnificent white castle was bathed in the rich, golden hues of sunset. Inside a chaotic study overflowing with towering stacks of books, a deep male voice broke the silence. A new maid has arrived, and as my brother Lion's personal maid no less. The young man speaking was Jisoo, the second young master of the Atori family. Jisoo was an unparalleled genius and the rightful heir to the family, an archmage and the youngest four-circle mage in history. He was also the descendant who mirrored Patriarch Patrick the most in absolutely every regard. His youth wasn't a weakness, it was his most terrifying weapon. For someone like him, taking on a new servant was highly suspicious. He gave a slight raise of his eyebrow. Right in front of him sat Sylvia's resume, yet the portrait attached was of that black-haired girl. He frowned in disbelief. She worked here for so long and she just quits over a single vial of potion? Her sudden retirement made absolutely no sense at all. And the exact moment Sylvia left, a brand new servant took her place. Something was definitely off here. Let's rewind to last night. It turned out Jisoo had spoken with Sylvia yesterday. He sat in his chair with his legs crossed, struggling to believe her resignation. You look quite radiant. Have you truly decided to retire? Sylvia didn't reveal the whole truth. Instead, she replied gently, Yes, I wanted to come and bid you a final farewell before my departure. Young Master Leon's potion. It has helped me immensely. Jisoo naturally refused to accept this. I still can't believe it. Sylvia offered a gentle suggestion. If you wish to see for yourself whether my words are true, why not pay the eldest young master a visit? After all, when you were little, you used to follow him around everywhere. Those words instantly broke the tension. His face flushed slightly. That was only when I was a child. Sylvia gently pressed the matter one last time. Young master, I know it may be hard to accept, but everything I've said is the absolute truth. If you ever find yourself curious, just follow the eldest young master for a little while. What do you have to lose? Those parting words had been echoing in Jisoo's mind ever since. He couldn't stop thinking about it. I couldn't talk her out of it, and she looked so much more at peace than usual. Is all of this really thanks to my foolish brother? It doesn't make any logical sense. None at all, but still. With that, he snatched up his long coat, determined to track Leon down. I'll just have to go and see for myself. They said he usually heads to the Misty Forest, right? Night had already fallen over the Atori territory, cloaking the Misty Forest in darkness. Jisoo ventured deep into the woods alone, muttering complaints under his breath as he walked. This forest is just as gloomy as ever. There isn't even a decent path. What on earth could possibly be worth him trekking all the way out here for? If he just needed herbs for alchemy, he could have easily ordered Ron to fetch them. Suddenly, a rustling noise caught his attention. What was that? Jisoo immediately followed the noise, creeping closer to the source of the sound. As it turned out, the sound was coming from a lone figure crouched on the ground. It was Leon clutching a roasted sweet potato. But in Jisoo's eyes, the scene played out like absolute horror. Brother, why, what the hell are you doing? Right at that moment, Leon opened his mouth wide, ready to take a massive bite. In a panic, Jisoo immediately cast a spell. You can't eat that. Don't put that filthy thing in your mouth. For about 2 seconds, time completely stood still. Everything froze. Leon slumped hard onto the dirt. Having his food ruined right as it reached his lips, he let out an agonizing scream. No! He dropped to his knees before his ruined sweet potato, wailing in absolute despair. Furious, Leon whipped around and roared, Who did this? Why the hell would you do that? But as the smoke cleared and he got a good look, he froze in sheer disbelief. Standing right in front of him was his little brother. Leon blinked in shock. Jisoo, what are you doing out here? Meanwhile, Jisoo was internally panicking over what he had just done. Crap, I was only planning to take a quick peek and sneak away. Seeing his brother's flustered expression, Leon slowly connected the dots. Wait a minute. You came all the way out here just to see me? Don't tell me. Are you trying to scope out the competition? No, it's nothing like that. Jisoo let out an awkward cough and tried to explain himself. First of all, I apologize for casting a spell so suddenly. But you really shouldn't be eating something completely covered in dirt like that. It's utterly unsanitary. Leon quickly defended his meal. But it's a sweet potato. Sweet potatoes are supposed to have a little dirt on them. Diso tilted his head, genuinely perplexed. A sweet potato? You mean that starchy root vegetable? That weirdly clinical definition left Leon at a loss for words. Well, yes, but no one has ever described it like that before. I don't even know how to respond to that. But then a horrifying realization hit him. Are you serious right now? Have you never eaten a sweet potato before? The question left Diso completely stunned. His blank, clueless expression was all the answer Leon needed. Leon looked at him with profound pity. Never eaten one. Oh, you have truly missed out on one of life's greatest joys. Diso frowned in confusion. Is it really that big of a deal? Naturally, as the eldest brother, Leon took it upon himself to show his little sibling what a true earthly delicacy tasted like. For now, just go take a seat over there and rest. I'm going to dig up a few more nearby. Diso hesitated for a moment but ultimately didn't refuse. All right then. After walking a short distance, Leon suddenly turned back. Oh, come to think of it, you can use fire magic, can't you? Do you think you could start a small campfire for us? Diso didn't quite see the point, but he complied anyway. Sure, that's easy enough. And so, while his older brother was off digging in the dirt, Diso easily got a fire going. Leon returned shortly after, his arms fully loaded with sweet potatoes. Is everything ready? Diso gave a soft nod. Yes. Leon walked right up and tossed the entire pile straight into the roaring flames. Perfect. In that case, now we just have to sit back and wait for them to cook. Diso looked skeptical. Are they going to burn if we just leave them in there like that? Don't worry about it. The skin is super thick, so the inside is going to roast completely perfectly. All right then. The atmosphere suddenly grew incredibly quiet. The two brothers sat across from each other, neither saying a single word. Diso kept his eyes glued to the crackling fire roasting the sweet potatoes. It seemed he had completely forgotten the real reason he came out here in the first place. Meanwhile, Leon was secretly stealing glances at his little brother's thoughtful, quiet face. That's when he finally spoke up. Sometimes doing something a little out of the ordinary can really help clear your head. Pushing forward is great and all, but taking a breather is just as important. Diso replied, I think I understand. But right at that moment, Leon noticed the potatoes were done. Smells amazing. Looks like they're ready. Let's dig in. Diso held the sweet potato in his hands, staring at it like it was some strange creature. Still, he took a cautious little bite. Instantly, the rich sweetness won him over. This is really good, Diso blurted out. Seeing his little brother enjoying the food, Leon let out a relieved sigh. Right, it's called a banana sweet potato. The Aturgi territory was usually warm and didn't really have a winter, but there were still times when the weather turned a bit chilly. This forest in particular was dark and windy, making the air feel pretty biting. This kind of weather reminded him of a certain treat. When it's freezing like this, what do we crave? Exactly! Bunjopang and roasted sweet potatoes. Oh, and throw in some fish cake broth and hot dog too. That perfect combo of natural sweetness and cozy warmth. It's hard to survive the cold without them. While Leon was lost in his thoughts, Diso kept happily munching away. Watching him, Leon thought to himself, the kid's really got an appetite. Well, kids his age do eat like horses. Back when I was in school, I was eating all the time too. Breakfast, snacks, lunch, and then more snacks. Mostly instant noodles. A moment later, Diso's eyes went wide with absolute shock. Piled up around his feet was a mountain of potato peels. Diso blinked. Did I really eat that much? Leon let out a cheerful laugh. I'm glad you liked it. Hearing that, Diso got a little flustered and stammered, well, as you can see, yeah, it's not often we get to bond like this. I told you to eat as much as you want. After all, you've been breaking your back working for this family in my place. You know how it is. Being sick is painful, but being the one taking care of the sick person, that takes a huge toll on you too. Diso immediately shook his head. I never saw it as a burden. And I've never once blamed you, brother. But if I'm being honest, I was a little jealous of you. Because you have things that I don't. Not that I'm ungrateful for my current position, mind you. I'll keep doing my absolute best. Leon chuckled at his earnestness. All right, I get it. He's really just a kid after all. Stepping fully into the role of a supportive older brother, Leon offered some comforting advice. You know, you're at the age where it's okay to be a little selfish. If there ever comes a day when you're just sick and tired of studying, Lana, it's completely fine to just let loose and do whatever you want. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Diso and gave his shoulder a gentle squeeze. You've been doing a great job. Those words filled Diso with a profound warmth, lifting the heavy burden of succession off his shoulders. He finally understood the hidden meaning behind Sylvia's advice. Just like Madame Sylvia said, "I'm really glad I came to see you, brother." With their stomachs full, Leon quickly headed back to his room. He eagerly opened his system panel to check his balance. Wait, I've already saved up 71,500 shillings? I'll be able to unlock the shilling shop soon? Grinding for Madame Sylvia's potion nearly killed me, but at least I leveled up a decent amount in the process. Then a look of slight pity crossed his face. It's a shame the old man got rejected by Madame Sylvia, though. Well, whatever, that's their business. Not like I can do anything about it. If Patrick had heard that, he probably would have had a heart attack and screamed, "That's not what happened, you brat!" Leon was in an absolutely fantastic mood. I've gotten pretty close with Daiso now. I don't have to worry about getting kicked out of the house anymore, so I can just kick back and enjoy life. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," Leon called out. The door opened and a clear, gentle female voice spoke up. "Greetings." Standing there was Sylvia, now in the guise of a young maid. She bowed gracefully. "My name is Elvia. Starting today, I will be your personal maid serving you." Young Master Leon froze for a second. What the? Why does she feel so weirdly familiar? He pondered for a moment. She's definitely got some kind of secret backstory going on. No wonder Madame Sylvia suddenly announced her retirement. So this was the real reason. Honestly, it'd be weirder if a fantasy world didn't have other races. Heck, there are even dwarves running around here. Snapping out of it, Leon offered a warm smile. "I'll be in your care, Elvia." Sylvia bowed respectfully. "Yes, my lord. Please call for me whenever you require assistance." Then his tone shifted to one of genuine gratitude. "And thank you. Thanks to you, my brother and I have gotten a lot closer." Hearing that, Elvia fell silent, just staring at him for a moment. A second later, her calm, professional demeanor returned, though she looked slightly puzzled. "I apologize, young master, but I'm not entirely sure I understand what you mean." Leon just laughed it off. "Oh, it's nothing." Grabbing his things to head out, he smoothly changed the subject. "We can chat more later, all right?" With that, Leon eagerly headed for the door. "I've got plans to hang out with Diso today." Golden sunlight bathed the bustling streets, teeming with people going about their day. But Diso's eyes were filled with utter confusion. "No matter how I look at this, it just doesn't make any sense. Why?" Leon was trudging toward him, looking absolutely haggard. It made Daiso seriously wonder, how is his stamina still this awful when he hikes up a mountain literally every single day? Then again, Leon did have a history of collapsing from sheer exhaustion after taking just 870,943 steps and falling asleep mid-meal from fatigue 34,963 times. Desperate to find a logical explanation, Diso thought, could this be an after effect of the mana shock? A total depletion of mana in his body? I need to have a priest take a look at him right away. It was worrying since the mages and the temple had never gotten along, but at this rate he was going to collapse before the coming-of-age ceremony. Daichio carefully stepped up to support him. "Let's take it slow." Lion clutched his chest, breathing heavily. "God, why am I so exhausted today?" Dishuo carefully calculated in his head. "So we have to avoid being spotted by both the family and the temple and make sure he can safely meet a priest. It might take some time, but the most reliable way to meet a priest is through volunteer work." Dishuo quickly mapped out a plan in his mind. Since the temple's teachings encourage volunteer work, we can use that to naturally approach the priest. Lion quickly steadied himself and asked, "So where are we heading now?" Dishuo cautiously reminded him, "First of all, two young nobles wandering around is going to draw a lot of attention. We need to buy some disguises first." Lion looked a bit confused. "Disguises? You mean like from a clothing store?" Daizhou immediately shot that down. "Nope." He smiled brightly and replied, "A magic tool shop." A short while later, the two of them stopped in front of a small magic tool shop. The moment Lion stepped inside, he looked around with wide-eyed curiosity. He exclaimed excitedly, "I've traveled all over this territory, but I never expected a place like this to exist." Dizhou casually walked ahead. "Only people in the know come here. I doubt they sell any contraband. Right?" At this, he suddenly felt a bit guilty and averted his eyes. "Probably." Lion froze when he heard that. "What do you mean, probably?" Lion went back to inspecting the other items. He noticed things like earrings and pens lined up on the shelves. "There's a lot of cool stuff here, but why does it all look like children's toys?" Dishuo coughed awkwardly and explained, "I stumbled upon this place back when I was at the academy. They might look like toys, but a lot of them have some seriously high-tier effects." Lion nodded with an amused, knowing look. Ah, I see. Just then, the shop owner walked out to greet them with a warm smile. Of course they do. He enthusiastically pitched his wares. My shop has everything except hair growth potions. My nasal clearance potions and automatic hair washing magic tools are selling like hotcakes right now. Disio cut straight to the chase. We're looking to buy some disguises. Hector happily led the two of them deeper into the shop. Disguises? But of course, they're right over there, just follow me. A moment later, he pointed to a neatly arranged pile of gleaming magic tools. Everything right here is for disguises. From delicate bracelets for banquets to insoles that boost your height. Hector introduced them with burning enthusiasm. The standard items that slightly tweak your appearance are over on this side. Then he pulled back another curtain. The premium items that can even change your hair color are over here. The stuff in this section is highly effective, but the price is definitely a lot steeper. Disho and Lion's eyes quickly locked onto a brilliantly glowing item. It was a flawless disguise magic tool that altered you from head to toe, guaranteeing that even your own parents wouldn't recognize you after using it. The two brothers exchanged a subtle glance, clearly sharing the exact same thought. Soon after, the shop door clicked shut behind them, accompanied by the owner's cheerful farewell. Come back anytime, Disho asked carefully. So, how is it? Does it work? Lion chuckled in delight. This place is actually amazing. I'll have to come back later and take a closer look. Then he looked down at the heavy shopping bag in his hand. I guess they threw in some freebies since we bought something so expensive. Disho guessed nonchalantly. It's probably nothing special. They aren't exactly known for their generosity. But as Lion peered inside, he suddenly spotted something. It looked like an item repair kit capable of fixing master tier gear. Lion was secretly astounded. They gave us this as a freebie? It's worth way more than the hairpin itself. Maybe because it looks so old? Disho noticed his reaction and said casually, I don't have any use for that kind of stuff. You can keep it all. Lion asked in disbelief. Even something this good? Are you sure? Disho nodded to confirm. Yeah, don't worry about it. Lion excitedly handed him a hairpin. Awesome! Should we put our disguises on first? Disho carefully scanned their surroundings. This alley looks pretty quiet. Let's head in there. The very next second, their golden blonde hair rapidly changed color, and their eyes shifted to a deep turquoise. Lion looked at his new appearance and immediately marveled. This is incredible! The disguise is absolutely flawless! Disho stepped out confidently. With this, we can walk around without a care in the world. Ready to go? Lion replied eagerly, Let's do it! A little while later, Lion's voice rang out over the rushing sound of water. Disho, you said we were going to do volunteer work. Why are we at a flour mill? He stared at the scene in front of him, totally bewildered. We are still going to volunteer, right? Disho calmly explained. That's right, but wheat flour is on the donation list, so we had to stop by and check on it. As he walked inside, he continued. And the fun part is, they also bake and sell their own bread here. I heard the bread made from their freshly milled flour is really something special. Lion's eyes widened in realization. That's pretty cool. I always thought mills only ground grain or pressed oil. But deep down, Disho was feeling a bit sly. Of course, I have a totally different reason for coming here. A man named Nicholas immediately came out to greet them. Welcome, gentlemen. I've been waiting for you. Dequo had planned this all along. His real goal was to meet this very man. He was one of the few devout believers in the Arthur territory. He was well known for his generous donations and wide network of connections. If I can build a relationship with him, I'll naturally be able to get close to the temple. And who knows, I might even get the chance to meet a priest. Without missing a beat, Disho asked, Is the order ready? Nicholas beamed warmly. But of course it is! He spun around excitedly and pointed at the sacks stacked inside. It's been ages since I got to mill such high-quality wheat. I'm thrilled to death over here. Not a single weevil in sight. But saying that made Nicholas a bit curious. Why do you boys need so much flour anyway? Disho quickly provided an explanation. I saw some starving kids a while back and it broke my heart. So I decided to make a small donation. Nicholas grew even more excited at those words. What a wonderful decision! Have you figured out where you're going to donate it? Disho took the perfect opening to ask. I'm still thinking about it. Do you have any suggestions? Nicholas held his chin deep in thought. Disho impatiently prayed in his head. Please say the temple, please say the temple. And right on cue, Nicholas offered, If that's the case, would you be interested in donating to the orphanage run by the temple? Internally, Disho was screaming with joy, Jackpot! But on the outside, he maintained his cool composure. Run by the temple, you say? He calmly pressed for details. How many kids are there? Nicholas made a rough guess. Not too many, I'd say around 30. Dishuo feigned a look of skepticism. I always thought the temple's facilities were much better off. Nicholas let out a soft sigh and explained, well, they used to be, but things are pretty tough right now. I heard the temple's subsidies have been cut back quite a bit. It's a bit of a sensitive topic, so he was slightly awkward. Since this is the Atergi territory where magic reigns supreme, they have a really hard time getting donations, and given the status of prestigious magic families, they're probably reluctant to support a temple-affiliated orphanage. With that said, Nicholas secretly glanced over, quietly evaluating the person in front of him. Judging by this massive flower order and his refined demeanor, he seems to come from a very prestigious family. I hope this connection will help improve the orphanage's situation. Leon suddenly spoke up, interrupting, wait, you said they bake bread here too, right? Even if we donate flour, it'll still take them time to actually make something out of it. He excitedly rolled up his sleeves and suggested, then how about we bake some bread for the kids to eat right now? Continuing to persuade, he added, even with the flour, the kids are probably missing other ingredients. Since we're at it, they'd absolutely love receiving some hot, freshly baked bread, wouldn't they, Nicholas? Without a second of hesitation, he happily agreed right away. Is that so? Of course you can. My shop is famous for making the best bread in this area, you know. Jisoo suddenly froze, realizing he had been so focused on his brother that he didn't even consider the actual situation at the orphanage. He couldn't believe he had overlooked such small details. Then he looked at Leon with deep admiration. My brother really is always so thoughtful. Jisoo quickly agreed, that's a fantastic idea. Nicholas immediately perked up. That's wonderful. The three of them headed inside to get straight to work. All right then, let's start baking right away. On the table, there was whole wheat flour and premium olive oil. Leon studied them thoughtfully. Let's see, we've got plenty of flour and olive oil. I guarantee the flavor is going to be absolutely amazing. Nicholas gave a brief introduction. The bread we're making today is a basic barley bread that's very popular. It's incredibly simple to make, but incredibly delicious, and kids absolutely love it. Saying that, he proactively rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. First, I'll demonstrate with a small loaf. Nicholas began pouring out each ingredient, mixing a specific amount of flour with salt, yeast, and milk in perfect proportions to make the dough. Then, he placed the dough into a tray greased with olive oil to let it rise. He explained while deftly kneading. Next, gently press down on the risen dough to push all the air bubbles out, and finally mix in some crushed sunflower seeds, and a smooth ball of dough quickly took shape. And there you have it. Jisoo followed the instructions and quickly produced a few of his own. He evaluated silently. This is really easy. Compared to magic, this is unbelievably simple. Jisoo looked curiously at Leon beside him. Are you done already? Nicholas also asked with concern. Is the young master not finished yet? Meanwhile, Leon was doing some sort of hocus-pocus on his dough. I think I need a little more time. I can feel it. Nicholas, left speechless, replied, Yes, I understand. Then I'll bake your younger brothers and mine first. The soft, fresh dough was quickly placed into the oven and baked until crispy and golden. A moment later, Nicholas eagerly opened the oven. Let's see how they turned out. Seeing a small, pitch-black lump sitting inside made the two of them freeze. Nicholas awkwardly explained and consoled him. Oh my, if you add too much flour, the bread will burn like this. But since it's your first time, we can't blame you, young master. Still, this is actually pretty good for a first try. Suddenly, a rich, sweet aroma wafted out. Nicholas immediately looked at the oven in the back. It seems the eldest young master's bread is finished too. He quickly pulled the baking tray out. Let me take a look. Right then, a blinding aura suddenly flashed, forcing all three to quickly shield their eyes. Wait a minute! This is a whole wheat loaf made by Atergi, with beyond exceptional quality. His cooking proficiency has also leveled up to level 2. Nicholas stared in disbelief at the perfectly crispy hot bread. How on earth did you bake a loaf of such incredible quality? He asked in awe. Just how did you do it? Leon scratched his head and smiled sheepishly. I didn't really do anything special. Then he confessed softly, this bread is for the kids. Even though I can't give them this every day, at least for today I want them to eat plenty of delicious bread. These sincere words from Leon left Nicholas stunned. Besides, if it looks nice, the kids will be even more excited. So, I scored a few lines on top of the dough. I didn't expect the results to be this much better than I hoped. His image of Leon and his brother instantly changed. At first, I thought they were just wealthy nobles using charity as an excuse to play at commoner life. But I was completely wrong. Jisoo also showed his amazement. Brother, you really have a gift for this. Leon laughed heartily and replied, Thanks. Nicholas continued his train of thought. These two young masters are baking bread for the children with all their hearts. If that's the case, he suddenly spoke up. Young masters, would you mind continuing to bake here for a little while? There's somewhere I absolutely must go right now. Jizu was slightly startled, but quickly agreed. Sure, you must have your own work to do, and yet we've kept you here for way too long. Nicholas replied comfortably, It's no problem at all. Saying that, he hurriedly turned and dashed off. I'll be back as fast as I can. Leon watched Nicholas's rushed departure with a confused look. He seems really busy. Did we bother him by asking him to teach us how to bake? Jisu calmly reassured him, It'll be fine, brother. I'm sure he'll be back soon, so let's just keep baking. Right after, he immediately regained his spirit. I'm going to give it my all so I don't fall behind you. Leon burst into an excited laugh. Then I can't afford to lose either. The two of them went back to working on the fragrant loaves of bread. The achievement progress for the apprentice baker title continuously increased. Under Leon's dedicated guidance, Jisu also began producing batches of delicious bread. Not long after, Nicholas's voice rang out, I'm back, young masters. Leon turned his head and stared blankly. You're back already? But right behind Nicholas had brought quite a few people with him. Lion was a little taken aback, realizing he wasn't alone, as a warm woman stepped up to explain with a bright smile. Nicholas isn't usually like this, you see, but he told us how deeply moved he was by the pure kindness of you two young masters, so we all came out here to pitch in however we could. Gia unexpectedly showed up to lend a hand as well. That's right, my husband wanted to come too for the sake of the little ones, but he's swamped with work at the smithy right now, so I came in his place. Oh my... Lion quickly pressed a finger to his lips, shushing her. Catching on, Gia awkwardly cut herself off. Ah, never mind. Then she suddenly set down a massive crate of supplies, and the rest of the crowd quickly followed suit, pulling out all sorts of ingredients. There was even one woman who left the whole crowd completely jaw-dropped as she single-handedly slammed down 4 massive sacks of supplies, making the very ground shake beneath them. The onlookers were left in absolute awe. What in the world? Just look at her arms! That's every farmer's absolute dream right there. Excuse me, miss, ma'am, rumor has it she once wrestled a bear barehanded. Witnessing this whole scene unfold, Jisoo was absolutely thrilled. I never expected them to donate so many supplies. Everything is going so perfectly, brother. Lion was deeply moved as well. You're right. The people of our territory are truly so kind-hearted. Seeing the radiant smiles on everyone's faces, Jisoo quietly reflected on himself. Is this what happens when you pour your entire heart into even the smallest of things? All I cared about was using Nicholas to get to the priest. I feel so ashamed of myself. At that thought, he smiled and looked over at Lion. As long as my brother fully recovers his health, Jisoo confidently told himself, he is absolutely destined for greatness. A few hours later, at the temple's orphanage in the Aster territory, the massive hall of donations was quickly brought inside. Oh, thank you so much, the director cried out in absolute joy. I simply don't know how I could ever repay such grace from you noble young masters. Lion just offered a warm, easy smile. Please, sister, there's no need for such formalities. We're just happy we could help. A bunch of curious kids came running over. What's this? It smells so yummy. Oh, children, please. The director gently scolded them in a fluster. You must say your greetings first. But in no time, the little courtyard was overflowing with the joyous laughter and chatter of the kids. Look, there's so much stuff. Let me see. Wow, there are new clothes too. They're so pretty. The director then turned and said softly, Young masters, if it isn't too much trouble, would you mind handing out the bread to the children yourselves? I'll go ahead and move the rest of these donations inside. Jisoo happily agreed. Of course, we'd be more than happy to. The two brothers quickly brought out the large baskets of bread. All right, everyone, come line up and get your bread. The little ones eagerly rushed over to grab a piece. Wow, it looks so yummy, thank you. Lion suddenly caught sight of a quiet corner nearby. There, standing all alone in the shade of a large green tree, was a little boy keeping completely to himself. Catching Lion's gaze, the boy immediately spun on his heel and darted off. Puzzled, Lion turned to the director to ask, Who was that little boy that just ran off? The director followed his gaze and replied, Ah, that child is Peter. She let out a soft sigh. I am so sorry if he seemed a bit rude. The children are still so young, they don't always know how to accept this kind of generosity. Please, young master, don't pay Peter any mind. Watching the little boy's retreating figure, Lion murmured to himself, Peter, huh? Glancing around at all the kids who had gotten their share, Lion smiled. Well, it looks like we've handed out bread to just about everyone here. Seeing him suddenly walk past, the director called out, Oh, young master, where are you going? Lion simply hugged the bread basket and gave a warm smile. Peter hasn't gotten his piece yet. By this time, Peter had curled up in a quiet corner, hugging his knees all by himself. Lion recalled what the others had told him about the boy. Little Peter had his adoption revoked 3 separate times because he was just too timid and closed off. Ever since then, the boy vehemently refused any charity food or donations. Lion gazed quietly at the boy, taking him in. He looks about the same age as the little ones back at our estate. Even so, catching sight of Peter's frail, bony arms, he couldn't help but ache for him. He's just so terribly thin. Hey there, Peter, Lion called out softly, making the boy jump in surprise. When Peter didn't answer, Lion crouched down to his eye level and spoke in a gentle, coaxing tone. Peter, I brought something super delicious. Do you want to try a little bite? The other kids already got theirs, so this piece is just for you. Peter just furrowed his brow, completely giving the noisy adult next to him the cold shoulder. Putting on his best puppy dog eyes, Lion held out a piece of bread and tried to tempt him. Man, getting to eat this right now would totally hit the spot. It's made from freshly ground wheat, so it's perfectly chewy, super buttery, and still incredibly warm. But no matter how stubborn Peter was acting, he couldn't stop his traitorous stomach from loudly growling. Seeing the little boy blush a deep shade of red, Lion secretly cheered in his head. Ah, so he really is starving. Lion let out a soft breath, hiding a small smile as he thought to himself. If he was just throwing a tantrum, I would have kept teasing him, but for him to be this exhausted and still refuse so stubbornly, I just need to give the poor kid a little space and time. It wasn't until the sky began to bleed into a deep golden sunset. Everyone else was cheerfully saying their goodbyes. I'm heading back inside now. Thank you all so much for your hard work today. Only then did Peter finally peek his eyes open. I accidentally fell asleep. Well, whatever. It's better this way. Everyone's probably gone home by now anyway. The boy finally sat up, muttering with bitter resentment. What a bunch of total hypocrites. They just want to feel smug and pat themselves on the back for doing charity work. Once they get what they want, they'll never show their faces again. Why do they even bother coming here and playing their stupid little volunteer games with us anyway? But before he could even finish his thought, Lion, who had been sitting quietly beside him this entire time, smiled and asked, Oh, are you finally awake? Peter was startled and yelled out, full of suspicion toward this confusing adult. What the heck? Why are you still here? Why haven't you left yet? Lion smirked and replied, You were sleeping so soundly I just couldn't bear to wake you. Before Peter could even process it, Lion held the bread out in front of the kid's face. Aren't you hungry? I'm starving. Want a bite? No. Peter furrowed his brows in sheer stubbornness and turned his face away. Are you sure? Lion pulled the bread back and said, All right, if you say so. With that said, he immediately tore the bread right in half. Under Peter's utterly shocked gaze, Lion took a huge bite out of one half without hesitation. What the heck are you doing? Lion replied with feigned reluctance. Eating the bread, obviously. You said you didn't want it. It'd be a waste to throw it out, so I guess I'll just have to finish it myself. Saying that, he opened his mouth to take another bite, leaving Peter completely flustered. Wait a second! The kid hurriedly snatched the remaining half from Lion's hand and yelled out, Fine, I'll eat it, okay? Holding the bread in his hands, Peter didn't hesitate to take a massive bite. The moment he swallowed the bread, the kid's eyes lit up and sparkled. It's so good! He watched Peter stuff his cheeks full of bread and let out a gentle smile. Once the half was completely gone, Lion pulled out a whole new loaf and handed it over. Here! He gave a refreshing nod and said, This was actually my portion, but oh well, I'll just let you have it. Looking at the mouth-watering bread right in front of him, Peter couldn't help but feel a strange sense of unfamiliarity. This is so weird. There are clearly no special ingredients in it. It's just a completely normal piece of bread. Peter stood there frozen, that strange feeling washing over him again. Then why is it so insanely good? The kid bit his lip, overwhelmed by a deep sense of grievance. Things like this are usually just for show. Memories of being sent back to the orphanage flooded his mind like a movie reel. Humans were all the same. The people who treated him kindly like this always ended up abandoning him here. They would just make up excuses, saying it was because he didn't look at them like his real parents, only to toss him away all over again. Just thinking about it made Peter's heart ache, and he bit his lip even harder. The kid wolfed down the bread while muttering coldly, "Liars, all grown-ups are just a bunch of liars." So, Lion cut him off before the kid could even finish. "Hey Peter, did you know?" Seeing the kid's eyes locked onto him, he continued, "When adults get upset, they usually skip their meals. They don't realize that it only makes them feel worse, and they always end up regretting it later. But even though you're feeling incredibly sad right now, you're still eating so well without skipping a single bite." The afternoon breeze gently swept a few strands of Lion's hair aside, revealing a warm, radiant smile on his face. "When I was baking this bread today, I was secretly hoping that someone would really enjoy eating it. So, I'm incredibly happy that you like it." Peter fell completely silent. His eyes seemed to hold 1,000 unspoken feelings, glimmering with a sudden bright realization. Not even 5 seconds into this touching moment, Lion narrowed his eyes and teased, "Oh, are you crying right now?" The kid's face flushed red as he defensively fired back, "I am not crying. It's just because the bread is so good, that's all." He asked playfully, "Is that so?" The kid gritted his teeth and looked away. "Yeah," Peter suddenly muttered under his breath. "So." After a brief moment of hesitation, the kid spoke up shyly, "Thank you for this." Hearing those words, a gentle, tender smile graced Lion's lips. He held out his pinky finger right in front of Peter and offered, "Next time I come around, I'll bake some more just for you. Come on, let's make a pinky promise." Peter froze and stammered. "A promise?" Lion added with a grin. "I'll have you know, this young master has never broken a promise in his life." His eyes reflected an unwavering sense of trust. "You'd better remember that." Staring deeply into those reliable eyes, the kid could only stand there, completely mesmerized. Peter finally raised his own pinky to hook it with his. "Next time, I'm gonna eat 2 of them." Hearing that, Lion playfully ruffled the kid's hair and said, "Why stop at 2? You could easily house 3 of them. Judging by your appetite today, I'm probably gonna have to bake a whole ton of bread next time." Peter grumbled in playful annoyance, "Hey, come on!" Watching this entire scene unfold from afar, the orphanage director couldn't help but gasp in pure astonishment. "Oh my heavens!" She looked at Peter's glowing face, marveling deeply in her heart. "It has been so long since I last saw that child smile. If only we had shown them this kind of genuine sincerity in the past. Those children would have opened their hearts to us a long time ago." From a distance, the director heard Lion cheerfully announce, "All right then, let's go check on the other kids." Peter smiled so brightly his eyes turned into little crescents and replied, "Okay." Their warm, retreating figures made the director's heart ache with a pang of guilt. "I feel so utterly ashamed. All this time I've been neglecting these children under the poor excuse of being too busy. A truly genuine soul like him absolutely deserves the Lord's greatest blessings." A little while later, the director politely bid her farewells to the rest of the guests. "Please do come and visit us again next time. Thank you so much, everyone." "Of course, we will see you all next time." "Excuse me, young masters, if it wouldn't be too much of a bother." Just as Lion and Jizo were getting ready to leave, the director unexpectedly called out to stop them. "Could the 2 of you possibly stay at the orphanage just a little while longer? We simply cannot let you leave like this after you've done such wonderful deeds for us today." The director offered an awkward but warm smile. "I just went and checked the schedule, and it turns out that people from the temple are actually coming to pray for the children today. Because of that." Seeing the surprised looks on their faces, she continued, "Why don't the 2 of you stay and receive a blessing from the priest before you head out?" Jisoo politely placed a hand over his chest, secretly rejoicing. "It worked! Since you've been so thoughtful, sister, it would be terribly rude of us to refuse. We are deeply honored to accept." The director gestured forward to lead the way. "Right this way, gentlemen." The urgent clatter of a speeding carriage echoed through the air. A man's silhouette flickered behind the curtains. "The priest will be here very soon, sir." The next day, Jisoo sat alone in the middle of a dead silent drawing room. He recalled their conversation from earlier. "Brother, why don't you postpone meeting the priest for another time? Since he's from the temple, I'm worried he might try to hurt you." Lion casually agreed. "Sure thing." Jisoo was a bit surprised, not expecting him to agree so easily. Lion stood up and explained, "Actually, I just remembered I have some matters to take care of back at the estate." He thought to himself in sheer disbelief, "That's it?" Outwardly, Lion smiled brightly, but inside he was doing flips of joy. "So don't worry about me, just go take care of your business. It's time for my baking lesson, so I'll head out first." Back in the present, Jisoo let out a heavy sigh. "This works too. What my brother needs is a prayer imbued with divine power. It would be incredibly troublesome if that priest holds a grudge against our family, so I need to meet him first and feel him out." Right at that moment, the door opened and a deep voice echoed through the room. It is a great honor to meet you. He clasped his hands together, a faint smirk playing on his lips, his golden eyes sharp and piercing. May the Lord's grace always be with our anonymous benefactor here. I am Licht, a humble servant of the Lord. Jisoo asked suspiciously, Anonymous benefactor? Licht took a seat unhurriedly. I heard from the orphanage director that you wish to keep your identity as the donor a secret. Jisoo nodded. Yes, that is correct. He silently evaluated the suspicious man sitting across from him. He's younger than I thought. I heard that young priests usually stay confined to the temple, yet he traveled all the way out here to bestow a prayer. He is definitely no ordinary man. Licht expressed his gratitude with utmost politeness. Thanks to your noble gesture, the temple has received a tremendous amount of help. On behalf of all the priests, I sincerely thank you. Jisoo replied with practiced modesty, Think nothing of it. This was only successful because everyone worked together. But the one who truly poured his heart into this is my older brother. Even baking bread for the kids was his idea. Hearing that, Licht looked up, eyes filled with curiosity. Your brother, you say? Seeming to remember something, Licht asked, Is he the one who headed home early due to health reasons? Jisoo gave a slight nod. That's right. He fidgeted with his fingers and recounted, My brother has had an incredibly frail constitution since childhood. Even now he is still battling a terrible illness. Jisoo looked up and said hesitantly, To be completely honest, I didn't come here entirely out of the goodness of my heart, or to do volunteer work. I intentionally arranged all of this so that you could examine my brother. Licht's eyes crinkled into a warm smile. Please ease your worries, my generous benefactor. It truly is a tragedy that such a righteous man has to suffer the torment of illness. However, I only came here in secret to avoid the prying eyes and ears of the temple. He watched Licht push up his glasses and thought to himself, Is he rejecting me? I can't read his expression at all. But suddenly the priest spoke up. In 3 days. The priest clasped his hands in front of his chest, a faint smirk on his lips. Exactly at this time 3 days from now, could you bring your brother here to meet me? The moment Jisoo returned to the Atizia state, he shouted out, Brother, for heaven's sake! He glared at his brother in sheer frustration. Why are you still awake at this hour? With your health, how can your body handle staying up so late? Lion awkwardly plopped down to avoid his gaze. I just couldn't fall asleep, that's all. Lion awkwardly tried to change the subject. Anyway, what's going on? Why did you rush in here in such a panic? Jisoo happily delivered the news. That priest agreed to give you a full medical examination. Hearing this, he immediately sat up. An examination? For me? Jisoo nodded and explained. Yes, he said he wants to lend a hand since he feels he owes you a great debt of gratitude. Lion thought to himself, but I'm just a little weak right now, it's a stretch to call it an illness. Ever since my mana awakened last time, my mana shock symptoms have completely disappeared. Besides, I never even had a chronic illness to begin with. He recalled all the things he'd been up to recently. In fact, I've been running around so much lately that my physical stamina has actually improved. Still, it's not a bad offer by any means. Should I just accept it? Lion decisively made up his mind. All right, I'll go. Jisoo's face lit up instantly. Really? Jisoo then frowned slightly. But there is one catch. That priest asked to meet at the crack of dawn, which sounds a bit strange to me. Lion asked curiously, Dawn on which day? Jisoo replied immediately, 3 days from now. 3 days later at the temple's orphanage, Lion, now in full disguise, glanced at the pitcher of water on the table. High-grade holy water? He thought to himself in admiration. He looks so young, yet he's already capable of creating something like this. That's genuinely impressive. Jisoo, who had quietly appeared behind him, suddenly called out, Brother! Lion hurriedly replied, I'm right here. Lion placed a hand over his chest and offered a slight bow. It is an absolute pleasure to meet you, priest. Licht clasped his hands together in return. May the Lord's grace always be with you both. I am also deeply honored to have an audience with our generous benefactors. First, why don't we sit down and have a little chat? Once the three of them were comfortably seated, Lion voiced the burning question on his mind. Come to think of it, priest, there is something I'm quite curious about. Licht gestured casually. Please, ask away. Taking the opening, Lion asked, If you don't mind, could you tell me why exactly you arranged for us to meet at the crack of dawn? The priest hesitated for a moment. Well, about that. The truth is, I recently had a dream about the two of you. Lion and Jisoo were completely stunned. A dream? Licht gestured with his hand, a faint smirk returning to his lips. That is correct. Sometimes priests blessed with extraordinary divine power receive revelations from the Lord through their sleep. It's commonly known as a prophetic dream. Jisoo remained a bit guarded as he carefully probed. If I may be so bold, what exactly happened in this dream? The priest chuckled softly. Oh, it wasn't anything too dramatic. The children were sleeping peacefully in a meadow, and the two of you were standing right by their side. Your appearances were a little different from how you look now, but it was undeniably you two. After I woke up, the dream left me with an incredibly warm feeling, which is why I wanted to meet you both in person. Licht mentally added to himself. Besides, I have something I need to confirm. He closely observed the two men sitting before him. I want to see exactly what kind of people showed up in my dream. Licht first cast a sharp, calculating glance toward Jisoo. The younger brother is a mage. He's very soft-spoken, polite, and looks incredibly young. To go to such lengths to disguise themselves, they must belong to a highly prominent family. Given the ruling powers in this region, there's a very high chance he belongs to the Atezi family. Is his actual goal really to cure his brother's illness? It's going to be a massive headache if the mages are trying to steal classified information from the temple. Well, I'll know for sure once I examine the older brother. Licht finally broke the silence and turned to Jisoo. Now then, just as we agreed, shall I begin the medical examination? Jisoo gave a slight nod and stood up. Yes, I'll step outside for a moment. I leave him in your capable hands. Once Jisoo had left the room, Licht stepped up to Lion. I shall begin now. He politely replied, Thank you. A mere second later, a brilliant blue light radiated from Licht's hands, slowly converging into Lion's body. Sensing that something was completely off, Licht furrowed his brow in deep suspicion. He stared at Lion's back in absolute disbelief. The blessing was cast perfectly, but why hasn't his body changed at all? My divine power couldn't possibly be this weak. With that thought, he poured in even more holy energy. Did I make a mistake somewhere? Even after casting the spell twice, Licht was left utterly shaken by the boy's condition. His face darkened, his jaw dropping in horror as he realized, This means... Lion cheerfully turned around to face him, speaking with a gentle smile. I really do feel so much better. He lightly massaged his previously stiff shoulder. Thoroughly satisfied, he continued, High Priest, I think this much blessing is more than enough. Startled, Licht stammered out, No! His once confident gaze was now entirely clouded with dread. There are only 3 reasons why a body wouldn't react to a High Priest's blessing. First, a mage of a higher rank than the priest is actively blocking the healing. Second, the person is already perfectly healthy and has no need for a blessing. And finally, they were born with a tragically short lifespan. Lion gave a small nod, flashing a bright, grateful smile. Thanks to you, I feel absolutely refreshed. Licht suddenly softened his tone, speaking with profound pity. My dear brother, if you ever need my help in the future... He stepped closer and tightly grasped both of Lion's hands. He lifted them up with a deeply sympathetic look. Please come to the temple and find me. When the physical agony becomes just too much to bear, and you can't even close your eyes to rest? A burning passion flared up within his heart. I will absolutely help you, whatever it takes. Do you understand me? Utterly clueless, Lion just awkwardly agreed. Yes. He opened the door, making sure to bid him farewell. Thank you so much for your kindness, High Priest. Think nothing of it? Well then, I pray we meet again. Watching Lion's silhouette slowly fade into the distance, Licht completely dropped his smile. He gazed after him reverently and prayed, May the Lord's grace be with you for whatever time you have left. Meanwhile, Lion scratched his head, muttering, Why do I suddenly feel so uneasy? The scene shifts to the Atri estate. The carriage brought the two brothers safely back home. Jisoo smiled warmly. I'm so glad you're looking a lot better. Going out at the crack of dawn was totally worth it. Lion nodded in agreement. I think so too. He rolled his shoulder, thinking happily. Since my body is already perfectly healthy, I couldn't really feel the effects of the divine power. Still, it's an incredibly handy magic to have. Just casting it once would have been plenty, yet he kept doing it over and over again. Thanks to that, though, my stiff shoulders from staying up all night baking are completely cured. Even the muscle aches are totally gone. However, he looked at his younger brother with concern. But Jisoo, you're looking a bit pale. Are you exhausted? Your eye bags are really dark. Jisoo flashed a reassuring smile. I'm perfectly fine. He turned to leave. I have to head out now. I've got mana training this morning. Lion gasped in shock. Wait, what? He let out a heavy sigh, muttering, You pulled another all-nighter, didn't you? If you keep pushing yourself this hard, your body is going to give out on you eventually. From out of nowhere, Sylvia appeared from behind and said, The heir's training schedule has always been grueling, but he seems even more swamped than usual lately. Lion stroked his chin in thought. Yeah, no kidding. I'm worried he's going to ruin his health. She stepped closer, speaking politely. If you are so concerned, why not try speaking with the patriarch? You will have to meet with him soon regarding your coming-of-age ceremony anyway, so you could take that opportunity to bring it up. Besides, the patriarch has likely had a lot on his mind lately too. Hearing this, Lion's face instantly lit up as an idea formed in his head. Sylvia offered a faint smile. Maybe I should bring him some sweets. A short while later, Lion and Sylvia made their way down to the kitchen. He skillfully took a rolling pin and began flattening the dough on the counter. Lion turned to her with a cheerful smile. That was a great idea, thanks, Sylvia. Cookies aren't too heavy and they have just the right amount of sweetness. Even grandfather... Wait, come to think of it, does grandfather even like sweets? With a completely deadpan expression, she corrected him. My name is Evia. Who on earth is Sylvia? The patriarch doesn't particularly care for sweets, but he will eat absolutely anything you make for him, young master, so there is no need to worry. Hearing that, Lion rubbed the back of his neck sheepishly. Even so, if he's going to eat them, I want him to actually enjoy them. Suddenly, as if a light bulb went off in his head, Lion gasped. Ah! Evia froze for a second, hazarding a guess. Don't tell me. Watching Lion reach for the sweet potato on the table, she immediately asked, Are you planning to use that? Lion proudly held it up and replied, You bet! She watched Lion peeling the sweet potato and hesitantly remarked, That is quite an unorthodox combination. He happily shot back, This is the perfect chance for him to give it a try and see just how delicious it can be. Lion began slicing the sweet potato into incredibly thin pieces. Instead of using sugar, I'll chop up some sweet potato and banana, then mix them into the dough. With the mild natural sweetness of the sweet potato, I'm sure grandfather will love it. Right? Once the prep work was done, he reached for a cookie cutter. And next, we just go like this. Every single piece of dough was pressed into adorable little shapes. They look so cute. Next time, I'll definitely have to ask Mudu to forge me some brand new cookie cutters. Lion popped them right into the oven, announcing cheerfully, For the final step, we just slide these shaped cookies into the oven and let them bake. Staring at the beautifully golden and mouth-watering cookies, he declared excitedly, And they are done! My very own special sweet potato banana cookies. Lion stared at the system window that just popped up. Why does this food have the exact same effect as the potion? Sylvia looked amazed as she praised him. You are truly incredible, my lord. I only shared the dough recipe, so you basically made all of this yourself. She tilted her head slightly and suggested, The final step of cooking is the taste test, so please try one. He picked one up and smiled. All right, let's see how it tastes. Lion picked up a freshly baked cookie and took a bite. The moment the sweetness hit his tongue, his face lit up with a bright smile. Wow, I think this is even better than the chocolate chip cookies from my past life. System prompt. Cooking proficiency leveled up. Recipe has been saved. Sylvia smiled warmly and advised him, Sweets are great for relieving fatigue. While eating too much isn't good for your health, these cookies aren't overly sweet. The family head will probably love them. Hearing that, he turned to her and spoke with genuine gratitude. Thank you for all your help, Elvia. You've been a lifesaver. She shook her head with a soft smile. I was merely fulfilling my duties, my lord. Shall we pack the cookies now? Having something else in mind, Lion gently declined. I'll handle the packaging. You can go and get some rest now. Sylvia blinked in surprise. Pardon? He leaned in with a secretive smile. I still have one more thing I need to make. Once Sylvia had left, he quickly navigated the system interface and muttered to himself, I couldn't exactly open my inventory while Elvia was standing right there. Now that my cooking skill has reached level 3, I've unlocked a ton of recipes, and I have plenty of ingredients to use. He happily rolled his shoulders. All right, next up, drinks. A system window popped up, grants a synergy effect when consumed with a beverage. Lion selected the ingredients from his inventory. The next thing on the list is a training support drink. The red beverage requires a fruity potion and floral roots. He was absolutely certain that both Grandpa and Jisoo would love it. Staring at the ingredient list for a moment, Lion tilted his head in confusion. These ingredients look super familiar though. Where have I seen them before? Well, whatever. It pairs perfectly with the cookies, so I just need to focus on boosting the quality tier. After carefully picking everything out, Lion placed a plate of fruit on the table. Perfect! The ingredients were incredibly fresh, bright, juicy oranges and crisp lemons. Lion leaned against the table, bubbling with excitement. All right, let's get started. First, wash the fruit thoroughly and slice it up nicely. Next, gently simmer the basic health recovery potions. Once the oranges and lemons have softened a bit, add the star anise roots and wait for the refreshing fruity aroma to completely blend in. As soon as that rich aroma hits the air, strain the steaming liquid through a sieve. Finally, top it off with a single drop of sea rosemary oil. And just like that, the drink was finished. The alchemist's training support beverage. Reading its effects, Lion chuckled. No wonder this felt so familiar. It seriously reminds me of mulled wine. He took a small sip and beamed with delight. The taste is absolutely amazing. Now let's pair this freshly brewed drink with the cookies. The tray was now beautifully arranged with both the cookies and the drink, officially recognized by the system as Lionatori's special refreshment set. System prompt, crafting successful, achievement unlocked, you have received shillings. Lion happily claimed his reward. Yeah, this should definitely be enough. He untied his apron and tossed it onto the table. Picking up the heavy tray, Lion made his way out. All right, time to go see Grandpa. Standing outside Patrick's study, Lion called out through the door. Grandpa, are you busy right now? As Lion pushed the door open and walked in carrying the tray, Patrick grumbled, What on earth are you carrying? Are the servants actually making you carry things yourself now? I'll have them punished this instant. Before the old man could finish his rant, Lion smiled and gently cut him off. It's nothing like that, Grandpa. I brought it myself because I wanted to give this to you personally. He set the tray down on the desk and happily introduced his creation. This is a drink I brewed using the potion I crafted last time, and I also baked some cookies since I figured they would pair perfectly together. Hearing this, Patrick's gruff tone softened significantly. Are you saying you made all of this yourself? Lion nodded proudly. Yes, I did. He looked his grandfather right in the eye, beaming with confidence. I thought it would be a fun way to show you how much progress I've made. Seeing Patrick pick up a little bear-shaped cookie, Lion excitedly urged him on. Go ahead, try it. Taking a small, cautious bite, Patrick tasted the cookie. Instantly, his eyes shot wide open in sheer shock. Feeling the rich flavors burst on his tongue, Patrick thought to himself, the cookie is melting right in my mouth. That mild, sweet aroma of sweet potato spread so beautifully, filling me with a warm, refreshing surge of energy. This is on a completely different level than a simple baked banana. It's an extraordinary flavor with perfectly balanced sweetness. A system notification chimed. Apprentice cooking proficiency updated. Lion felt a surge of smug satisfaction. To progress my cooking talent, someone else needs to enjoy my food so I can gain bonus experience points. Seeing my EXP shoot up like that, he must really love it. Phew, what a relief. After finishing his treat, Patrick suddenly cleared his throat and spoke in a stern voice. All right, out with it. Lion blinked, caught off guard. Huh? The family head calmly folded his hands on the desk. You didn't come all the way here just to bring me snacks. Get straight to the point. Lion scratched the back of his head with a sheepish grin. Ha ha ha, I really can't hide anything from you, Grandpa. He hesitated for a moment before speaking up. The thing is, I heard that my coming-of-age ceremony is going to be held again soon. Could we possibly let Jisoo take a break from training until then? Hearing this, Patrick frowned in confusion. And why would we do that? Lion's brow furrowed with genuine worry. Everyone in the family is going to attend the ceremony, right? But Jisoo's current training schedule just seems way too exhausting. Could you please reduce the intensity of his training until the ceremony is over? I really want our whole family to be there together, with bright, happy smiles. Hearing his grandson's heartfelt plea, Patrick rested his chin on his hand, deep in thought. On the outside, he looked every bit the strict and solemn family head weighing a serious decision. But internally, he was absolutely bursting with pride at how deeply thoughtful his grandson was. Just whose grandson grew up to be such an incredibly sweet boy? Whoever raised him did an absolutely spectacular job. He observed the boy standing in front of him, feeling more and more pleased by the second. I thought they might fight tooth and nail over the sole position of the family head. It would be so easy for them to turn into rivals. I've been so worried lately because they seem to be drifting apart. Yet here they are building such a strong, unbreakable bond of brotherhood completely under my nose. Ha! Now I have yet another thing to be immensely proud of. He had absolutely no reason to refuse. Very well, I will grant your request. I'll let him know to just stick to light, independent practice until the ceremony is over. Lion's face lit up with a massive smile. Thank you so much, Grandpa. Patrick suddenly continued asking, Is that really it? Do you have any other requests for your coming-of-age ceremony? He was slightly taken aback. Yes, sir. Lion smiled brightly, his eyes crinkling, and said, "Yes, I really don't need anything else." Patrick frowned slightly, studying him. "I have no idea who this boy takes after. He doesn't have an ounce of ambition, even though the whole highlight of a coming-of-age ceremony is the gifts. A coming-of-age ceremony isn't just a simple event. If there's something the star of the ceremony desires, they must have it, even if it's the most unique jewel in the world. It's the most elegant way to show off a noble family's wealth." He stared blankly in surprise. "And yet, the boy says he doesn't need anything? What could that mean?" His eyes widened, pursing his lips as he thought, "Does he want me to figure it out myself and prepare something truly spectacular?" Lion saw that determined look in his eyes and secretly sweat dropped. "Well then, I'll be taking my leave." Patrick rested his chin in his hand, lost in speculation as he watched Lion walk away. The family head pondered anxiously, "How on earth should I prepare the perfect gift?" Lion strode confidently down the manor's hallway. Right in front of him were towering, messy stacks of books and documents piled on a desk. Jisoo was sitting there, resting his head on his hand, intently reading a document at a desk completely buried in paperwork. He suddenly pushed the door open and burst into the study, calling out loudly. His younger brother flinched in shock, sending papers flying everywhere with a startled yelp. "Ah!" Lion walked in, looking around with a chuckle, while Jisoo frantically picked up the documents from the floor. "What happened to your room? I didn't expect you to be this messy." Jisoo blushed, covering his mouth to hide his embarrassment. "This is so humiliating. I never wanted you to see this, big brother. But anyway, what brings you here?" He happily brought out a tray of pastries. "I figured you'd crave some snacks while working. I baked them myself." The two brothers sat together on the luxurious sofa, and Jisoo popped a cute little bunny-shaped cookie into his mouth to taste it. Jisoo's eyes widened in amazement the second he took his first bite, the crisp crunch echoing. His stunned expression quickly turned to absolute awe. "Oh my goodness, this is incredibly delicious. I knew it ever since you made that bread. You're seriously so talented, big brother." "Oh, stop it," Lion asked with concern, advising his younger brother to take some time to rest before the big event. "Jisoo, grandfather gave you a ton of work, didn't he? Just take it easy and rest up until my coming-of-age ceremony, okay?" He smiled gently, revealing that he had taken the initiative to speak to their grandfather because he was worried about Jisoo's health. "I already asked grandfather for permission. You look completely exhausted." Jisoo felt deeply warmed and touched by his older brother's thoughtful and gentle care. "I didn't expect you to worry about me this much. Thank you so much, big brother. But I'm not tired because of the air training or the family head's duties." The touching moment was quickly shattered when his older brother completely misunderstood the reason for his fatigue. "Don't tell me it's love letters. I shouldn't have even been curious. No, it's absolutely not that." The brothers were caught between laughing and crying as Jisoo hastily corrected him on the real reason. "Right, at your age, it's completely normal to start noticing girls. It's because of your upcoming coming-of-age ceremony?" Lion finally caught on, realizing why he was so worried. "So it's about the family's ritual?" The Aturgi family's coming-of-age ceremony features a ritual called the Library Labyrinth. It's a place to acquire skills, guiding whoever enters to the exact magic they need most. Even though it's called a labyrinth, it automatically adjusts to the user's level, so there aren't even any dead ends. If you try to conquer it by force, it becomes an impenetrable maze. But if you listen to its guidance, it's simply a library. The secret of how the library operates and the dark memories of this body's original owner were slowly unraveling. The original Lion even used it as his lair before I took over this body. And they say whoever reaches the very end of the labyrinth is allowed to take one special item with them. Jisoo must think it's dangerous for me since I have no mana. Such a good kid. Lion spoke up to reassure him, but Jisoo's painfully honest reply left him frozen in his tracks. "It's fine, Jisoo. That ritual is just a formality anyway." "No, it's the clothes I'm worried about." He looked up, utterly bewildered and sweating nervously, asking again, "The clothes?" "Yes." A wide shot of the study, Jisoo holding the document and immediately asking him, "Have you seen the outfit the family head is planning to wear on the day of your coming-of-age ceremony?" "No, I haven't seen it yet." He firmly slammed the design blueprint onto the desk and said, "Here, the family head has one fatal weakness." The formal outfit's design revealed a hideous skin-tight blue top paired with green pants, a blazing red cape, and bright red high heels. "He has absolutely zero sense of fashion. We're doomed. It's going to be a total disaster. Screw the ceremony. It's completely ruined." Both brothers broke into a cold sweat, their faces darkening in despair. Lion immediately spoke up. He absolutely cannot wear this to the ceremony, especially with his image as an 8-circle great mage. Jisoo nodded, trembling. I completely agree. The two brothers clutched their heads, screaming in sheer panic. He wondered, but he always dresses so normally. Why the sudden change in taste? Jisoo quickly explained, because up until now Sylvia has been stopping him every single time. Lion was deeply moved upon learning the truth about Sylvia. Sylvia, so she's been silently protecting us all this time. I'll find a way to stop this. I've never felt so grateful. He said, I want our whole family to wear matching outfits. Let's proceed with the plan. The children cheered joyfully. Young master, it's the young master. Lion, wearing a simple cloak, beamed as he greeted the two local kids. Have you been doing well lately, Leah? He leaned down and held out a bag of colorful cookies, smiling. It's been a while since I've seen you all. Here, try some of these. I baked them myself. The two kids happily hugged the bag of cookies, munching on them eagerly. Oh my goodness, such precious treats. By the way, what brings the young master here? I want to ask you all for a favor. Malaria looked surprised upon hearing his unexpected request. A favor? Do you all remember the tailor who used to volunteer at the orphanage with us? Lion continued, making his request to find the talented tailor from years ago. Could you introduce him to me? Huh? What? Tom and Lip were playing and running around. This one is mine. Let me have one more. The image of the brilliant tailor vividly appeared in his memory, showcasing incredibly skillful hands. I caught a glimpse of his work when we were volunteering, and he is truly a master of his craft. He tailored the clothes to fit every single child perfectly right on the spot, and quickly sewed new shirts out of fabric scraps like a true grandmaster. Back in reality, Rhea thought for a moment before answering. It's an urgent request for a skilled tailor. I need someone with his level of craftsmanship. Is that too difficult? No, I can arrange it, but... However, her expression turned hesitant and reluctant when she noticed his concern. Is there some other reason you're hesitant to introduce him? Well, the young master will understand once you get there. Wearing a hooded cloak and carrying a bag, he walked alone to a desolate and barren wasteland. Lion stood in front of an old dusty wooden sign covered in cobwebs. Is this the place? The wooden sign suddenly rattled and creaked, nearly falling off and startling him into utter panic. Did I come to the right place? The door opened, revealing a long row of mannequins lined up along the dark, dilapidated hallway, creating a rather gloomy and eerie atmosphere. Something feels wrong. Why would someone so talented work in such a rundown shop? Lion timidly called out into the darkness. Suddenly, a mysterious figure appeared right behind him, making him jump. Excuse me, is anyone here? A customer? Andy's face lit up, spreading his arms wide with excitement mixed with astonishment. You're a customer? The tailor was stunned as he recognized him. Oh, aren't you the young master I met at the orphanage? But your hair and eye colors are different. Lion scratched his head and awkwardly explained, I'm so sorry I couldn't tell you the truth that day. I'm the eldest grandson of the Otori family, but I had to disguise myself for some reasons. Andy laughed it off and clasped his hands to show respect. That's perfectly fine, sir. It's totally understandable for a young noble to have his own reasons. He wondered, but with your status, why would you come all the way to a place like this? He smiled gently and turned to reply, I'm looking for a skilled tailor. Andy flinched, breaking into a cold sweat as he asked, a skilled tailor? For someone from the Otori family, you certainly don't need to patronize someone like me. Interrupting the awkwardness, the tailor suddenly remembered his manners and hurriedly led the way. Instead of standing here, please come inside. How about we sit down and talk in detail? Right this way, please. He stepped inside and was drawn to the arrays of colorful fabric rolls, prestigious awards, and golden trophies solemnly displayed on the shelves. He marveled, flushing with excitement. Isn't that the most prestigious award from the Empire's most famous competition? I feel so ashamed hosting someone of your status in such a rundown place. Andy offered, please have a seat while I brew some tea. He happily replied, perfect timing, I brought some cookies. Let's enjoy them with the tea. The hot tea was poured into the cups, steaming. Andy spoke up apologetically. I'm so sorry, young master. I really wanted to treat you to something more high class, but my current situation is a bit tight. It's completely fine. He was incredibly surprised by this unexpected gift. I made these cookies myself. I hope you like them. The young master made them himself? Andy gazed at the cute little bear-shaped cookie with a sweetheart attached in the middle. Suddenly recalling the past, come to think of it, he did mention that the bread donated to the orphanage was also made by his own hands. That bread was amazingly delicious. He decided to taste the cookie filled with the young master's sincerity. I wonder how this cookie tastes. Thank you, young master. I'll gladly enjoy it. Right upon taking the first bite, the explosive flavor of the cookie completely conquered Andy's taste buds. What an explosive flavor! The exquisite tasting experience began with a crunch and then melted softly, bringing an incredibly rustic and comforting sensation. It starts off with a crunch, then instantly melts right in the mouth. At first it feels like a rustic country boy, but right after, that flavor transitions powerfully. As captivating as a dramatic love story, right now it's just like a romantic scene. Appearing in Andy's mind, the Crown Prince had his heart stolen by a country girl right from the very first glance. The bright and thrilling flavor is exactly like the fluttering feeling of first love. The utterly supreme sweetness immersed him, making it impossible to find a word worthy enough to praise it. It's so delicious. No, the word delicious is nowhere near enough to describe this. Andy's jaw dropped in awe. This is art! Lion remained calmly sitting and drinking his tea, exuding a captivatingly contrasting demeanor. Those contrasting images were just like the young master sitting right in front of him. Good, it seems like he really enjoys it. He might be considered the trash of the Atori family, but in reality he is an enigma that no one has been able to decipher. The white porcelain plate with a slight crack on it now only had a few small cookie crumbs left. Andy wiped his mouth with a napkin, sighing in complete satisfaction. This was truly phenomenal, young master, thank you. Lion smiled and asked, "Did you like it?" He clenched his fists, his face beaming with excitement. Absolutely, I was almost brought to tears. This cookie has ignited a burning inspiration inside me. Andy turned serious. Young master, you went out of your way to come all the way here and even treated me to such delicious food. I, Andy, will speak frankly and won't hide a single thing. Andy looked towards the design mannequin and guessed, coming all the way here, you must want to commission me for some clothes, right? Yes, I can absolutely make them for you. He sat up straight on the sofa, his sharp eyes declaring with full confidence, I am confident that my pattern drafting, fabric cutting, and embroidery are better than anyone else's. However, Andy explained, if it's revealed that I am the designer, the other nobles won't accept it. You might even be mocked if you appear in public wearing them. He was surprised. Why is that? That's because I'm the illegitimate child of a noble family. I see. Privilege really makes it easy for people to look down on others, huh? They said it degrades their dignity, that a commoner shouldn't lay hands on luxury garments meant strictly for the nobility. Is that all? Lion wondered if he really needed to suck up to those nobles. When the rumors spread, even those who used to sponsor me gradually cut ties, because a lot of them never wanted to be associated with me in the first place. The two sat facing each other. Andy suggested, so if you entrust this to me, it's better to just say this outfit was made by some unknown rookie. He interrupted, hold on a second, can I take a look at some of the clothes you've made before? Andy explained the current state of the shop and the items he owned. I got rid of all the clothes I used to sell to the nobles, so now I only keep things made for commoners. That's perfectly fine, I just want to see how good your craftsmanship is. Andy replied, if that's the case, all right. He decisively pulled back the dust curtain, revealing a secret display space behind it, much to the young master's astonishment. Andy confidently introduced the passionate creations he had personally made for the ordinary working folks in the area. These are the clothes I sell to the locals. Unbelievable! Before Lion's eyes, a series of glowing item stat panels appeared, proving the exceptional top-tier craftsmanship. Truly a high-quality piece of clothing, a ready-to-wear bolero jacket by a 2-star skilled tailor. Lion looked around the tailor's clothing shop. This is exactly my reality now. He assessed the tailor's outstanding craftsmanship. Ready-to-wear cotton trousers by a skilled tailor. Ready-to-wear formal dress by a skilled tailor. Getting 2 stars with this kind of fabric means all the other conditions are absolutely perfect. Lion started hatching a grand idea while looking at the premium fabrics. What if someone like this was provided with premium fabrics? He made a surprising proposal that left Andy stunned. Andy, I genuinely want to wear garments tailored by you for my coming-of-age ceremony. He anxiously tried to dissuade the young master. But young master, this is a huge opportunity for me, but you will definitely lose face. I guarantee that not a single soul will dare to breathe a word about it. Now just tell me if you can do it or not. Lion casually held up 3 fingers, setting the time requirement. 3 outfits before the coming-of-age ceremony takes place. The heavy pressure made Andy break into a cold sweat in fear. Is that even possible? He confidently encouraged him. I will take full responsibility, so just give it to me straight. Are you ready to go all out? Andy clenched his fist, a burning desire to showcase his talent rising within, to create gorgeous outfits using premium fabrics, to freely unleash his talent without worrying about anything else. There isn't a tailor in this world who could refuse such an enticing offer. Blushing, Andy bravely accepted the thrilling challenge. "Just give the order, young master." Wise choice. He was incredibly excited as he prepared to design the outfits. "What kind of style are you looking for, my lord? What details should I include?" Leon began listing his highly demanding requests. "I want them to look refined and neat, yet still maintain a baseline of elegance. Since the whole family will be wearing matching outfits, I want a sense of unity, but each person should still have their own distinct flair, and they shouldn't look too old-fashioned or too childish, meaning refined but elegant and uniform yet unique." Andy realized in shock, "Wait a moment, does that mean the head of the family will also wear clothes made by me?" "That's right. Is there a problem? Are you truly okay with this, my lord?" He was anxious because he was widely despised by the nobility. "As I've mentioned before, I am a tailor absolutely detested by the nobles." "What does that have to do with my family?" Andy further explained the supreme status of the House of Atier. No one would dare breathe a word against the House of Atier, a family with a standing equal to the royal family itself, right? That affirmation left him frozen for a few seconds. Leon's acknowledgement gave Andy a massive boost of motivation. "I, Andrea, will pour my heart and soul into tailoring these for you." Inspiration flowed, helping him quickly sketch out a design. "Oh my, the perfect design just popped into my head. Do you have a specific fabric in mind, my lord?" "I actually know nothing about that stuff, so I brought this." The family's treasure catalog left Andrea in awe. It was the fabric catalog kept by the House of Atier. "This is the fabric catalog of the House of Atier, the very thing whispered about as a legend among tailors." Deeply moved, he asked for permission to open the legendary book. "Just being able to see this with my own eyes is more than enough for me. May I open it?" "Of course. Take your time." The sound of pages turning. Andrea couldn't help but be stunned upon seeing the sparkling pages. Oh my heavens! The catalog contained the rarest fabrics on the continent, all premium materials from every corner of the land. Spirit hair, famous because only a handful of spirits can ever produce it. Legendary materials that seemingly only existed in imagination. Fairy's breath, crafted from the lifeblood of mages. I can't believe these fabrics actually exist in real life. Leon smiled, asking if Andy was satisfied. "Well, have you spotted any material you like?" "The problem is that there isn't a single fabric in here that I don't love, young master." Suddenly he froze before a deeply mysterious page. "This is..." Leon leaned in curiously upon seeing Andrea's expression. "What's wrong? Is there an issue with that fabric?" "Back in my prime, there was a particular fabric that a certain noble lady absolutely loved to use." Andy explained the strange disappearance of this fabric from the market. "It became completely impossible to find, so it's astonishing to see it in this catalog. I've never forgotten a single fabric once I've touched it. I've always wondered what kind of fabric it was, but unfortunately there's no information written about it here." Leon leaned down, looking intently at the fabric sample. "Let me take a look." The system's information panel displayed an astonishing description. "The Grand Mage's deepest love." Could this have been made by grandfather himself? Andrea definitely said a noble lady once used this fabric for her clothes. He pondered deeply as he read the fabric's description. And the description says Grand Mage, which means if we're making matching outfits for the whole family, we absolutely have to use this fabric. Leon immediately made his decision on the material for the clothes. "Andrea, can you tailor outfits using this fabric?" "Of course, I can definitely do that." Andy smiled and got ready to get to work. "Then let's start taking your measurements now." A new character appeared, interrupting their session. "Brother, are you busy with work? I caught wind of the news, so I came over a bit late because I was busy gathering some supplies." His brother's sudden arrival took both of them in the room by surprise. "Supplies? It sounds like there's quite a commotion out there." Shouting outside made them both jump. "Move it all inside." "Understood, my lord." Andy's jaw dropped in sheer amazement at the grand scene out in the courtyard. "What in the world is all of this?" A massive load of expensive crafting tool chests was swiftly brought in. "I heard you found a tailor to your liking. If it's preparation for your coming-of-age ceremony, it's a once-in-a-lifetime event." Jisoo proudly introduced the grand support from the family. "So this level of support is only natural." Leon could only laugh. "You've prepared far too thoroughly, brother. How is it? Can you use these? I assume you're used to your old tools, so I'm guessing this pile is..." "Not at all." But he suddenly paused, coming to a new decision. "I will..." Andy was deeply moved by this sincere gesture. I would be incredibly grateful if you replaced all of these with the new ones. He expressed his heartfelt thanks. Eldest young master, thank you for patiently waiting while I took your measurements. Andy eagerly promised to create a masterpiece. I will pour every ounce of my ability into creating a true masterpiece. Take your time. He smiled and turned to make one more small request. And there's one more thing I'd like to ask of you. Would it be possible? The request to learn how to sew left everyone stunned. Could you teach me some sewing skills when you have free time? What? How could I possibly dare to teach you, young master? Andrea frantically tried to dissuade him, terrified the young master might get hurt. No, I mean, if you're sewing for the first time, you'll be constantly pricking your fingers with the needle, and those sewing machines can easily cause unexpected accidents. It's fine. Jisoo reassured him that he only wanted to try it out for fun. I'm not planning to tackle anything too difficult right away, I just want to try it out for fun. May I be so bold as to ask why, my lord? The young master's deep understanding deeply moved the tailor. The reason, after talking with you, I realized just how much skill and passion you possess, and I could see how outstanding your meticulous taste really is. It would be a true shame if I couldn't fully appreciate the hard work you put into making these clothes, so I figured I need to properly understand the techniques first, in order to truly grasp the creator's intentions. Andy choked up with emotion at his heartfelt words. I never expected you to think so deeply about it. It's true, with every stitch, every applied technique, right down to the structuring of the silhouette, a tailor infuses a specific intention into their work. Andy respectfully expressed his gratitude and loyalty. I would be more than happy to teach you everything I know without holding anything back. He kindly advised the young man before temporarily stepping away to prepare for work. First, would it be all right if I take the second young master's measurements before we begin? If you have any questions about the things in here, feel free to look around and try them out. Thank you. The peaceful scenery of the wooden house as sunset fell, bathing a corner of the sky in a golden hue. Leon stepped into the tailor's workshop and couldn't help but marvel at his surroundings. No matter how many times I see this, it never ceases to amaze me. He approached the table to inspect the coarse fabric as the system panel popped up to evaluate its quality. An artisan's frayed cotton pants pattern. The fabric quality is absolutely terrible, with loose threads sticking out everywhere. How in the world does he manage to make clothes out of such shoddy material? He picked up the pants, examining their structure to figure out the tailor's technique. Let's see here. So you just stitch them together like this? Should I try sewing it myself? Looking down at his clumsy hands, he reminded himself that he had never received proper training, nor did he even know the basics yet. Relying on convenient tools right from the start just didn't feel right. I should probably try hand-stitching this first. Suddenly, Leon remembered a certain treasure in his possession that was perfect for this exact situation. Thank goodness I have just the right thing for this. The artisan's repair kit. It's that very same kit they threw in for free at the magic shop last time. His hands began to move with swift precision, pouring all of his focus into finishing the piece. If I don't use it now, when else would I? Leon stared at the needle in absolute astonishment. Did its appearance just change? He couldn't contain his excitement over this extraordinary magic item. It transforms to look brand new the moment you use it. Magic items really are fascinating. Does it seriously thread the needle all by itself? Taking a seat at the workbench, Leon eagerly got down to business. All right then, let's see what this can do. The brilliant afternoon sun cast a warm glow over him as he focused entirely on his sewing. He was completely caught off guard by how captivating the work was. Why is this so incredibly addictive? The longer he worked, the more relaxed and focused Leon's mind became. I honestly thought I'd get bored doing such tedious work, but this is actually really soothing. The more I focus, the more even the stitches become, and I'm already starting to pick up the pace. A magical guideline materialized, making his task even easier. I can literally see a glowing guideline right in front of me. Is this also part of that magic item's power? This is way easier than I expected. Cotton pants patterned. Leon happily inspected his impressive first creation. Hey, this really isn't half bad. A sudden noise from behind startled him, prompting him to look back. Are you finished already? I'm sorry, you really should have called out to me. Andrea was completely dumbfounded by the young master's natural talent. It's nothing really. You were concentrating so hard I just didn't have the heart to interrupt you. So you started stitching from this side, right? For a first-timer, this level of skill is absolutely incredible. The tailor was thoroughly impressed as he examined the pants. It's still slightly uneven in some places, but honestly, this is incredibly impressive. Andrea suddenly remembered a tailoring technique he had long forgotten. Good heavens, how strange. This is exactly what I've been neglecting all this time. The tailor enthusiastically threw himself back into his work, sweating profusely. Hand stitching has always been the very foundation of high-end bespoke tailoring. I've been so caught up in making ready-to-wear clothes lately that I almost completely forgot about this. Andrea was completely absorbed in his creative flow, oblivious to his surroundings. That's it, I'll emphasize this section to give the suit a more elegant touch, and I'll raise this part higher for a bolder accent. It would be perfect if I just secure this spot firmly. The old man has completely retreated into his own world again, hasn't he? The two boys decided to let the tailor do his thing and head back. Should we just head back first, brother? Yeah, let's do that. Jisoo spoke thoughtfully. After all, we do have a family dinner scheduled with the patriarch tonight. The butler entered the study and offered a respectful bow. Reporting, my lord. The young masters have arrived. Shall we head down to the dining hall? Setting his quill down, Patrick let out a soft, tired sigh. Very well. The two of them strode down the grand corridor, illuminated by the warm glow of the chandeliers. The butler spoke up first to break the heavy silence. It is quite rare for you and your grandsons to share a meal together like this. Indeed, we need moments like this every now and then. The patriarch's expression turned stern as the weight of his duties came to mind. It's not like I enjoy working myself to the bone. I only do it because it's the absolute best way to protect those kids. Taking on His Majesty's share of the work as well. It is only natural that you are exhausted, my lord. Patrick gazed out the window, his eyes filled with a heavy sorrow. Those damn royals. The war with the demons ended 50 years ago, yet they're still bleeding this old man dry. Hearing his master's grim words, the butler quickly spoke up to reassure him. How much time do I even have left? I just want to spend whatever time remains with my grandsons. Please do not speak like that, my lord. An 8th circle mage possesses a lifespan rivaling that of the elves, do they not? I suppose so. He continued walking, reaffirming his ultimate duty. It is rare for the direct descendants of our house to gather like this. As the patriarch, I cannot afford to be absent. You are absolutely right, my lord. The massive doors of the dining hall swung open, and the servants announced in perfect unison, "Presenting the patriarch." I don't know if I'm just getting old or if that sweet-talking grandson of mine is finally softening my heart. The two brothers looked up at the exact same time. Right now, all I want is to live out the rest of my days in peace, watching over the precious treasures my child left behind. But for that to happen, I must ensure that absolutely no one discovers that child's true potential. Leon smiled warmly. Good evening, grandfather. Jisoo couldn't help but question the lavish spread before them. It's just a family dinner. Did we really need to go all out like this? His grandfather explained the reason behind the extravagant feast. It's a rare occasion to have all of us together like this, so I had the head chef prepare a few special dishes. Ah, that makes sense. Leon reflected on their lonely meals from the past. Thinking back on it, I used to skip meals all the time, or I'd just eat that bland hospital food. And grandfather was always eating at the royal palace. Leon suddenly realized the deep loneliness his younger brother must have endured, which means Jisoo must have been eating alone this whole time. He gazed at Jisoo, his eyes filled with quiet reflection. He must have been so incredibly lonely. Leon made up his mind that the family needed to spend much more time together. He's right. We absolutely need to have more dinners like this. His heart ached at the thought of his brother's isolation. I knew it. He was definitely lonely. It must have been so hard for him to endure all of that by himself. He was determined to change that by making sure they gathered more often. From now on, for his sake, I should ask grandfather. No, I'll officially request that the patriarch arrange more family dinners. Leon smiled warmly at the younger brother who had quietly endured so much solitude. Jisoo, you'll never have to eat alone again. Before the meal began, the butler carefully assisted Patrick into his seat. Everyone replied in unison to his invitation. Let us begin the meal. Yes, sir. The clinking of silverware pierced the heavy silence of the dining room. Breaking the initial silence, Patrick checked on his grandson Jisoo's progress. How is the task I assigned to you coming along? Yes, everything is being handled perfectly, sir. Despite his smooth reply, Jisoo couldn't hide his nervousness. Jisoo's cold gaze. He thought to himself, after all, this is the older brother's coming-of-age ceremony, delayed for 3 whole years. Shouldn't he at least ask how he's feeling, or what kind of gift he might want? This atmosphere is definitely not what he was hoping for. I need to take the initiative and break the ice. Grandfather! Leon gathered his courage to ask a question. Is it true that you used to weave fabric for mother back in the day? Upon hearing the question, Patrick didn't answer right away, but slowly took a sip of his wine. I have no idea what you're talking about. Leon carefully observed the old man's expression. I knew it. He always gets uncomfortable whenever mother is mentioned. He continued his meal and gently brought up his story. I met a tailor today, and while we were talking, I happened to see a very special piece of fabric belonging to our family. He cast a serious glance at his younger brother, seeking his agreement. Ziso, you remember it too, right? That shimmering, glowing fabric among the things you brought back? Yes, of course I remember. Memories of Andy came rushing back. The tailor told me a story about his younger days, about a noble lady who was incredibly fond of a specific type of fabric. Leon continued laying out his highly convincing reasoning. He said that our family's fabric is identical to the one that lady used to bring him. Since this fabric, something he hasn't been able to find anywhere else since then, was found right here in the Eteria mansion, it made me wonder if that noble lady was actually our mother. That's why I'm asking. Old Patrick fell into a deep, thoughtful silence at his grandson's unexpected question. So that's how it is, the topic of their mother. The atmosphere at the dining table instantly became incredibly heavy and gloomy. It was probably the one topic their family wanted to avoid the most. A close-up of the warm soup on the family's lavish dining table. But we can't just bury the past and ignore it forever. Being able to openly talk about the ones we've lost is the only way we can truly comfort and heal each other. A confident smile appeared on his face as he devised a plan for reconciliation. What we need right now is a breakthrough to reconnect us. So, I'll use these matching suits as an excuse to mend our bonds and help everyone open up. Patrick finally broke his silence, agreeing with his grandson. Leon, it is exactly as you say. The shocking truth coming straight from his mouth made the air in the dining room freeze. That fabric was indeed woven by my own two hands. The two brothers asked in sheer bewilderment, You wove it yourself, grandfather? May we ask why? Swirling the wine in his glass, he gently shook it as if recalling a distant memory. There was no grand reason for it. It is only natural for a father to worry about his only daughter. The past resurfaced, a time when every single thread of wool was chosen with the utmost care and boundless love. I was terrified that she would fall and get hurt, or catch a cold from the freezing rain. So I picked out the highest quality magical wool, imbued every single thread with protective magic, and had it woven into fabric. And yet, memories of his late daughter flashed across Patrick's mind. To think that piece of fabric would still be around after all this time. Ziso looked down at the table, a wave of overwhelming emotion welling up in his chest upon hearing about his mother. Mother's fabric? Outwardly, Ziso never showed it, but he must have always been curious about our mother. I was so consumed by my own broken heart that I left my grandchildren to suffer all alone. To break the somber atmosphere, Leon chimed in with an enthusiastic tone. I'm planning to use that fabric to make some suits. Do you think we'll have enough of it? Don't worry about running out and stop overthinking things. Thank you, grandfather. But his grandson's next question left him stunned all over again, causing him to nearly drop his wine glass. So, when will you be free to visit the tailor with us? Excuse me, what? Patrick was utterly blindsided by his grandson's suggestion. I thought only the two of you were going to wear them. What are you talking about? Of course you have to wear one too, grandfather. Ziso quickly chimed in with a much more practical suggestion. Brother, while I agree that we should all wear them, the head of the house has a very tight schedule. How about we just invite the tailor to the mansion instead? That's a great idea. The old man finally surrendered to his grandson's playful persistence. All right, have it your way. Since you are the one in charge of this, Leon, I will follow your lead. Thank you so much, grandfather. Leon cheered inwardly, thrilled that the first step of his plan was a success. Perfect! Now that I have his approval, I don't have to worry about grandfather's bizarre fashion sense ruining my designs. Plus, everyone is already starting to talk to each other more naturally. A bright, radiant smile spread across his face as a massive weight was lifted off his shoulders. Now I can finally focus on preparing for the coming-of-age ceremony with peace of mind. The atmosphere within the Eteria mansion became warm and bathed in light. After that, everything went incredibly smoothly. Andy arrived at the estate and began taking their measurements with absolute professionalism. Thanks to his visit, the preparation for the suits went off without a hitch. The maids and servants across the estate bustled about, busy preparing for the big day. Even the decorations for the ceremony were perfectly in place. The family's newfound unity made everything progress at lightning speed, not to mention the unwavering support from his grandfather and Ziso. Brother, don't overwork yourself. Just leave all the annoying tasks to me. I'm honestly a bit worried about the expenses, though. Under my roof? Nonsense! Truth be told, he barely had to lift a finger for anything. Needles and threads were prepped and ready for the final stages. But thanks to all that help, I actually have the time to fully dedicate myself to practicing my sewing skills. Determined to spend time on his hobby, he dove into a sewing practice session. But something felt off. Everything seemed to be going normally. He waited for a system notification to pop up, because usually by this point, a new talent would awaken right while he was sewing. New talent unlocked, sewing. Sewing proficiency has reached apprentice level 1. Instead of rejoicing, Leon was filled with doubt. A system notification like that should be popping up. Why isn't anything happening? His doubt quickly spiraled into anxiety. Why is this happening? Even though I'm not at the same level as when I was a blacksmith, the quality of the things I'm making is definitely pretty good. I'm stitching everything by hand from scratch without even using a sewing machine. So why hasn't the talent awakened yet? It's not like I skipped any of the basic steps this time. He quickly pushed back his anxiety and tried to find a logical explanation. Don't tell me, do I just have zero natural talent for this? No, let's not jump to conclusions. I've poured so much time into sewing already. If I truly lacked talent in anything, it would definitely be in cooking. He started questioning the differences between the two skills. So what exactly is the difference between sewing and cooking? Is it the tools? Or do I need a mentor to guide me just like I had Alvina for combat or when I learned leatherworking? The suspicion quickly turned into sheer terror. But my alchemy relies way more on the tools than a teacher. So where exactly am I getting stuck? The maid suddenly walked in and announced, "Young master, Andy is here." Sylvia rushed in breathlessly to report the situation. "Are the outfits finished?" "It seems they are, but his expression looks a bit strange." He looked confused by her hesitant attitude. "What do you mean by strange?" "Well, he looks as if..." Sylvia's face was pale with worry and tension, as if something terrible had just happened. Leon hurriedly strode down the corridor after hearing the news. "Andy is here, but something seems off. I had him wait in the drawing room for now. Do you want to see him right away?" He walked while wondering what could have happened. What exactly is going on? What does she mean? Leon pushed open the door to the drawing room and stood stunned at the sight. What is all this? The room was overflowing with dazzling suits on display. Didn't he just bring a whole dressing room over here? He couldn't help but marvel at the sheer scale of the clothes. How did he manage to bring all this here by himself? Everything looks perfectly fine to me. Leon excitedly greeted his familiar designer. "Uncle Andy, you're here! I've been waiting for you!" Andrea politely handed him the completed outfit to try on. "This is your formal wear, young master. Would you like to try it on now?" "It's beautiful. A high-class formal suit crafted by a master tailor." Leon quickly slipped on the meticulously tailored jacket. He radiated confidence as he stood before the large mirror. "It's gorgeous. A premium formal suit from a master tailor." But Leon quickly noticed the gloomy look on Andy's face. "Is something wrong? You don't look very happy." A hint of unease flickered across the tailor's face. "Not at all. I must admit it looks absolutely stunning. But there is just one thing that's bothering me." A system notification popped up with good news, only to immediately pour cold water on his excitement. "You have obtained an outfit of exceptional quality, however, it cannot be worn to a banquet." Wait, what? Something is missing. Find out what it is and put Andy's mind at ease. He examined it for a moment before realization struck. "I get it now." Leon touched his collar. The collar area looks way too empty. Andrea's cheeks flushed, his eyes shining brightly as if he had just found a kindred genius. "Exactly, young master." Sketch accessories floated around him. The suit itself is perfect, but it lacks a focal point. There's no necktie, no bow tie, no cravat, not even a pocket square. Leon rested his chin on his hand, pondering this world's dress code. He's right. In this world, those little details are extremely important. Let's see. He pictured his grandfather and family wearing his designs. If everyone's outfits are following this style, grandfather should wear a formal, elegant necktie. As for Zeisel, since he's still young, a youthful bow tie would suit him much better. He stood in front of the mannequin draped in an unfinished suit. Andrea spoke up hesitantly. "Young master, forgive me, but could I ask a favor of you?" "A favor from me?" Andrea pleaded, his face full of expectation. "Yes, would you be willing to personally finish the outfits for your family? And, if possible, please do the embroidery yourself." Leon's jaw dropped, his eyes widening in pure shock at the request. "Wait, what?" The tailor offered to teach him everything. "I will teach you everything from making a tie to the embroidery." "Hold on, let's not get ahead of ourselves." Leon was surprised and anxious about the proposal. "Wouldn't it be incredibly rude for me to alter a master's work on my own?" Andrea began to recount a story from the past. "Is there a specific reason you're asking me to do this?" "Well, the thing is," he explained the connection between Leon's mother and the clothes. "Actually, the other day when I was taking measurements for the family head, I realized that the young lady I used to make clothes for back then was your mother. Even though I was just a small, nameless tailor, she thanked me. The profound meaning of clothes made with love. That was when I realized, both then and now, the clothes she made for the people she loved carried a tremendous amount of meaning. He advised Leon to finish the outfit with his own hands. If the family head poured magic into every stitch and thread for his child, then you, little master, should be the one to finish this outfit yourself. Because this outfit needs something that Andy cannot provide. It needs something that even a master tailor cannot bring to it. The tailor smiled happily, having realized a profound truth. That certainly couldn't have been an easy decision for a proud tailor. It turns out that just making beautiful clothes isn't everything. Leon clenched his fists and smiled confidently. Since he's being so kind and thoughtful towards me, I have to give it my all. I understand, he said as he took off the prototype jacket. I'm leaving it all in your hands. Of course, let's start by picking out the designs. Please have a seat right here. Leon sat at the drafting table and immediately picked up a pen to sketch. Actually, I just had an idea. The sketchbook displayed sharp, hand-drawn illustrations of a necktie and a bow tie. I see what you mean. You want the family head to exude a refined and elegant aura, while the second young master looks youthful yet sophisticated, right? Yes, I want everyone to see Zykel as the heir to an amazing family. Andrea turned to ask him, and what style would the young master like to choose for himself? Leon made his decision. I'll decide after I finish everyone else's. I understand. Then let's begin by practicing with a basic necktie. A silk ribbon for a tie appeared against a sparkling background. The structure of a necktie goes like this. The part that loops around the neck is the protective guard. The narrower end is called the small blade. And finally, this wide end that looks like a broadsword will determine the overall style of the tie. Because of that, its details must be handled with the utmost care. Leon's sweat dropped and asked, are all the terms you're using related to swords? Did I use the wrong words? Just don't use those words in front of grandfather. He doesn't exactly fit the image of a sword saint family. He observed the fabric and asked. Andy replied with surprised praise, You aren't using a lining, uncle? You have a sharp eye. Normally I would, but we won't need it this time, he explained while smoothing out the white silk. The silk we are using is premium grade, so it holds its shape for a very long time. Expensive fabric really is something else. This is top tier. Andy looked visibly thrilled, completely ready for the work ahead. All right, let's get started. A tense atmosphere settled in. Everything was ready. Lion was humble at the older man's praise. There we go. Excellent work. You don't need to flatter me so much, uncle. This tie turned out way better than my actual skills. Now let's move on to the next step, discussing the idea of embroidering the family crest onto the outfit. Now we'll try some embroidery. Do you have any ideas in mind? Yes, I do. I want to incorporate our family crest into the design. The profound meaning behind the family crest he chose. A family crest is just like a brand logo. Give it a convincing meaning, and it instantly looks high class. Look at these leaves attached to the branch, uncle. I designed it this way to symbolize that our family will always stay bonded together. Goodness, that is such a profound meaning. Andy agreed, encouraging the young master to start embroidering. In that case, let's embroider it with that very meaning in mind. He guided him on the embroidery techniques to create a refined look. The most important thing when embroidering is the surface texture. If you define that clearly, the embroidery will look very natural and elegant. Lion confidently promised to finish the work on time. I understand. For this, practice makes perfect. Give me 3 days, I'll have it all finished by then. Andy expressed his absolute trust in his talent. Of course, I completely believe in you, young master. A few days later, a sharp yelp rang out as a needle pricked his finger, drawing a drop of blood. Lion sucked on his injured finger and muttered to himself, Thank goodness it's not too deep. It looks fine. For the next few days, I sewed like a madman and pricked my fingers more times than I could count. I quickly used up all the practice swatches Andy left behind and ended up drawing my own patterns. He was determined. I also deliberately avoided using that magical repair kit. If I just rely on its guidance, I'll never actually improve. You can just call me stubborn. Lion buried his head in his hands, slumping helplessly over his workbench with a heavy sigh. It looks a little better, but honestly, it's still pretty mediocre. This really isn't easy at all. Constantly stabbing my fingers is making me just want to give up. He leaned his head back against the chair, groaning sluggishly. My shoulders are killing me, and my eyes hurt. He stared blankly at the outfit resting on the bed in front of him, standing in complete silence. Lion gripped the fabric on the table tightly, his eyes lighting up with renewed determination. I can't give up. My speed is finally picking up. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light enveloped his sewing hands. A sparkling golden system prompt appeared. New talent, tailoring. Apprentice tailoring level 1 achieved. Finally, I got the skill. Lion's tailoring skill leveled up rapidly after he manually completed the fabric cutting process. Apprentice tailoring level 2 achieved. Riding the momentum, he unlocked an achievement, earning a reward of 3,000 shillings. As he continued to meticulously iron out every single fold, he received yet another skill level up notification from the system. He paused for a moment to ponder the mechanics behind awakening crafting skills. Wait a second, does awakening a crafting talent depend on how badly I actually need the finished product? Looking down at the fabric sketched with the leaf pattern, Lion asked himself, just how much do I actually need this item right now? He thought back to his previous awakenings, where practical need was always the strongest catalyst. For example, when I awakened my blacksmithing talent, I desperately needed a sickle and a hoe for making medicine. When my cooking talent awakened, I really needed oil to bake bread and cookies. The sea rosemary oil that Atri made gave off such a refreshing scent. New talent cooking. Cooking proficiency has reached apprentice level 1. But with tailoring, no matter what I did, it only increased my proficiency. The talent itself never actually awakened until now. With his current goal clearly defined, he decisively prepared the next set of materials to focus on finishing the piece. In that case, the thing I need right now is this. He confidently made decisive cuts with the scissors, completely ignoring the preset templates. Thank goodness I didn't use the repair kit from the very beginning. Even without following the instructions, it still looks great. A premium tie. Its value went up thanks to an artisan's touch. Lion prepared to execute the final embroidery pattern to elevate his masterpiece. Sweet! The artisan's hand effect finally activated. Now, if I just add the embroidery, it'll be perfect. A white tie, luxuriously embroidered with a golden leaf motif, materialized in a sparkling halo of light. A masterpiece-grade tie. The system chimed in with back-to-back praises. Unbelievable quality for an apprentice tailor. A masterpiece worthy of being displayed anywhere. The moment the tie was paired with the outfit, the system immediately sent a notification. 2 matching items have been upgraded into a set. The set resonance effect has increased by 1 point. Lion looked at the dazzling result in front of him and cheered in joy. I did it! The premium formal suit set of a master tailor, my very first 4-star item. 2 matching items have been upgraded into a complete set. The set resonance effect has increased by 1 point. Seeing this, Lion couldn't hide the absolute joy glowing on his face. This is amazing! I actually did it! Right before his eyes was an incredibly gorgeous, high-class formal suit set. Staring at his finished masterpiece, he excitedly exclaimed, my very first 4-star item! This formal suit set could maintain a stable body temperature regardless of the weather outside. Reading this, Lion couldn't help but gasp. It even has a bonus buff? At the same time, the system announced that his great tailor achievement had reached 1/3 completion. Upon seeing this message, a thrilled grin spread across his face as he marveled. This is so dope! If Jisu's outfit and my own turn out this beautiful, I'll max out this achievement in no time. Gripping the scissors in his hand, Lion happily pumped himself up. Alright, I need to stay calm and keep my focus. Sharp, precise scissor cuts could be seen gliding effortlessly through the soft fabric. With his incredibly nimble hands, he transformed that white fabric into a bow tie, setting a gemstone right in the center that flashed brilliantly under the red light. After attaching the bow tie, the buff effect stacked once again. Now, not only could it keep the body warm, but it also granted immunity to a certain amount of physical and magical damage. The progress bar hit 2/3. Seeing this, Lion gloated proudly. Sweet! Jisu's outfit is all done too! Next, he shifted his gaze to the outfit right next to it with a troubled expression. Now, my own outfit is the real problem. Lion rested a hand on his chin in deep thought, muttering with a slight frown. With our family's reputation, I can't just wear something casual. Plus, it'd look super weird if the main star of the banquet didn't even wear a tie, right? To avoid matching with Grandpa's or Jisu's ties, he suddenly had a stroke of inspiration and came up with a brilliant idea. I'll cut this long tie short and turn it into a pinned cravat. Lion smoothly sketched on the paper with his pen, muttering to himself, so the highlight of the cravat will be a gemstone? Let's see. He turned to look at a nearby box. I think I'll use one of Grandfather's old gemstones. Looking at the sparkling jewels, Lion thought with delight, this one looks perfect. It's the exact same color as our family's eyes. He gently held the purple gemstone up to his collar and excitedly exclaimed, put the gem right here and done! The moment Lion finished, the Great Tailor achievement was completed, granting him a generous reward. The system even announced that because he had accomplished something extraordinary, he would receive a monetary bonus. Unable to hide his surprise, Lion blurted out, "Wait, there's a cash bonus too?" Just then, the system notified him that he had over 100,000 shillings, enough to buy every item available. Reading the text, his eyes lit up with excitement. "I got 25,000 shillings all at once? And the shilling store is finally unlocked. I have to check it out right now." Lion was so lost in his joy that he completely missed the sound of hurried footsteps rushing up behind him. Suddenly, the door burst open with a deafening crash, making him jump and let out a startled yelp. Seeing Diso's frantic expression, Lion stammered in fear, "Diso, what are you doing here?" Diso stormed in, his face dark as he growled, "Tomorrow is your coming-of-age ceremony. Why are you still sitting there sewing, brother? I heard you've stayed up for 3 nights straight. At this rate, you're going to pass out before the ceremony even begins." Lion felt the hair on the back of his neck stand up, frantically wondering to himself, "I was stuck with a deadline and had no other choice but to pull all-nighters. But how on earth did he find out?" Diso's expression turned ice cold as he commanded in a low voice, "Go to sleep, right now." Trembling under his brother's furious glare, Lion let out a whimpering squeak. Just then, Sylvia pulled a blanket out of nowhere, wrapped it tightly around Lion, and smiled cheerfully. "Second young master Diso is right. Come on, let me get you to bed." Bundled up like a caterpillar, he cried helplessly on the inside, "No way! The shilling store just unlocked. How can you force me to sleep before I even get a peek? Just a little bit. Please just let me look for 1 second." Before them stood a magnificent, sprawling castle bathed in the bright morning sunlight. At that moment, a voice echoed inside the castle. "Young master!" Standing next to Lion, Sylvia gently remarked, "You look very handsome today, sir. Especially that cravat. It suits you perfectly." Hearing this, he let out a happy sigh of relief. "Really? Thank goodness!" A thought flashed through Lion's mind. My hard work really paid off, even if I did pass out the second my back hit the bed. Meanwhile, Patrick wiped his tears with a handkerchief and choked out emotionally, "Oh, young master!" Sylvia simply tilted her head, a warm smile curving her lips. He looked at Lion's tall figure and thought to himself, "The frail little boy from back then is finally having his coming-of-age ceremony. I used to fear this day would never come. Time truly flies." Just then, Diso cheerfully walked over to them. "Good morning, brother." Seeing him, Lion smiled and asked, "Diso, were you waiting for me?" With a gentle look in his eyes, Diso nodded. "Yes." Then, raising an eyebrow, Diso boldly declared, "I'll be your escort from here on out." The heavy doors creaked open, the sound echoing through the hall, accompanied by his gentle voice. Beyond the doors lay the bustling, lively atmosphere of the banquet. Diso's tone turned earnest as he affirmed, "Because today, brother, you are the star of the show." Inside the luxurious hall, the melodious tunes of a symphony orchestra drifted through the air. A young noblewoman looked around and gasped in awe, "Such magnificent decorations! The Atari family truly lives up to their reputation." Hearing this, the middle-aged man beside her chuckled, "This is even grander than a royal banquet." Another man swirling a glass of wine turned and said, "I heard Marquis Patrick and the eldest son didn't get along, but I guess those were just baseless rumors." A man with a mustache simply shrugged, "We'll just have to wait and see." Above the noisy chatter, a loud announcement rang out, "Marquis Atari and the young masters have arrived." At once, everyone turned their heads toward the sound. A flurry of hushed whispers immediately swept through the crowd. "It's the Marquis, looking as imposing as ever, and right beside him is young Master Diso Atari." Trailing just behind them was Lion, a subtle smile playing on his lips. The main character of today's event, young Master Lion Atari. Dressed in an elegant suit, he stepped forward to the applause of the banquet guests. The moment she saw Lion, a woman sneered in a low voice, "He doesn't look as majestic as I thought. He really pales in comparison to the heir, young Master Diso." The man beside her eagerly chimed in, "Well, rumor has it he's a bit of an eccentric." Suddenly, Patrick furrowed his brow and called out, "Lion!" Hearing his name, Lion cheerfully replied, "Yes, grandfather." The Marquis then looked toward the crowd of nobles ahead and sternly warned, "Listen carefully, don't associate with that bunch over there. They aren't the kind of people you should be getting mixed up with." Looking surprised, Lion immediately asked, "Are you worried about me, grandfather?" Patrick let out a heavy sigh, his frown deepening. "Remember that we are in public. You have to give the opening speech soon, so pull yourself together." Seeing the old man's stern face, Lion couldn't help but chuckle. Don't worry, grandfather, I won't do anything to embarrass the eldest grandson of the Atari family. At the same time, he thought happily to himself, he really does still care about me in his own grumpy way. Lion reached up to adjust his collar, calmly thinking to himself, I don't have the slightest desire to talk to a bunch of flattering sycophants anyway. That is my only goal. Stepping forward, he gave a polite bow and smoothly introduced himself. Greetings everyone, I am Lion Atari and today I have officially come of age. He was determined to leave a strong, positive impression of his family in everyone's eyes. Without a hint of hesitation, Lion spoke with absolute confidence. I sincerely thank you all for attending, especially the heirs who will lead this nation in the future. Seeing him like this today, Jisoo suddenly froze. He stared intently at his older brother, bewildered as a thought crossed his mind. Has brother always been this reliable? Just then, a young noblewoman whispered, Young Master Lion looks incredibly captivating today, doesn't he? The girl next to her broke into a nervous sweat and stammered, So it wasn't just me? It's hard to describe. He looks normal, but still. A young lady in a yellow dress raised an eyebrow and mused, Doesn't his outfit look somewhat extraordinary? Hearing this, she immediately realized, That's right, looking closely you can see its exquisite and minimalist beauty. The other girl confidently affirmed, It's not just the clothes, it also highlights the person wearing them. She didn't hesitate and quickly agreed, Absolutely as expected of the most noble family in the empire. At that moment, the young lady blushed and curiously asked, I wonder which designer made it. Another girl glanced over and replied, I heard that none of the tailors we know received this order. After observing for a while, Patrick crossed his arms and remarked, The boy knows how to use his brain. Hearing this, Jisoo, who was standing next to him, turned in surprise. Then, with blushing cheeks, he stammeringly asked, Did my brother really plan things out this far? He thought for a second, then a slight smile curled his lips. I'm not entirely sure, but he's always been as quick-witted as someone I know. Jisoo seemed to still have some lingering doubts in his heart. Right then, Lion's gentle voice rang out, From here on out, please feel free to enjoy yourselves until tomorrow, so sit back, relax, and have a wonderful time at the party. Once again, thank you all for traveling so far to be here. I'll take my leave now. With a bright smile on his face, he cheerfully wished them, Have a great time at the party, everyone! A thunderous round of applause echoed throughout the room. As soon as he saw Lion step down from the stage, Jisoo excitedly remarked, You were absolutely amazing, brother! Looking up with eyes full of admiration, he asked, You've been so busy. How did you find the time to prepare such a great speech? Did you practice in secret? Hearing this, he laughed sheepishly. Not at all, I just kept it simple, but thanks for the compliment. A smug thought then crossed his mind. All those years of corporate experience in South Korea really paid off. At the same time, Patrick stepped forward and commented with satisfaction, As expected, the Asteria bloodline is unmistakable. Even without mana or aura, you still carry yourself with such majestic poise. Then he offered a small smile and praised, You did well. Hearing this, Lion happily replied, Thank you, grandfather. Then Patrick gently suggested, All right, we should go enjoy the party as well. The tables were draped with red cloths, topped with plates of incredibly appetizing food, accompanied by the melodious sound of violins from the string ensemble. Seeing the red wine gently swirling in his glass, a voice spoke up, So how about it, Lion? He then looked at Lion with curiosity. Have you decided what you'll bring to the labyrinth ceremony? He simply brought the wine glass to his lips and took a small sip. At the same time, Patrick's thoughts emerged. I heard that what you receive in the labyrinth depends on the item you bring with you. Those who bring a magic book will gain new magical knowledge, while those who bring a staff will receive a new attack spell. For a normal mage, the outcome is quite predictable, but since you aren't a mage, it's completely unpredictable. Hearing that, Lion toyed with the glass of red wine in his hand and hesitantly spoke up. And then with a smile on his lips, he confidently declared, I think I'll bring the potion I made myself. The moment Lion said that, he grumbled internally, I don't have any magical talent, and I don't exactly have any decent gear on hand right now either. Even this 4-star suit was made by Uncle Addy, and I just threw a tie on it. So I might as well just bring the best thing I've crafted with my own 2 hands. Patrick stood in silent thought for a moment, then couldn't help but let out a sigh. You're right. It's good that you think that way. After all, the labyrinth will grant you knowledge that suits your current abilities. There's one more thing I want to ask. Tell me, do you have any interest in politics or the position of heir? Without even needing to think about it, Lion gave a firm answer. No, sir, that left Patrick slightly bewildered. You're answering right away? Sensing that the older man hadn't fully grasped his point, he hurriedly stated his stance as if he were on fire. I'm absolutely certain, not even a little bit. That's never going to happen, grandfather. Besides, I've always been convinced that Jisoo will be the next family head anyway. While Jisoo was looking at his older brother with eyes full of deep emotion, Brother, Patrick cleared his throat and addressed his younger grandson. Since that's the case, Jisoo, will you be able to cherish your older brother as much as your own life? He quickly placed a hand over his chest and made a solemn vow. Yes, I swear it on the honor of our family and on my very own mana. One would think there would be a long, drawn-out formal discussion after that, but no. He simply took a gentle sip of wine to clear his throat and nodded, muttering, Then it's settled. Patrick completely ignored the confused looks from his two grandsons and was happily setting off fireworks in his head. I can't believe the succession issue I was so worried about got resolved this quickly. It makes me want to go brag about this to the whole world. As of this moment, the families that pose the greatest threat to Asteria are the royal family and the Sword Saint family. That passing thought inadvertently made Patrick glare in annoyance into the distance, where Kylie and Taejut were sitting and chatting over dinner. Those old royal fools are already nursing a massive headache over their succession war, so we don't need to worry about them for now. Just when it seemed like things would end there, Patrick continued to glance over at Largentia in the distance. The problem lies with the Bidentis family. That bloody purge under the guise of their succession ceremony just ended not too long ago. I heard a young girl shouldered all that bloodshed to revive the entire family. I don't know what kind of barbaric era we're living in to let something like that happen. But thanks to that, them being tied up with family affairs is an advantage for us. However, since they're highly sensitive right now, it's best to avoid clashing with them if possible. Realizing he had been lost in thought for too long, Patrick cleared his throat and spoke up. All right, Lion, I understand your thoughts completely, so just continue living the life you want as a member of the Asteria family. When he raised an eyebrow and smiled, playfully asking, And what will you do if I cause trouble, grandfather? He gently gave a brief reply. Go ahead and try if you want, however. The deliberate trailing off of his sentence without getting straight to the point left Lion thoroughly confused. However what? Patrick suddenly showed off his gangster side. If you get hurt, I won't let it slide. This caused Lion to break out in a cold sweat. He'd probably beat me into the afterlife before I even have a chance to die from causing trouble. Lion quickly bowed deeply to show his determination. I will live a very quiet, peaceful life and take excellent care of myself. Having finally heard what he wanted, Patrick happily nodded and ordered, Good, let's finish our meal. The party continued like that for quite a while, until Lion finally had time to enjoy his wine alone, his eyes still busy watching the area where everyone was gathered. Recalling the conversation from earlier, he was lucky to be standing off to the side of the party, giving him time to get lost in his thoughts. Both grandfather and Jisoo are trying so hard, dealing with these old nobles really is a tiring pain in the neck. He slowly handed his half-empty wine glass back to the waiter, while his inner voice continued its monologue. But I have my own work to do, Alex. Who knows what possessed them to approach him first? Greetings, Lord Lion. I've been dying to know, could you perhaps reveal the designer behind this magnificent attire? This instantly triggered Lion's inner businessman. My very first customer is here. No matter how wildly his mind was screaming in excitement, he kept his composure, perfectly executing the etiquette lessons he'd learned. Of course, it would be my pleasure. Unexpectedly, right after Lion said that, a swarm of other potential clients rushed over, chattering excitedly. Lord Lion, me too. Please share it with me as well. While he was still standing there dazed, trying to process the situation. Wow, way more people gathered than I expected. Is this the power of a 4-star item? His mouth moved on its own to capture the noble's attention. You're all curious about the creator of this outfit, aren't you? However, I'm a bit hesitant to say. This unscripted response naturally left Alex and the others completely baffled. Excuse me. Lion suddenly put on an awkward expression as he dropped the juiciest piece of gossip imaginable. This designer happens to be the illegitimate child of a noble house, and because he sells clothes to commoners, he was cast out by the aristocracy. Naturally, the nobles took the bait almost instantly without a single shred of doubt. Oh my goodness! In this day and age, there are still people who discriminate against a tailor for something like that. Those from the First Prince's faction do tend to be rather strict about such matters. Hearing the royal family mentioned amidst the whispers, Lion froze for a few seconds. Wait a minute, come to think of it, the second prince is also an illegitimate child, isn't he? Uncle Andy might have just become collateral damage in the hidden war between the two princes, but he quickly regained his composure, putting on a highly professional customer service smile. Anyway, because of that, I can introduce him to you all, but if that makes anyone uncomfortable... Before Lion could even finish his sentence, the nobles burst into eager laughter and chatter. Not at all. Please do tell us. We only care about the clothes themselves. With that firm reassurance, he offered a gentle, confident smile before finally revealing the mysterious figure. Since you're all so enthusiastic, it would be rude of me to keep hiding it. Allow me to introduce him. The tailor behind this outfit is Andy. His boutique is located in the southern part of our family's territory. Having waited forever to hear the tailor's name, Alex's jaw dropped in sheer awe. I had my suspicions, but it really is him. I was wondering where he disappeared to, but it turns out he was under the protection of House Autry. Before anyone could say another word, Lion suddenly dropped a massive bombshell right in the middle of the party. You all should hurry if you want to book an appointment. As far as I know, there are only about 3 slots left for today. This new piece of information left the nobles absolutely stunned. Only 3 slots? He was about to share his thoughts when Legentia unexpectedly made her presence known. Hold on. She completely ignored the fact that everyone was avoiding her, simply asking Lion in a soft voice. That tailor, does he really accept custom orders for any type of clothing? While the people around them were busy gossiping. What is she planning to order? A gorgeous dress, perhaps? He maintained the friendly demeanor of a seasoned salesman. Of course, Marchioness Bidentis. While Lion's brain was frantically running the numbers, a custom order from the Sword Saint's family, his mouth smoothly got straight to the point. If you don't mind me asking, what kind of attire are you looking to have made, my lady? Legentia seemed to have anticipated this question, answering immediately without a hint of hesitation. I plan to order some training gear and comfortable everyday clothes. However, her next words gave everyone goosebumps. My old ones, they've all been torn to shreds. I can't wear them anymore. The chilling aura radiating from Legentia terrified the nobles so much that they immediately scrambled to escape. Oh my back suddenly hurts so much. Dear Lord, my head. I forgot to turn off the stove at home. Goodness, an urgent matter just came up. I must go. I'll definitely book an appointment next time. Thanks to that, the massive grand hall was left with only Legentia and Lion, making him feel slightly awkward. Well, they all ran for the hills. Ah, well, since rumors say she's the survivor of that bloody purge, it's totally understandable why people are terrified of her. But a customer is a customer. No need to worry about those rumors. That highly rational thought helped Lion calm down. He flipped his salesman switch back on and spoke up. Since it's quite a large number of clothes, it might take a bit longer than expected. Would that be all right? Legentia agreed instantly without a second thought. That won't be a problem. Do I need to pay a deposit in advance? Lion didn't even need a moment to think before giving the perfect response. We can sort that out after the banquet concludes. The moment Legentia walked away, Lion couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. That actually went way smoother than I expected. Now then, next up is... He quickly turned around to address the crowd that had just fled. The remaining slots were taken in the blink of an eye. Would anyone else like to put their name on the waiting list? Just like that, Lion successfully roped in a massive batch of potential clients for the tailoring service, which resulted in his order log becoming almost as thick as a standard notebook. Who knows how much time had passed, but as he looked at his notebook, he couldn't stop grinning from ear to ear. Jackpot! Uncle Andy should be pretty thrilled with this many orders, right? Suddenly, Sylvia appeared out of nowhere, delivering a soft-spoken message. Young master, the patriarch has announced that the trial is ready. Lion nodded without hesitation. All right, I'll be right there. A little while later, Lion stood dazed in front of Patrick's study doors. But before he could open them, Tara suddenly appeared and struck up a conversation. As expected of the eldest grandson of House Autry, renowned for its magic, you don't look worried in the slightest. That tone of his, 30% concern and 70% pure sarcasm, annoyed the hell out of him. This bastard, he knows damn well I can't use magic. Yet, on the surface, Lion still had to force a friendly smile. About that, it's just that. Before he could finish, Diso cut in, coming to the rescue. That's a given. Why on earth would my brother need to be worried? Diso's ability to blatantly talk back to an opponent with way stronger backing made Lion break out in a cold sweat. This crazy kid, at times like this, he looks exactly like grandfather. Completely different from how he treats me. The first prince was exactly the type of person Diso would utterly despise. He did have talent, but at his core he was just a degenerate playboy indulging in pleasures. Not wanting to bicker and lose face, Terrace immediately excused himself. I'll take my leave and return to my seat. After the two princes walked away, Diso finally showed his concern for his older brother. Brother, the potion you mentioned is in here. Please come back safely. Lion nodded eagerly, a stark contrast to his earlier awkwardness. Yeah, thanks a lot. He slung the bag over his shoulder, letting a wave of nostalgia wash over his mind. This place brings back so many memories. I used to diligently come here ever since I was a kid. For someone like me who couldn't awaken a single talent, this place was both a sanctuary and a safe haven. Rumor has it that the first-generation patriarch left a treasure here after the war with the demons ended. But I wonder what kind of item it is. If even they call it a treasure, then it must be an incredibly valuable item, even by the game's standards. Sylvia suddenly offered a sharp dagger to Lion. Young master! He fully understood its purpose, so he just murmured a soft thank you, and then he swiftly made a small cut on his finger, letting the blood from the wound drip directly onto the floor. The magic circle beneath Lion's feet quickly activated, causing the entire massive mansion to shake violently. This made Teruse, who had just reached the main hall, wonder out loud. To think that simply opening a door would cause such massive tremors. Meanwhile, completely unaware of the guests' concerns, Lion focused all his attention on the threads of spiritual energy reaching out toward him. They quickly wrapped tightly around his waist and violently dragged him into the space behind the door, completely ignoring his frantic panic. The Aerie family's labyrinth operates on its own will. It can be cleared without a single trial. However, if an intruder shows greed and tries to destroy it, it instantly becomes an inescapable dungeon, and its terrifying power can trigger an earthquake massive enough to make the massive, sturdy mansion shake as if it were about to collapse. This terrifying tremor threw the two princes and the rest of the guests into a total panic. What in the world is happening? Everyone, brace yourselves! At that exact moment, Lion, who had just opened the library, was squinting against a blinding light after being dragged inside. Something is very wrong. Libraries don't normally open like this. What the hell is going on? As soon as his vision cleared, he let out a terrified scream, because Lion realized he was being pulled into some strange pitch-black void deep within the library. Seeing the panicked faces of his family members, his chest tightened as he choked back a bizarre sound. Grandfather? Dyson! What on earth is happening? He had no idea how much time had actually passed, but Lion's body was now floating aimlessly in a strange, mystical space. Suddenly, the system's voice echoed with a lengthy notification, entirely ignoring whether he had regained consciousness or not. You have unlocked the achievement book labyrinth. You have been granted permission to read all the books in the library. Intelligence increased by 10 points. Mana permanently increased by 10. A circle of highly pure mana has been formed. Meanwhile, back at the banquet, the violent and relentless shaking of the hall had everyone screaming in sheer terror. The flickering candles were now swaying wildly out of control. Glamorous wine glasses shattered against the floor. The guests scrambled desperately to find a way out and save their own lives. Somebody help! Where is the marquise? Suddenly, the magnificent chandelier above began to swing violently, snapping the heavy cables holding it to the ceiling. The massive fixture gave way, plummeting straight down in a deadly freefall. Alexis was the only one who noticed, and she froze in pure horror. The chandelier! It is falling! Fortunately, right before the massive weight could crush her, Patrick's magic surged forward and fiercely deflected the collapsing hazard. Narrowly escaping death, Alexis finally caught her breath and muttered, "We are alive!" Dubious could not hold back his triumphant shout. "This is Lord Patrick's protective magic. He is shielding us!" And just like that, the terrifying chaos tearing through the vast Atoria estate was brought to a halt, at least for a brief moment. At the exact same time, Patrick stood on the upper floor, channeling his immense mana across every corner of his domain. His voice boomed with absolute authority. "Dyson, get to the banquet hall and evacuate everyone. I have already established the defensive barriers." Dyson immediately bowed his head in obedience. "Yes, my lord." But before leaving, Dyson could not hide his panic any longer. "Grandfather, what in the world is happening?" Patrick looked at the crumbling destruction around him and let out a heavy sigh. "The library has completely lost control. I told you to evacuate the guests, Dyson." "And what about the royal princes?" Theris, completely dropping his usual arrogant smirk after the chaotic event, answered with utter seriousness. They are completely safe. Dison cast a protective barrier around them. Hearing those words, Patrick could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Thank the heavens everyone is safe. Dison, dispatch the healers to tend to the wounded and prepare resting quarters for the remaining guests immediately. I must hold the entrance to the labyrinth, so I am entrusting the entire evacuation to you. Suddenly burdened with such massive responsibility, Dyson could not hide his fear. But, that is far too dangerous, my lord. I am staying here with you. Unfortunately, Patrick didn't even hesitate before shutting him down completely. No! As the next heir to this family, you must fulfill your duty to our people. Theris, clearly sensing the heavy tension weighing on the Atori family, nervously spoke up. Marquise, it is too dangerous. We have no idea what condition the labyrinth is in right now. The old man slowly turned his head, his face returning to its usual stern intensity. You think a little bit of chaos like this is enough to put me in danger? Or have I been blind to just how deeply our honored guests worry about my well-being? Dison, go, now! His absolute refusal to hear another word left Dyson frozen in place. Finally regaining their senses, the two princes offered their timid support. Right, Sir Lion will surely be safe. Come on, I will lend a hand with the evacuation too. Dison barely paid them any attention, his mind overwhelmed with worry for his brother. The three young men quickly evacuated from the crumbling floor, leaving Patrick standing completely alone, a heavy burden in his heart as he stared at the library doors. The labyrinth's condition is dangerously unstable right now. If Dyson had been dragged into this mess too, Suddenly, a familiar melodic voice echoed through the hall. In an absolute emergency like this, you are still planning to stay behind? As soon as he saw Rosentia's face, a question slipped from his lips. The head of house by Dentis? Why did you stay behind instead of evacuating? She didn't even bother answering his question, casually shifting the topic instead. You seem incredibly confident that the boy is still alive. It is almost as if you already know exactly how this will end. Patrick remained dead silent, but his grim, calculating expression gave Rosentia the silent answer she was looking for. So, she calmly made an offer that caught the old man completely off guard. I will help you. Patrick furrowed his brows in deep suspicion. Why? It would be far more beneficial for your family if you just left us to rot. Rosentia paused in silence for a few seconds before offering a perfectly reasonable excuse. Because I just commissioned a few custom outfits from him, and I absolutely despise it when my plans are ruined. So, I will wait nearby, Lazianti. The moment Lazianti left, Sylvia appeared right behind Patrick, casually dropping a soft remark. That kid's intuition is completely extraordinary. It forced him to nod in reluctant agreement, saying, You are exactly right. Set up a barrier around the labyrinth. An order from above had been given, so how could he possibly refuse? Yes, sir, while Sylvia was busy channeling her mana to cast a magic barrier. Patrick cleared his throat and firmly instructed her. Word of this absolutely cannot leak out. From now on, we need to focus entirely on restoring the exterior of the labyrinth. That way, at least Lion will have a clear path to get out. Meanwhile, our boy Lion was completely oblivious to the chaotic scene outside. In fact, he was just leisurely laying back, soaking in the fresh air. The gorgeous scenery put him in such a great mood that he couldn't help but hum a few of his own made-up tunes. The sweet chirping of the birds, harmonizing with the gentle rustling of the breeze, made Lion smile without even realizing it. Suddenly, he happened to spot a familiar system notification. You have unlocked the Book Labyrinth achievement. It made him mutter to himself, This is seriously driving me crazy. Seeing this achievement pop up means I actually cleared the labyrinth. I have absolutely no idea what the heck I did to clear it. Lion felt incredibly frustrated. He sat up abruptly out of sheer annoyance, trying to get his brain to calm down. If I remember correctly from the game, this place has to be the reward zone. Since the labyrinth is fully cleared, it should be totally safe here. So, how am I supposed to claim the reward? In the game, you literally just click yes, and that is it. Being stuck in this passive situation left Lion feeling incredibly irritated. Wait, does that mean the original Lion used to come in and out of this place without a single issue? Is my mana capacity the only thing that has changed since then? I am really not so sure. No way, it only went up by a single point. If it really was just about mana, my relatives would treat the end of this labyrinth like their own personal living room. Plus, if anyone could waltz in that easily, grandfather would not have hidden his treasure here in the first place. Unless, does it actually have something to do with me possessing this body? This sudden realization gave Lion a glimmer of hope to figure out a new angle for his rather vague plan. Come to think of it, grandfather once mentioned that he stashed the treasure here 500 years ago, right after ending the war against the demon race alongside the hero. The very same hero who vanished without a trace 50 years after the war ended. As Lion was speaking, he suddenly froze. This labyrinth cleared itself the very second I stepped foot inside. Unlike the original Lion who constantly hung out in the library, this is my first time being here since I transmigrated into this body. What if the labyrinth did not recognize me as Lion Aster, but as someone else entirely? It sounds a little bit illogical, I know, but the war against the demons is literally the main setting of the game. The player takes on the role of the hero to fight the demon race and save the world. What if the treasure grandfather hid away actually happens to belong to the hero? Whoa, then does not that make it my own character's item? Lion sat on the grass, resting a hand on his chin in deep thought as he glanced around. If the treasure the hero hid here is an item I used to own, the system probably flagged it as retrieving a legacy item. He then slowly got to his feet and firmly declared, "Regardless, I cannot just stay here forever. With only a one-circle mana core, I cannot even scratch the surface of fourth circle magic and above. So, the only option left is to use brute force to break out of this place." Lion then took a few steady steps forward. There has to be a way to get past this. Even though my level is low right now, there is. His footsteps suddenly came to a halt. It seemed like he had just noticed something. Lion then lowered his gaze to the flowers growing right around his feet. Now that I think about it, these white flowers. The data for this rare, pure white flower suddenly popped up. This species does not grow alongside other plants, and it is usually kept purely for decoration. He finished reading it, raised an eyebrow, and spoke up. If you look closely, they are actually planted in a specific pattern. It looks like this entire map follows a strict layout. Right next to these pure white flowers is some ordinary purple grass, and it also grows completely isolated from the other plants. Lion scanned the flower field and began to thoughtfully analyze the setup. Each zone only contains a single type of plant, but if they are suddenly all mixed up like this, that means... He crossed his arms, confidently voicing his deduction. This whole area has been carefully divided, and all of these plants were arranged artificially. There has to be one specific spot that breaks the pattern. That is where the key to getting out is hidden, and the most abnormal spot of all is... The moment he saw what was up ahead, Lion's jaw dropped in absolute shock. A smug smirk quickly formed on his face. So, the spot where all these incompatible plants are clustered together has to be right here, doesn't it? Lion then gently closed his eyes. A powerful surge of blue energy began radiating all around him. He stood there quietly murmuring to himself, "I just need to close my eyes and focus on my heartbeat, let my consciousness sink deep into my body, syncing up with that very rhythm." A glowing magic circle materialized right in front of his chest. Once he felt its presence, Lion chuckled in sheer amusement. "So this is a magic circle! How fascinating!" Just then, the system announced that the magic circle had been successfully located. He could now clearly see its data. Lion closed his eyes once again, giving himself a mental pep talk. "All right, Lion, focus up. Try channeling the flow of mana straight into your eyes." A powerful surge of energy swelled up, and he snapped his eyes wide open. The support skill, Sorcerer's Eye, has been successfully activated. The effect will last for just over 10 minutes. The moment Lion spotted those glowing red nodes popping up across the flower field, he could not help but flinch. I was almost a goner. Anywhere that has all three types of plants clustered together is practically a death trap. He then shifted his gaze over to another patch of flowers. Either there are no mana threads here at all, or it is rigged to trigger a new spell if you touch it the wrong way. Nope, not this spot. Lion scanned the area one more time before letting out a cheerful smirk. Looks like I will just have to go a little bit further. The scene shifted to him walking across the vast field of flowers, with a faint blue aura of power drifting all through the air around him. Lion was steadily making his way forward when he suddenly came to a dead stop. Right then, the system announced that the Witch's Eye skill had been enhanced, and the hidden name of the area was revealed. Looking at the spot where the illusion magic thread was flowing from, he lit up with joy. Found it! Kneeling in front of the energy source, Lion hesitated, wondering to himself, should I dig down and check? He then happily opened the system to access the shop. If that's the case, I need something to get rid of this magic thread. Let's check the shilling shop. Since Lion's balance had surpassed 100,000 shillings, all items were now unlocked. His current membership tier was bronze. Surprised, Lion exclaimed, "Now that everything's unlocked, a new page appeared." Swiping through the system screen, he raised an eyebrow and muttered, "Survival." Since that's what I need most right now, let's check this out first. Looking at the item on the screen, Lion gasped in shock. No, wait, its worn condition makes the success rate really low. A 20% success rate and only one use left? After reading through the details, he put his hands on his hips in frustration. What kind of junk is this? Is this a scam? I mean, putting the price aside, I can't even use any of these things. Isn't this way too much? Just then, the system offered to apply a filter. Seeing this, Lion couldn't hide his excitement. Awesome! It actually has that feature? He excitedly requested. Then show me items under 120,000 shillings, from cheapest to most expensive, including the discounted ones. The system immediately loaded the information. A chime rang out. Seeing how efficient the system was, Lion nodded in satisfaction. Nice! This makes filtering so much easier! But as he looked at the results, a flash of disappointment crossed his face. Still, most of this junk won't help me right now. He then looked at two specific items, a magic detector and a pair of sharp scissors. Pausing to weigh his options, he muttered, "These two seem like the best choices. The magic detector is tempting, but it's way too expensive. The scissors are definitely the more practical choice for now. Besides, with my current skills, I wouldn't even be able to break the illusion magic even if I had the detector." Bracing himself, Lion finally made his decision and tapped the purchase button. "I'll buy this one." Immediately, the system announced that the sharp scissors were permanently bound to him. Looking at the item in front of him, he raised an eyebrow and chuckled. "I've been trying so hard to save up my shillings ever since I got here, and now they're all gone in a flash. At least I like this permanent binding feature. Let's hope it actually solves my problem." Getting back on track, Lion enthusiastically declared, "All right, time to dig up the source of that magic thread." He pulled out a shovel and smirked triumphantly. "All that grueling crafting and gathering I did every day is finally paying off. Digging this up will be a piece of cake." With that, Lion immediately got to work. He relentlessly drove the shovel down into the dirt. Just then, the system warned him that the witch's eye would only last for 1 more minute. Hearing this, he gasped in panic. "Has it been that long already? Wait!" Right at that moment, the blade of the shovel struck something hard, letting out a sharp, piercing clang. Lion's eyes widened in sheer surprise. There it is! Unable to hide his excitement, he began digging furiously with both hands. "Faster, faster!" Lion reached down, his hands firmly grasping the object buried in the dirt that was emitting the magical energy thread. He lifted the treasure chest out of the hole, grinning in absolute delight. It looks exactly like one of those reward chests from a game. The system then began a 10-second countdown. Lion frantically grabbed his scissors to cut the thread, snapping back, I know! Right as the timer hit the 7th second, the sharp blades of his scissors successfully severed the energy thread. The enhanced Witch's Eye skill deactivated. He stared at the treasure chest, which was now glowing with a warm golden light, his eyes filled with anticipation. It actually worked! The system then prompted Lion, asking if he wanted to claim his reward. Without a single second of hesitation, he shouted, "Of course I do!" The item was immediately bound to him and stored in his inventory, though it couldn't be appraised just yet. Staring at the lingering light in front of him, he broke into a joyful grin. "The fact that it got bound to me proves it's definitely my loot." But then Lion tilted his head in confusion. "Wait, what exactly is this thing? I can't even check its stats right now." Suddenly, the system announced that because he had collected a key item, he was being forced into story mode, and that this memory could not be skipped. Hearing this, a cold sweat broke out on his face. His eyes went wide with sheer disbelief as he panicked. "Hold on, what is this? What do you mean story mode? What the hell is going on?" Before his eyes, the image of an elegantly carved, luxurious door appeared. Standing just outside the door were Patrick and Jisoo. The atmosphere between them was incredibly tense. Patrick narrowed his eyes, asking Jisoo in a low, authoritative tone, "I assume the public fallout has been dealt with properly?" Hearing this, Jisoo gave an honest report. "Yes, my lord, we've blamed the entire commotion on an earthquake. As of right now, there are no signs of any further incidents." Sweating nervously, Jisoo averted his gaze and continued, "I've also secured a promise of cooperation from the two princes regarding this matter. Even the head of the Bidentist Swordmaster family gave his word to prevent any false rumors from spreading." Listening to the report, Patrick nodded in approval. "Good," he thought to himself. "This should keep the rumors from spreading among the royals and the nobility. Who would have ever guessed that the first prince's incompetence would actually come in handy at a time like this?" Patrick then pressed him, his voice dark and serious. "And what about the temple and the underworld?" Jisoo sweated nervously as he answered, "We made our move in both places before any information could leak out. At the very least, my brother's whereabouts are still completely unknown. Hearing this, Patrick furrowed his brows. All right, well done. Deep down, he sternly reminded himself, no matter what happens, we absolutely cannot let those two factions find out anything. The temple and the underworld, an archbishop who is utterly obsessed with digging up every single thing related to the hero, and the underworld, founded by one of the hero's former comrades, which has now grown into a massive powerhouse. His racing thoughts continued. Unlike the others, those two factions are smart enough to dig up the core truth. If we aren't incredibly careful, they might figure out that Lion possesses a special power. And the reality is, Lion really is connected to the hero. The first piece of evidence was the hero's potion, and now the real trouble begins. The very moment Lion stepped foot into the labyrinth housing the hero's treasure, something definitely happened that even Lion himself isn't aware of. Until I find out exactly what that is, this information must remain strictly classified. Suddenly, a massive crash echoed through the air, startling both Patrick and Jisoo as they whipped their heads in its direction. The space around them began to shake violently. Right at that moment, someone screamed in pure panic. "The labyrinth is moving!" Patrick immediately raised his hand, barking orders. "Everyone, brace yourselves!" Jisoo, his guard raised, stammered nervously. I can feel an overwhelming power pouring out from inside." Staring at the blinding light radiating from the door, Jisoo shouted in terror, "Something's coming out!" Suddenly, an object shot out and smacked Patrick right in the forehead, leaving Jisoo absolutely stunned. Taking the hit straight to the face, Patrick trembled, trying his hardest to suppress his boiling rage. Meanwhile, Jisoo carefully picked the object up, looking at it in confusion. "What is this?" As soon as he got a closer look at the projectile, Jisoo gasped in surprise. "It's a letter!" Sweating nervously, Jisoo looked at it with intense curiosity. "What is this?" He then carefully unfolded the crisp piece of paper in his hands. Scanning the handwriting on the page, Jisoo firmly declared, "Even though it looks like it was written in a rush, this is definitely my brother's handwriting. There's no blood or any signs of damage on it either." Sweating slightly, Patrick's curiosity got the better of him. "Well, what does it say?" He looked up, his face completely pale. Right at that moment, the system announced that Leon had successfully accessed the storyline. After being unconscious for a while, he gradually came to. Leon pushed himself up, clutching his head. "Ugh, my head is killing me. Did I trigger the story mode?" A short cinematic of the character's backstory played before his eyes. Seeing this, Leon made a guess. Looking at the title, this must be someone's memory. A man whose face was obscured held out a small chest and spoke. "I don't need this anymore, so Patrick, I'll leave this in your hands." The moment he heard that familiar name, he realized with a start. "Patrick, this is a memory of the day my grandfather received that item from the hero." The voices from the memory echoed one after another. "Not yet. We still haven't finished everything. Why now?" "For when the time comes." Leon was sweating profusely, clutching his head in a panic. "Damn it! That was crucial information, but I couldn't hear a thing. And why is the point of view like this? I should have been more careful when I created this character. I used the random generation mode, so now I can't even remember what this is." In the memory, Patrick accepted the chest and replied with a solemn tone, "Understood. I will keep it safe." Right then, the system announced that he had viewed a stored memory, bringing the story mode to an end. Hearing this, his eyes widened in confusion as he blurted out, "What, it's over already?" Sweating buckets, Leon frowned and complained, "I thought I was going to see something super important, but I didn't get any useful information at all." He looked at the small treasure chest in his hands and muttered to himself, "Judging by the timeline, this was during the war against the demons, and it looks like that person left this with my grandfather to be used when the time came." Inside the chest were sparkling pieces of jewelry. Leon looked at the items with a hint of doubt. "Wait, is this the accessory set that conceals your skills?" Next, Leon slipped the bracelet onto his wrist, raising an eyebrow as he spoke. "To be honest, this item wasn't that hard to find in the game. Usually, only players who wanted to hide their power used it. But in reality, it was just a support item for grinding experience. I even equipped one on all my characters to farm extra EXP. Well, I'm not sure which of my account's characters this belonged to, but they probably left it here since they didn't need it anymore. Plus, it showed up right when I needed a way to conceal my mana, so I should just be grateful." After that, he gently closed his eyes. At the same time, the system asked if he wanted to check the information regarding his mana circle. Without hesitation, he replied firmly, "Yes." After a quick analysis, the system stated that his current excess mana was extremely low. Leon was startled upon hearing this and wondered to himself, "Huh? That's weird. Can my first circle really hold that much mana?" He pictured a man clasping his hands together to focus his mana as he thought to himself, "Normally, people have to train and meditate day and night to expand their mana vessel before they can even form a second or third circle." Thinking about this, Leon couldn't help but feel curious. "So why is my first circle so huge?" A look of anxiety mixed with confusion washed over his face. But then Leon casually brushed his doubts aside. "Whatever, as long as it's an advantage, I'll take it." He then pushed himself up and stood. "Anyway, thanks to this item, my secret won't be exposed. Even if it was just an event item in the game, it's still considered a huge treasure in this world. This is a massive win. Looks like my coming-of-age ceremony is going to be unforgettable." Suddenly, Leon looked up, breaking into a cold sweat as a thought hit him. "The problem now is, I'm still stuck in this labyrinth." He cast a glance around the area and let out a bitter laugh in his mind. Leon's voice broke the silence of the room. "First things first, I need to get moving and find a way out." Just then his foot accidentally stepped on a book lying on the floor. Instantly the system flashed an access denied warning, stating that he couldn't access the area without the library owner's permission. But a second later, it declared that he was the owner. Seeing this, he blurted out in utter confusion, "Huh? I'm the owner now?" With a worried look on his face, Leon frowned and muttered, "It must be because I cleared the labyrinth. This definitely wasn't part of the plan." Just then, a message popped up on the screen stating that the labyrinth's entrance had been damaged and automatic repairs were underway. The system then asked if he wanted to be teleported to the endpoint. Reading this, he jolted in shock. "What the hell? The interior is completely trashed and now the entrance is broken too? If I just leave it like this?" Sweating bullets, Leon went pale and cried out, "Grandpa is definitely going to chew me out for this. I don't want to get scolded. What do I do?" His grandfather Patrick's furious face flashed in his mind, along with his booming, angry voice. "You fool! I told you to do whatever you wanted, but I didn't mean for you to cause a total disaster." Suddenly he raised an eyebrow and wondered, "Wait a minute, if I'm the owner now, does that mean I can fix it?" The system then suggested a full reset of the labyrinth, but warned that all bound items would be returned to their original locations. Reading this, Leon immediately rejected the idea. "If I do that, I'll lose all the items I just got. Even the entire collection of books that's been accumulating since this place was built would vanish. No way." Out of options, he curiously asked, "Is there any other way?" The system quickly provided an alternative, a manual adjustment to repair the labyrinth. Resources for fixing the entrance would be transferred, and the process would take some time. Leon nodded thoughtfully as he read the prompt and muttered, "So it's basically like editing a save file. The last time books were added to the labyrinth was a week ago. If I exclude the treasures I'm holding right now, I can just restore everything else to how it was a week ago." Intrigued, he asked, "How long will it take?" The system replied that the repairs would take 672 hours, and during that time he wouldn't be able to leave. Leon stared in disbelief and stammered, "Wait, how many hours?" The number 672 flashed on the screen. Seeing it, Leon completely lost it and screamed, "Are you kidding me? That's a whole month!" Sweating buckets, he hesitantly asked, "So, during that time, am I at least allowed to walk around inside the labyrinth?" The system confirmed that he was free to move anywhere within the library. Leon wasn't done asking questions. "Is there any way for me to send a message outside while it's being repaired?" The system informed him of an unused pneumatic tube meant for sending books. Hearing this, Leon beamed. "Perfect! First things first, I need to send a note to Grandpa and Jisoo so they don't panic." Wiping away his sweat, he gave a firm nod. "All right." Taking a deep breath, Leon gave the command, "Start the repairs." Receiving the order, the system immediately initiated the restoration process. A mysterious surge of energy lifted the books, sending them floating through the air. Even the overturned wooden chair and ladder began to float and move on their own. The very space inside the library seemed to shift and rearrange itself. At the same time, the system announced that there were 671 hours and 59 minutes left until the labyrinth was fully restored. Watching the magical display, Leon rested his hands on his hips, looking satisfied. "All right, looking good. Now, can you teleport me to the end of the labyrinth?" A spatial portal instantly materialized right in front of him. Seeing this, he couldn't help but marvel. "Wow, what a convenient feature." Stepping through, Leon calmly spoke to himself. "From now on, I just need to survive here for a month. And to do that, Suddenly, Leon paused, looking surprised as something caught his eye. He stared at the crystal-clear blue water in the distance and gasped in awe. Wait, is that a lake? He peered in, watching his reflection ripple gently across the water's surface. He stepped closer to the edge of the lake, letting out a sound of sheer amazement. I can't believe there's a lake this huge inside the labyrinth. Thankfully, it doesn't look dangerous. Just as Leon was letting his guard down, the system abruptly flashed a warning. It stated that the lake contained bilaterally symmetrical aquatic animals and decapod crustaceans. Leon frowned at the screen and muttered, "Can you explain that in plain English, please?" The system obligingly simplified its explanation. There were plenty of edible fish and crustaceans. If he tried fishing, he could catch anything from common and high-grade fish to a rare-tier fish. Without hesitation, he eagerly asked, "How many rare-tier fish are in there?" The system replied, "Only one." At the same time, the system announced that the fishing feature for the lake had been unlocked through his authority as the owner. Leon suddenly realized a fatal flaw. "That's great and all, but I don't even have a fishing rod." Then an idea struck him. "Wait, I have that." Moments later, a fishing bobber could be seen floating peacefully on the crystal-clear water, accompanied by the cheerful sound of him humming a tune. Sitting by the lake with his fishing rod, Lion smiled to himself. Thank goodness the shilling shop had fishing gear, even if it cost me a pretty penny. I honestly thought I'd end up eating the bait if push came to shove, but hey, I actually caught a few. He whistled a relaxed tune and let out an excited chuckle. Looks like I won't be starving to death after all. Suddenly, the bobber violently jerked underwater, making Lion let out a startled yelp. Beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he braced himself. This one's completely different from the others. The fishing line pulled taut, nearly snapping. Lion watched in absolute awe. Whoa, this guy is seriously strong. Could it be a big one? Gripping the rod tightly, he forced himself to stay calm, muttering under his breath, "Easy now, take it slow, don't rush it." The head of a vibrant purple fish broke the surface of the water, making Lion grunt from the exertion. Gathering his strength, he yanked the rod back and screamed in excitement, "Gotcha!" Right on cue, the system chimed in. He had caught a labyrinth carp. As the labyrinth carp was hoisted out of the water, Lion let out a victorious cheer, his face lighting up. "I actually caught it." A system prompt popped up at the exact same moment. "You have caught a 2-star labyrinth carp." The item description immediately popped up. 0 pin bones, no muddy odor, and exceptional flavor. Looking at the massive labyrinth carp in front of him, he couldn't help but marvel. "Man, this thing is huge!" Lion stared at his calloused hands, a wave of profound satisfaction washing over him. That tug on the line felt absolutely incredible. No wonder people are so obsessed with fishing. Sensing his sudden epiphany, the system happily chimed in again. "You have awakened a new talent, fishing. Proficiency has reached level 1. Lion tossed the labyrinth carp into his basket, buzzing with excitement. "Awesome, we're having carp for dinner tonight. A highly nutritious fish is exactly what this frail body of mine needs right now." He stood up and carried his catch through a patch of lush green grass and wildflowers. "First things first, I should probably set up a cooking area, right?" One by one, all the camping essentials materialized out of thin air. A table, some chairs, a frying pan, and a few other handy utensils. Lion quickly plopped the labyrinth carp onto the table, his eyes darting across the system interface as he swiped through his inventory. "I stowed this away earlier because I didn't want to catch a cold from the wind in the forest, but I guess it has its uses now. Oh, I should take out my alchemy kit too." As Lion scrolled through the screen, something caught his eye, and he gasped in surprise. "Huh? What's this?" The system quickly identified it as a magic flint, an item used to easily start a fire. Breathing a sigh of relief, he remembered where it came from. "Ah, it's that free bonus item. Nice, now starting a fire will be an absolute breeze." With a quick tap, Lion selected the item. As soon as the stone materialized, it sparked with a small, steady flame. Standing before the crackling campfire, he rested his hands on his hips and leaned in, feeling the warmth. Just having a fire completely changes the mood. It actually gives me this weird sense of security. Turning back to the table, Lion rolled up his sleeves with a determined look. "All right, let's get this carp prepped and ready to go." He carefully and smoothly scored the fish, his mouth already watering. When you're eating out in the wild, nothing beats a good old-fashioned open-fire roast. Lion meticulously removed the labyrinth carp's organs. Just then, a system description panel popped up. Fish organs are not suitable for consumption but can be used as alchemy materials. Intrigued and genuinely surprised, he muttered, "Wait, I can use fish guts for alchemy?" Without hesitation, Lion scooped up the organs. Well then, I'd better toss these straight into the alchemy flask. Wiping his hands clean, his face lit up as he watched the cauldron beside him start to bubble. Is it because I added an alchemy ingredient? It heated up on its own the second I dropped it in. That is ridiculously convenient. As Lion finished the prep work, his mind drifted to all sorts of mouth-watering dishes. There really is something magical about food on a skewer. I swear, literally anything tastes 10 times better when you eat it off a stick. Or is that just me? Admiring the fresh, raw ingredients lined up on the table, Lion pondered his technique. For fish skewers, you have to position them head down. If the head faces down, all those rich, savory fats will render and drip perfectly. Staring at the labyrinth carp that was destined for his belly, he practically drooled. That way, all the natural juices stay locked inside the meat. It gets perfectly crispy on the outside and incredibly juicy on the inside. Relying on his survival know-how, Lion carefully planted the fish and vegetable skewers around the campfire, cheering in pure excitement. Perfect! The ultimate open-fire roasted carp is finally ready! Dusting off his hands, he stood up and glanced over at the neat pile of gear by the base of a tree. While I wait for the fish to cook, maybe I should set up my sleeping bag. Wasting no time, Lion started clearing away the loose rocks and pebbles from the ground. It's a bit of a hassle, but totally worth it for a good night's sleep. He happily unrolled his bedding, enjoying every bit of the camping process. Who knows when I'll ever get to experience something like this again? If you want to enjoy the romance of the great outdoors, you've got to put in a little elbow grease. Finished with his makeshift bed, Lion proudly admired his handiwork. Not too shabby at all. Just as he finished, a mouth-watering aroma filled the air. He immediately whipped his head around, practically salivating. Talk about perfect timing! Lion hurried back to the campfire and settled comfortably into his camping chair. His eyes practically sparkled as he held up the perfectly roasted fish skewer, completely mesmerized. The system chimed in with a quick reminder. Grilled labyrinth carp restores a small amount of satiety. But what caught Lion's attention was the red text at the very bottom. Warning. This item cannot be taken out of the labyrinth. His jaw literally dropped. That's the first time I've ever seen a warning like that. Does that mean this is an exclusive delicacy you can only eat inside the labyrinth? Shrugging off the thought, Lion brought the heavenly-smelling fish to his lips. Hey, whatever, time to dig in. He chewed carefully, inspecting the meat and nodding in pure bliss. The scales on the outside are perfectly golden and crispy, almost like they've been deep-fried in their own fat, and the tender meat bursting through the scored belly. It's incredibly soft and flaky. Staring at his masterpiece of a meal, Lion was absolutely ecstatic. And on top of all that, it has that irresistible smoky char that you only get from a real campfire. This is seriously blowing my mind. Overcome with emotion, actual tears welled up in Lion's eyes as he savored the bite. This flavor, it makes me crave a steaming hot bowl of white rice with some spicy kimchi on the side. Purring happily like a contented cat, he fully surrendered to the heavenly taste. People always say carp tastes muddy, but this labyrinth carp doesn't have that smell at all. And there are barely any annoying pin bones either. This is insanely good. It's so delicious I almost feel guilty eating it all by myself. Suddenly, a new notification panel popped up, making Lion blink in disbelief. Wait, what? My maximum mana just increased? Watching the magic circle in front of him grow larger and larger, he was filled with disbelief. This is impossible. However, from that very circle, a blue light gradually radiated a perfect azure hue, making Lion wonder. Did my mana pool really increase? I can increase my mana pool just by eating? Seeing this, he frowned in shock, realizing if the mages knew about this, they would probably wipe out all the fish in this lake. I wonder if it works on Jisoo. I definitely have to let him try it later. Suddenly, Lion grew suspicious, glancing at the jar that was emitting a strange noise. He gently stood up, peeked his head in, and said, "Let's see." From inside, a pink orb appeared, making Lion widen his eyes in confusion and ask, "What is this?" The system notified, "It is the essence of the labyrinth carp capable of restoring mana." Seeing this, he immediately took the essence in his hand, observed it closely, and wondered in a daze. This is the first time something has appeared in my area. Could it have some massive effect? But suddenly Lion froze, calmed himself down, and quickly curled his lips into a wicked smile. He immediately reached out to tap the system screen, saying, "This makes me so curious. Besides, with everything that has happened, I still haven't had the time to focus on alchemy, right?" He sighed. "It's best to just store it away for now." Looking at the system's display screen, Lion secretly felt pleased. "I've picked all the herbs I found lately, so I have a lot now. In the distance, two small mushrooms were also popping up, making him marvel. Moreover, there are countless materials in the labyrinth, mana is overflowing everywhere, and there is absolutely no one to bother me. Thinking of this, Lion smiled softly while looking around. He stood in the middle of a dreamy space filled with flowers, grass, and vast lush green trees, declaring firmly, "Come to think of it, isn't this place a high-speed leveling hunting ground meant just for me?" Thinking of this, Lion's face immediately showed greed as he licked his lips slyly and rubbed his hands in fascination. Good, very good. It seems the final part of this labyrinth has way more things to exploit than I thought. In the quiet sky above, shooting stars silently glided by, creating a magnificent yet peaceful sight. At the same time, Lion remembered and muttered to himself, "But first I have to finish eating this grilled carp." The morning light began to shine around the area, marking another day of survival for Lion in the labyrinth. Every day that passed for him was strangely peaceful. Today, Lion continued his leveling journey with the labyrinth crayfish, which had a perfect sweet taste that delighted him. "I caught 3 of them today." Lion looked up, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Could it be that I am just getting lucky?" Then he brought it ashore and let the system put it into storage. Suddenly, Lion vaguely wondered, "I still have leftover flour from baking cookies last time. Should I make some cauliflower sujebi?" He was at peace here, walking barefoot and relaxed on the cool green grass in perfect harmony. "I am gradually getting used to living in this labyrinth." As he walked, Lion reflected, "Every morning when I wake up, I go check the fish traps I set the day before, and then I go see if the crops near the edge of the forest are growing well." Looking at the small roots in the ground, Lion marveled, "The sweet potatoes and bananas are growing really well too." He held a shovel, crouched down slightly, and said, "That's good. I can free up my hands today to go gather some other things." Lion was fascinated by the harvest, from the labyrinth fruits to the mushrooms, labyrinth baby mushrooms and labyrinth crown daisies. Holding the crown daisy in his hand, he said excitedly, "This is the first time I've seen a crown daisy flower. It really is beautiful." Then Lion's eyes immediately widened as he mused, "It would probably look great if I brought it back and placed it near the campsite." From the system screen, it displayed a selling price of 300 shillings, leaving him completely stunned. "What? This thing," Lion asked in surprise, "can actually be sold?" Lion stared blankly at the system description in front of him in disbelief. "There's never been a message like this before. Does the shilling shop also double as a trading post?" He dazedly held the daisy in his hand and wondered, "Can I sell it right now?" But the price on the screen suddenly dropped, making Lion frown in confusion. "What? The selling price was just 300 shillings. Why did it go down? Are you bargaining with me?" Noticing his expression, it immediately displayed a notification. "The value has been calculated in real time." Lion let out a disdainful scoff. "So that's how it is." Then he lightly placed a hand over his mouth, closing his eyes to ponder. "It seems I can only sell 1-star items at the moment, and the item description must also include the price. Does that mean if I want a fair price, I have to actively negotiate?" Suddenly, massive question marks appeared on the screen out of nowhere. Having made up his mind, Lion carefully, with a sly gleam in his eyes, held the bundle of crown daisies forward and persuaded, "Look closely. If you dry these crown daisies and brew them into tea, it's very good for your health. It's no exaggeration to say that it's also an alchemy ingredient, plus anyone can easily prepare it. Doesn't that make it more valuable? So I think it's worth more than its current price." Hearing that, the system seemed enlightened as it considered, "That makes sense, adjusting selling price." It quickly showed a value of 280, leaving Lion dumbfounded. He furrowed his brows in agony. "I just gave you new information and you only raised the price a tiny bit, and even charged a commission fee on top of it. Aren't you being way too stingy?" There, the system calmly displayed the text, "Commission fees are mandatory according to the shilling shop regulations." Seeing this, he sighed and brushed it off. "Fine, if it's a rule, then I guess it's non-negotiable." But then it gently announced, "The shilling shop always listens to customer feedback." After that, the system began proposing a new price of 300, while offering 2 choices of yes and no, making Lion think excitedly to himself. Turns out it's not completely rigid after all, meaning if I can persuade it, I can sell things for a higher price? In his heart, he wickedly and slyly plotted, "If you lack knowledge, you get lowballed. But from now on, I can learn more, and I will definitely sell everything for the highest price possible." At the same time, on the outside, Lion gave a flattering smile and said, "Agreed, I accept." As soon as he finished speaking, the shilling shop immediately announced, "Item has been sold for 300 shillings. At the same time, it instantly paid out a bag of coins, which he excitedly snatched up. Instant payout. Awesome! Saying that, Lion immediately looked at it and pressed, "Can I sell processed items?" The shilling shop quickly affirmed, "You can, however, there are currently no sellable items in your inventory." It added a warning, "Cannot sell opened, counterfeit, or defective items." Hearing that, Lion nodded in agreement and asked further, "So you mean, if I want to sell something, I have to prepare a fresh one and sell it the right way, right? Understood." As the shop slowly faded away, Lion let out a relaxed sigh. Today was an incredibly productive day. Stretching comfortably, he said, "I've gathered enough ingredients in my chest. It's time to whip up something to eat." With that, Lion went back and laid out all his ingredients on the table. Just then, the system notified him of a fragrant and spicy recipe. Ignoring the prompt, Lion excitedly picked up a red ingredient and marveled, "So this is peppercorn, and whole peppercorns at that. This is absolutely amazing." He skillfully gathered his ingredients and tossed them into the pot, narrating his process. "All right, first I'll drop the meat and spicy seeds into the boiling water, then add the cleaned head and legs of the field crab to make the broth." Meanwhile, he swiftly prepped the other items, talking as he worked. "Once the flour and water are mixed into a nice, smooth dough, I'll slam it against the table to build up the elasticity, then let it rest for a bit. While it's resting, I'll prep the soft mushrooms and toss them in to boil thoroughly." Savoring every moment of the process, Lion gently dropped the crab in and murmured to himself, "Then add the main body of the field crab, and it transforms into an unbelievably delicious mini seafood soup." Stirring it steadily, he gasped in anticipation. That smells incredible." Next, he slowly pinched off pieces of the dough, continuing his guide. "Now that the broth is packed with flavor, I'll take the rested dough, tear it into thin strips, and drop them right in." Carefully adding the small leaves, he said with excitement, "Finally, toss in a big handful of crown daisy greens and let it simmer just a bit longer." A colorful, mouth-watering pot appeared before his eyes. Lion cheered enthusiastically, "Done! Time to dig in! A perfectly blended, rich seafood broth." He scooped up a spoonful and brought it to his lips. "Let's taste the broth first." A moment later, Lion couldn't stop praising it. "This broth is insanely good. The piping hot soup washes away all the greasiness instantly." Suddenly, he thought of a specific dish. "But what about the sujebi?" Lion imagined all the ingredients harmonizing like a symphony. The uneven thickness of the hand-torn dough provided a unique texture with every bite, while the mushrooms and crown daisy greens created a delightful contrast. The sweet, fragrant vegetables melting into the broth created an entirely new layer of flavor. Lost in thought, Lion gasped, "These familiar flavors are dangerously delicious." Then he scooped up a piece of meat and said, "Now let's see how this field crab tastes." The moment it touched his tongue, his taste buds exploded. His mind soared as he praised it. "It's so sweet. The texture is firm and bouncy like lobster, but the meat has that sweet, distinct flavor of fresh crab." Realizing this, Lion blurted out, "No wonder the broth is so amazing. It was the field crab all along." He quickly went in for the next bite, a piece of crab, a piece of hand-torn dough, followed by a hearty slurp of the broth. Lion opened wide, savoring the heavenly delicacy. Channeling his inner food critic, he noted, "Whenever it starts feeling a bit heavy, a bite of the greens cleanses the palate completely. With a combination like this, I could eat forever." Before long, the pot was completely empty. Lion leaned back and let out a satisfied breath, marveling at the meal. "That was seriously too good. I've just loaded up on some serious carbs." Afterward, he lay back comfortably under the shade of a tree, resting after a highly rewarding session. Suddenly, Lion forced himself up, muttering, "No sleeping! Wake up, me! I need to gather firewood before the sun goes down." He scanned his surroundings and mused, "I think I saw a decent tree around here somewhere." Finding it, Lion stood with crossed arms, carefully evaluating the tree. "Yeah, this one looks good. The system says it's a species with few branches, but the wood is soft, fragrant, and perfectly waterproof." After a bit more inspection, Lion decided to purchase some tools. "I'll try crafting a few things. If I manage to make anything high quality, I can sell it at the spirit shop." Holding the tools in his hands, he cheered smugly, "I've been saving up my shillings just for this day." Gripping the axe excitedly, Lion read out loud, "A basic carpentry tool set for beginners. Curated by a master carpenter, it lacks high-end gear, but it's more than enough to get the job done." The system prompted, "Please chop the reddish trunk in a V shape." Hearing that, Lion swiftly swung his axe. In just a minute, he brought the tree crashing down. Lion cheered with satisfaction, "And done!" Instantly, the system spammed him with notifications for harvesting varying sizes of labyrinth wood. Wiping the sweat from his brow, his eyes sparkled with amusement. It was just a small tree, but it gave a ton of materials. He muttered to himself, if I saw up the rest and bring it back. But before he could finish his thought, he noticed something odd. Huh? Squinting into the distance, Lion asked, what is that? Is there something over there? He stepped forward on his bare feet. Lion froze in front of the small house, completely bewildered. My God, there's actually a cabin in a place like this? He curiously peeked through the window and noted. At first glance, it looks completely normal. Lion rubbed his chin in doubt. I wonder if I can actually use this. There's just a bit of furniture and a bed inside. Sensing his hesitation, the system immediately chimed in. Due to your privileges as the Labyrinth Master, you are permitted to use this cabin. Lion's face lit up and he cheered, Man, this is obviously 1,000,000 times better than sleeping outside for a whole month. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Hold on a second. He asked aloud, is it possible to move this cabin back to my main camp? The system affirmed that he could. Lion burst into a delighted laugh. Awesome! My life in the labyrinth for the next month just got a whole lot easier. The system prompted, would you like to execute this action now? Lion swiftly turned on his heel, running off as he shouted, No, wait a minute! Thinking quickly, he ran to a familiar spot and muttered to himself, Now that I have a proper house, I should probably craft some tools, but first I need to clear a space at the main camp to place the hut. Thanks to his agility, Lion cleared the area in no time. Feeling satisfied, he rested his hands on his hips and pointed forward. All right, put it right here. The system warned that the installation would take a little time and cause the loud noise. Lion suddenly hesitated. Wait, but... He stroked his chin, wondering, how exactly is it going to get here? Since this is a labyrinth, it must be summoned with magic. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed from above, leaving Lion completely stunned. Huh? He looked up, his face filled with panic. Don't tell me! As soon as he spoke, the house crashed heavily onto the ground, shaking the entire area violently. At the same time, a notification chimed in, announcing that the hut's installation was complete.